forged in speed and might. Tires spin on the asphalt floor. Every turn leaves them begging for more. Racing dreams through the open door. Shenington's name forever soars. Racing heartbeat, feel it pound. Kings of the track, we're crowned. Bouncing as fire won't slow down. Legends rise, we wear the crown. In the summer air, adrenaline rush beyond compare. Caught in souls that they're in a affair. Shen's blood runs everywhere. Neon lights and the crowd's alive. Speed demons in overdrive. Through the curves, we survive. Shenington's pride will never die. One more lap, one more chance. We dance with fate in this trance. Hands up.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Shenington for another round of the Shenington Kart Racing Club Championships. Myself, Andrew Mather, back with you for the month of May. It's a busy sporting weekend. Very, very happy to have you with us here for the fifth round of the championship in the Club Championships, but also the second round of the year for the British Kart Championships in KZ2. Weather good. It's a little bit overcast, but it's dry out there for the drivers. It was quite mixed here yesterday. The racing had already started yesterday. The first round of heats took place less than 24 hours ago. Just some practice laps underway at the moment for everybody out there, so don't worry, you're not missing any competitive action. In fact, this is just from the full course yellow for the last couple of minutes of X30 Juniors practice sessions. Let's go over some of the housekeeping, because there's a lot going on here today. Around 240 drivers across all the different categories here today. We will start with KZ2. Their second heat of the weekend will kick us off at 10:15. Junior Max, huge junior Rotax grid here once again. So much so we've got two full heats of them from 10:30 and 10:43 running around this 1 kilometre circuit, 1.2 kilometres of course for the gearboxes, a circuit that's been here since 1960. There again is your weather outlook for today. Maybe a bit of light rain in the air later on in the day, but it is Shenington, it is May. Changeable. This is the word I'm going to use for the conditions across the course of the day. So as I say, KZ2 at 10:15, Junior Max at 10:30 and 10:43, Water Swift at 10:56, both cadet categories. The Honda Cadets and the Water Swift Restrictors, they're out at 11:09. Formula Libre, again, a good entry from them here today, 11:22. Minimax, the Rotax Intercategory, they're at 11:35. X30 Senior, 11:48. Senior Rotax at 12:01, and then X30 Junior at 12:14. So that's the first run through of all of the categories. And as we say, slight change in terms of format for the classes competing in the club championships for this weekend. More racing. We like more racing. And it started yesterday. We'll get you up to speed with all of the results as we go through the categories. Yeah, the racing has already begun for a few of the categories out there. You can get in touch with us here in the box as well. Drop your comments, drop your messages of support into the chat. I'll just give the technology a little bit of a touch to get things going, but trust me, we will bring you those comments. A few thrills and spills down there at the hairpin ahead of the first races. As I say, you're not missing any competitive action at the moment. This is just some practice laps, some warm-ups for everybody out there. As for what it's worth, George Edgar over the line there just went fastest in that warm-up session for the X30 Juniors on a 43.585, but as we saw, a bit of a disrupted warm-up there for the X30 Juniors. But great to be back with you once again here at Shenington. Arguably, this is one of the biggest days in the Shenington calendar for 2026, with perhaps the exception of course Super Prix in July. And we've got that KZ2 field here today running for the second time this year in terms of British Kart Championships action. They started their season up at Warden Law, and we will be able to bring you that first heat of the day, second heat of the round in the not too distant future. But as I say, very big entry again here today. 17 KZ2s, 31 X30 Juniors, 21 X30 Seniors. I think around 50. We have had a couple of drivers withdraw from the event as things have gone on, but still upwards of above 45 entries in total for the Junior Rotax field. Another strong grid, pretty much a full grid as well for Senior Rotax and Minimax. And then a good number of drivers in the younger categories across Water Swift Restricted and Honda Cadet, and of course Formula Libre as well. Just over 20 drivers set to go in that one. Time coming up, or has already come up to 10 past 10 here at the circuit. Let's get ready for it then. First race of the day, and it's a biggie. KZ2 Heat 2 up next. So the second heat for KZ2 here this weekend. First heat of the day here on your live broadcast Sunday. It is KZ2. This is a meeting for the British Kart Championships. This is the only class that has had a timed qualifying. So these positions on the grid determined from that TQ yesterday. Josh Price starts on pole position. The former British champion will be joined on the front row of the grid by Jake Weston. Charlie Turner, your current championship leader after that dramatic win at Warden Law earlier on in the spring, is alongside Noah Wolf, who did take the first heat yesterday and will be one of the favourites again here today. Won that O-plate at this very circuit last year. That is row number 2. Miles Murphy and Lee Ward, to the stalwarts of this category. They will start on row number 3, 5th and 6th for this heat. James Glenister, great to see James back. Knows this circuit very well. Tends to run very strongly here at Shenington. Starts this one grid 7, and Harry Walsh, the ever-improving Harry Walsh, will start inside the top 10 for this second heat of the meeting. Ralph Youngling and Ashley Lewis, they complete that top 10 before we find Jess Edgar and Ryan Green on row number 6. Jensen Pugh and George Robinson go from row 7. Jonathan Railton and Oliver Harris start on row 8. Nino Piccoli completes the 17-strong field for this second round of the British Kart Championships for KZ2, the short circuit gearbox title. The story that we're covering across the course of the year here on Alpha Live. Let's actually give you some of the points just before we get into this one today. So remember that it's 3 counting scores across the course, 3 scores that get accumulated across the course of a weekend. You get a bunch of championship points for how you do in the heats, another bunch of points for the pre-final, and then another bunch for the final itself, which at the moment sees Charlie Turner, as mentioned, having a 7-point lead going into today. Was the second highest ranked driver in terms of the full season entries, because remember, it's the full season entries that get championship points. So even though Marcus Kayak was up ahead of Charlie Turner for a good part of the weekend at Warden Law, Marcus Kayak was not scoring championship points. So effectively a second, and a first for Charlie Turner so far this season gives him a 7-point advantage over Noah Wolf, who was top regular in the championship in the first 2 phases of Warden Law, but then of course had that clash with Marcus Kayak at Warden Law in the final. Did not see the end of the final and lost a number of points in that first big race of the year. Miles Murphy is 3rd in the points standings, 4 points back from Wolf going into today, and is the lead More Racing entry going into this second round. Jess Edgar is 4th, a further 3 points back. Josh Price completes the top 5 at the moment. He also did not see the finish last time out at Warden Law in the final due to technical problems. Was looking good for 2nd place in the final at Warden Law, but that's KZ2 racing sometimes. To finish first you've got to finish and all of that. Ralph Youngling currently 6th in the championship points at the moment. Had a bit of an up and down weekend at Warden Law for the first round of this British Kart Championship in KZ2. Ashley Lewis is actually tied on points at the moment with Ralph Youngling heading into today on 169 apiece. It's very close actually from 6th down to 9th. Darrell Henderson and Harry Walsh a couple of points back from Youngling and Lewis. Lee Ward completes the top 10 at the moment in the points on 161. Ryan Green 11th on 159. Nina Piccoli 12th on 155. And as I say, for the KZ, slightly different format. They'll still effectively race 3 times today, but just the manner in which they race is slightly different to the club championship classes. So this is their second heat. They'll have a pre-final later today as well. The grid for that will be determined off the results from this one and the race yesterday that we saw. And then, of course, their final will be one of the highlights of this afternoon. Just a very quick recap. Hopefully the computer systems are working for us now, just to make sure that we don't make any errors with this one. The first heat from yesterday was actually the last race, and it finished with Noah Wolf as the race winner, as we saw from Noah during the first round at Warden Law. Charlie Turner 2nd, Jake Weston 3rd, Miles Murphy 4th, and James Glenister completing the top 5. Harry Walsh, Jess Edgar, Ryan Green, Josh Price and Lee Ward all in the top 10. Josh Price had problems yesterday. He was one of the 3 drivers to have a front fairing penalty. I would expect a good fight back today from Josh Price, the former KZ2 British champion, of course, back in 2024. Lee Ward, as mentioned, was 10th. George Robinson 11th, ahead of Ralph Youngling, Jonathan Railton, Jensen Pugh and Ashley Lewis in the top 15. Nina Piccoli 16th, and Oliver Harris, the privateer in the 111, was 17th. All 17 drivers who started the race yesterday finished, which is not always an easy thing to do in KZ2. In terms of championship points, the first batch of them get awarded at the end of this race, depends on the intermediate classification across the 2 heats. And a reminder, if you need one early on a Sunday morning, 0 points in the intermediate standings for a race win, 2 for 2nd, 3 for 3rd, and all of that business down to 17th. Formation laps underway then for our runners in KZ2. Great way to start. I've been looking forward to this for quite a few weeks since we had that race up at Karting Northeast, which, if you haven't seen it, don't go watch it right now, because we're about to have this second heat underway. But it was very dramatic. It's at times controversial, but it really was a bit of a bang to start the new KZ2 season for the British Kart Championships. So the drivers getting ready then. Josh Price there in the number 27 We'll take this one from pole position. Jake Weston on the CRG on the left-hand side of your screen will start P2. Jake Weston's been looking good so far this weekend aboard that number 7. The CRG is getting quicker and quicker each time we see them here in this championship. We're ready to go racing then. Round 2 here at Shenington, underway then for the KZs in the British Kart Championships. Their second heat is already counting down with 8 minutes plus 1 lap, and it's a good start from all of them. All 17 running down towards the hairpin for the first time in race conditions here today, and it's the CRG of Jake Weston that's taken the early lead. Noah Wolf's had a good start as well. Immediately up to second place. Knows he needs to fight back here today. Knows he needs a clean day with no disruptions as he had in round number 1. Had a good start to the first heat yesterday, taking that first win. Quite simple here for Wolf. If he wins this race, that's 65 championship points to add to his tally. End of the first lap, it's Weston from Wolf. Charlie Turner immediately up to third. Charlie Turner doing what he did throughout the course of the championship round at Warden Law. He was always there or thereabouts. He said he got a lucky win. I would disagree with that. I think he was on good form last time out at Warden Law, but as was this young man here. Noah Wolf gets down the inside, takes the race lead away from Jake Weston. Weston's going to try and fight back into the Bruno chicane, and immediately we've got a scrap here today at Shenington in the KZs. Turner has a little look there at Wolf. Josh Price has had a decent start, has lost a couple of positions from where he started, but he's in the mix. Weston controlling the pace at the moment, keeping this one quite tight at the end of lap number 2. James Glenister has lost a couple of positions off the start, but is now back into 8th place. Ralph Youngling's had a decent start, up 2 places, now up to P7. Downhill once again. Well, not really downhill, it's a flat circuit, Andrew, here at Shenington. But either way, through into the lead goes Noah Wolf. Good move there. Looks like Josh Price is through as well, past Charlie Turner and into third, and indeed he is. So those two who went toe-to-toe across the course of the 2024 British Kart Championship season, having a good scrap there, and keep an eye on Miles Murphy as well in the Demon Tweaks race suit there. Good points last time out at Warden Law in the British Kart Championships for Murphy. There's Jess Edgar on your screens. Number 17, who's been a regular feature in terms of the club KZ2 rounds here at Shenington. So she knows this circuit well. Her Jade Racing team backing know this circuit well. And right now, it's their team leader at the front of the field, Noah Wolf, trying to stretch things out now that he's got track position. Had a good start. The starts were maybe the Achilles heel for Noah Wolf last time, and I'm being really, really picky there. Marcus Kayak at Warden Law just seemed to have the edge on Wolf off the start line. But this has been a much better start for Noah Wolf today in terms of the first couple of laps, and now he can really start to turn the pace up now. Lap times currently in the mid-44s. Down towards the chicane once again. There's a little move coming in from Lee Ward. Lee Ward, who's had some good runs here at Shenington so far this year in the club championships. I remember particularly back to February, first proper meeting of the year, because of course round 1 never really got going due to those weather troubles, which are not going to affect us here today. Positivity and all of that. 4 minutes of this race to go then. Wolf and Weston starting to break away from the front, or at the front of the field. Josh Price running there in 3rd place. Charlie Turner has got Miles Murphy for company there in the battle for 4th place. Then Lee Ward, Ralph Youngling. As Weston's gone back down the inside, so Noah Wolf is not going to have everything his own way today. Now, as things stand, I reckon this would still be Wolf taking pole position for the pre-final. Yes, it would, because Weston was 3rd yesterday in that first heat. So Weston would sit on 3 points in the intermediate standings as of right now. Wolf would go from 0 to 2, but that would still be ahead of everybody else. And look at this fight for 4th place. Charlie Turner. His great record in KZ2, 2022 British champion, of course. Runner-up in 24, O-Plate winner in years gone by as well. But right now he's got Miles Murphy to deal with, and that's a great move from Wrexham's finest. Murphy down the inside takes P4. Good start this from the KZ2 drivers. Through towards the Wilkins complex. Tricky in any form of karts, but even more so here in a KZ. Now, what's on our screen there? We saw an under investigation. It's the number 23 of George Robinson. So at the moment, Robinson running in 14th place, just ahead of Jonathan Railton. Field spread at the moment, pretty good. It's only a couple of seconds from front to back in terms of sheer race pace. I think we saw a move there going in from James Glenister aboard the IPK Formula K. Yes, we did. So Glenister moving up the order now, past Ralph Youngling. Lee Ward starting to fade a little bit here, the number 80 there. Another one of the privateer entries in this KZ2 category. And Lee Ward, a great servant to this form of karting. Does all of the mechanicking, or a good degree of the mechanics work himself as well. Thankfully today, he's not had the annoyance of me sticking the camera in his face. But no, he's doing well out there, currently running inside the top 10. As there's a move as well from Harry Walsh. Harry Walsh down the inside. I've been very impressed with Harry Walsh so far this season. Okay, I don't think Harry's going to be a championship contender this year, but again, every time I've seen that number 73 machine in his hands, it's been getting quicker and quicker and quicker. Keep an eye on this driver as the season goes on. Would not rule out for Harry Walsh later on in the year a podium perhaps. That'd be a really good achievement for this youngster. Another one of the Jade Racing team, and has been on the podium here at Shenington for club rounds in KZ2. Back at the front though, Jake Weston leads this race, looking good for a front row slot for the final. And I tell you what, it could still be pole position here, because Josh Price is looking very quick at this stage of the race. The number 27 for that Moore Racing team has just set the fastest lap of the race of 44.421 and is looking to conclude this one strongly. Wolf won't take any risks though. He knows that this championship run and this aim of being the British kart champion in KZ2 by the end of the season is more than anything going to be about consistency. There will be drop scores coming into play later on in the season, where we'll hope to jettison that lower score from the final at Warden Law. Time is up. Last lap board's going to be out in a moment. Weston, I've been impressed with Jake Weston's control in this race. This is not easy out there when you've got a driver, or two drivers, the level of Wolf and Price breathing down your neck. But Jake Weston himself, very strong driver in his own right, the man from Doncaster. Remember a very good run for Jake at Kimbolton in these British Kart Championships a couple of seasons ago, and now he's having to work, now he's having to defend into the Bruno chicane once again. Nice placement, nice control there from Jake Weston, who knows now he's just got to get through Wilkins. And I tell you what, Wolf is going to have to be on the defensive here to keep Josh Price at bay and not going to have the opportunity to go on the attack. Jake Weston's going to take heat 2, and that's a statement. The CRGs are getting quicker. Weston takes this second heat in KZ2 for the weekend, and will start nicely up the field when we get to the pre-final in this category later today. No Wolf second by my mental maths. I think he's going to be on pole position for that pre-final. Josh Price third, Miles Murphy fourth. Another of the CRGs looking good. James Glenister 5th, finished that race with the fastest lap. So that's something to note for the Rush Performance team, who've definitely taken a step forward with that Formula K machine from where they finished 2025. Two of them in the top 6, in fact, with Charlie Turner there in the number 4. Ralph Youngling, Lee Ward, Harry Walsh and Jess Edgar all in the top 10. Jensen Pugh, Ryan Green, Ashley Lewis, George Robinson take us down to 14th. Jonathan Railton 15th, Nina Piccoli and Oliver Harris all in the top 17 finishers. Everyone who started finished. Good to see from particularly Piccoli and Oliver Harris, two drivers not maybe with as much run time as the others, but you know, this time last year Nino was likely falling off the lead lap of a race like that, but now 22 seconds behind is continuing to get quicker and quicker, as is Harris. More from the KZs later. They will be back out for their pre-final at 12:27 on our schedule. That is before the lunch break, which will be about an hour after that. But thoroughly enjoyed that. That was good stuff from the KZ2s. But for now, we've got to move on. Junior Rotax out next. Junior Rotax, heat number 3 of the weekend. So 3 rounds of heats, equaling 6 heats across the course of this stage for round 5 here at Shenington. Christian Cahill starts on pole position for this one. Jensen Powers alongside on the front row. Alex Shepherd and Ethan Guest go from row 2. Austin Mayhew and Eskild Hewitt. Good to see Eskild out there. Not commentated on Eskild for a while. They're on row 3. Toby Wortley and Ben Morgan go from 4. It's Louis Marshall and Adam Jadatis on row 5. Kean Hundle and Oliver Barton go from 6. Noah Moulton and Jensen Hookey are on row number 7. It's Zane Perry and Emily Johnston on row 8. Layla Bell and Luca Matakakia go from row number 9. Liam Dooling, Clark Naylor, they complete the top 20. Harry Field is the last of those not on novice plates. George Teese, Rebecca Restrel and Frankie Jones are there at the back of the grid, and then Sam Batty as well complete those, say, the novice plates. Those on the black number boards, they go from the back. And quite a few drivers who were on novice plates now have got enough signatures to be off them. So we'll keep an eye on some potential best results of the season so far for drivers who are now starting in amongst the full pack. Let's actually give you championship scores, because I say we've got a few rounds of this championship now. Jensen Hookey had a very good start to the season so far. He's in this race, starts in the middle of the pack, so keep an eye on Jensen. Other drivers to keep an eye on as well. Jensen Powers, Oscar Keane, all looking pretty good so far. But enough of that, let's go racing in Junior Rotax. 8 minutes plus 1 lap underway. Forceful start there from our pole sitter. Kehiov goes into turn 1. But has not emerged with the race lead. There's a spin out there for one of the JDRs. I think that was Ben Morgan in the number 63 who's gone round. As more problems for Kehiov. Oh dear, that's not what you want when you've started at the front of the field in these front middle back systems. You want to take advantage of starting at the front, getting good points. That is not going to be the case in this one. Now there was another driver. It's that Rebecca Restrel, I think, has also not made it through on the formation lap. So Rebecca, oh no, has now come through on timing. So apologies for that one, Rebecca Restrel fans. Powers leads though from Alex Shepherd. Ethan Guest, good start for Ethan Guest, but has got to deal with Austin Mayhew now, and Austin's through into 3rd place. Jensen Hookey's had a good start. And here comes Hookey and Shepherd. Shepherd down the inside takes the race lead. Points forward. Makes his intentions very, very clear here. Wants to lead this one from the front, keep the pace high and stretch things out. Jensen Hookey is on an absolute tear here. Already up to P4. Trying to look down the inside. Mayhew finds a way through past Jensen Powers. Over the line once again. Powers fights back. Good move. Good move there from Jensen Powers. Straight back, taking the initiative. This is good for Alex Shepherd, though. Just allows him to start to stretch away as, it was Johnston out at the start of this race. So apologies, it wasn't Rebecca Restrel. As there's a move from Jensen Hookey. Through goes Jensen Hookey. Anyone who doesn't qualify, of course, for the A final does have the B final as a chance to repechage through. And it's likely going to be the case now, unfortunately, for Amelie Johnston. Amelie had a decent result yesterday, so P11. So hopefully a good result in the second race will bring her back into play. Good move there from Ethan Guest. Ethan Guest goes up once again. And that's 5th place now for Ethan. Ethan's a good example of a driver who in recent times has come off of the novice place and starting to gain more experience within the owner levels, has come through from the arrive and drive scene. 5 minutes and 15 seconds of this race to go then. Alex Shepherd leads from Jensen Powers and then Jensen Hookey, but Hookey's down the inside. That's a textbook move into Wilkins. That's how it's done. Jensen Hookey will now try and set about closing in on the race leader. As I say, no results from round number 1 because of the weather on that day in January, but since then, formalised round results, first and third in finals. It's been a very good season so far from Jensen Hookey. He's already accumulated, I think, around 190 points in the championship. Just looking a bit further back, he was making good progress because this is one of those heats where drivers are having a hack from the back. There's the number 48 of Adam Judaitis. Judaitis had a very good day yesterday. This is one of those where Adam has to fight through a little bit, but he's already got a heat win on the books so far here this weekend. Toby Wortley dropped to 9th, but just behind actually, Zane Perry in 10th place, number 25 for Jack Tex Racing. Zane's had a good race, up 7 spots, as down the inside of Ethan Guest. There goes Adam Judaitis, that's all over 6th place, and still going on for 6th place. Louis Marshall in there as well in the number 42. But yeah, Zane Perry up 7 spots, Liam Dooling up 10 spots as well in the number 73, so just towards the back of Shot as Guest down the inside, gets through past Adam Judaitis. Good placement there from Ethan Guest, didn't attack that one too hard. On the brakes has changed for the lead. Jensen Hookey through past Alex Shepherd. And the familiar sight of the green and black machine here at Shenington so far this season, but Shepherd's not going to take that one lightly, gets back down the inside, retakes the lead. Best result in the final so far for Shepherd this season, going back to round number 2 as Hookey retakes position once again, and this time Jensen Powers takes advantage, disposes of Alex Shepherd there. And it's the Jensens in 1 and 2 right now. 3 minutes of this one to go then. That was a new, sorry, no, that wasn't a new personal best from Hookey that time around, but he does have the fastest lap so far in this race. Mechanical flag is out, unfortunately, for George Teese. I think it's Nassau panel related, as that's been called on the number 40. Luca Matakeki is also under investigation, as here's Alex Shepherd again, back down the inside. Good bold move there from Alex Shepherd. Aboard that Evolution Racing prepared machine, points forward to Jensen Powers to say, no, let's keep working together. He wants to be the driver to chase Jensen Hookey down. The thing is, though, with the kind of mood and form that Jensen Hookey is in, I think that's going to be easier said than done for these two. Hookey yesterday 3rd in the first round of heats, as, oh dear, that's a quite sizable off for one of the Maxims. That looks to be down at, well, just coming through Hanger Corner. And that's not a good moment at all, and full course yellow. Yeah, understandable, absolutely the correct decision from the race officials. That is a very high speed point of the circuit. And now Jensen Hookey becomes pace kart,
And I reckon we'll try and run time out on this one. He's got 1 minute and 15 seconds as he crosses the line to use up. Now, he's going to have to do a +1 lap, of course. Just trying to work out which, I think it's Frankie Jones. Yeah, that would check out. Number 19. Frankie, yeah, it's 2 laps off the overall pack now. Hopefully that's one that looks more spectacular than it actually was. The tyres having dissipated the energy. We've seen Frankie out of the kart. That's the most important thing, and that Frankie is frustrated, but relatively unharmed. Also to note, I think Luca Matacchia was also in a spot of bother. We noted that the number 45 is under investigation. Has also now fallen down to the bottom of the order. Well, bottom of the order of those still running, of course. George Teese did come in for that mechanical. So 22 drivers still running. So Jensen Hookie's done a good job here with the management of this race in terms of the time, because it's gone. So either way, last lap board will be out this time around once they go through Wilkins and through the final corner. The question remains, though, will we be green or will we be still under the slow procedure? Yeah, no, we're going to be under green because the slow procedure is ending. That notification has just come through on the screen here in the commentary position. So we are going to get one more lap here of racing. So it's all down to Jensen Hookie to get this restart right. Not go too early, but also not leave himself vulnerable into the first couple of corners. He's gone, and we'll look now as checkered flag is showing on our screen. So that's the end of the race. Sorry, that was not what I expected in that one, but that's what we're seeing on our screen. And of course, everybody's heading in. So Jensen Hookie is your race winner. Alex Shepard second, Jensen Powers third, Noah Moulton and Austin Mayhew in the top 5. Good result there for Ethan Guest. P6 takes advantage of a strong position to start from. Adam Shadis is 7th. Good drive as well from Zane Perry. Impressive stuff from another of the drivers who's come up through from the arrive and drive ranks. 8th place, gain of, what was that, 9. Started 17th. Toby Wortley and Louis Marshall in the top 10. Liam Dooling, Oliver Barton, Eskild Hewitt, Layla Bell, Harry Friel in the top 15. Ben Morgan recovering from that early spin. That's a decent recovery there from Ben Morgan. Those could be crucial points in terms of making it through to the A final. 16th for number 63. Clark, Naylor, Key and Hundle, last of those before we get to the novices, or those on novice place. Sam Batty, the first of them, in 19th, ahead of Christian Cahiov. Real bad luck there for Christian Cahiov on that first lap. Rebecca Restle, 21st. Luca Matacchia, 22nd, and then 2 retirements from those who started. Frankie Jones, 23rd. George Teese, 24th. Emily Johnston did not take the start. And we will see more from all of those drivers later on in the day. They all have another heat to go to conclude the 3 rounds of heats for the Junior Rotax drivers. But we're not quite done, of course, with the second round of heats for Junior Rotax. Heat number 4 up next. So a little bit of work continuing there to make sure that everything is safe down on the exit of Hanger Corner, whilst the brilliant marshals here at Shenington are doing that. Let's take you through the grid for this 4th heat, second of round 2 for Junior Rotax. Miles Cleworth and Aidan Hammond go from the front row for this next race. Lachi Yordanov and Hugh Phillips are on row number 2, or due to go from row number 2, I should say. Stanley Williams and Samir Paul on row 3. Archie Ray Watson and Oliver Dawson on row 4. Daniel Wisnauskas and Jack Corser row 5. Cash Harris and Charlie White row 6. Shay Hilton had a very good day yesterday. Starts on row number 7 alongside Jake Richardson for this one. Stanley Stafford and Archie Buchanan on 8. Jay Singh, Oscar Keane there on row number 9. And then it's Lily Shaw and Kartik Gameta completing the top 20 for the start of this race. Ruben Jenkins, the last of those not on novice place, and then 2 novice plates in this one, piloted by Louis Marchand and Elijah Lewis. So there we go. Those are the drivers that we're expecting to see in this one. But I say expecting because I know we have got a few drivers that I don't think are further participating in this one for whatever reason. So we'll update you on that as and when we can. Just looking through actually. I think we are going to have everyone that we're expecting on this grid actually participate, which is good. So we did originally have 53 entries on the Junior Rotax grid. It's now 48. So in fact, yeah, I can pull the information up to let you know. So it's the number 14 Esme Rosie, the 23 of Cooper Moore, 35 of Fraser Baxter, 53 of Ralph Keitis, and in the 93 of Harry Watson. Those are the five I think that aren't running today. The one that confuzzled me for a moment was the number 82 of Hugh Phillips. Although no, I don't think I'm seeing Hugh Phillips on the entry list either, or the official one. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on the results across the course of the day for Alpha timing. But don't worry, you're not missing anything at the moment. Just a little pause to get the track furniture back in the correct position before we go racing for this one. If you've missed any of the action so far today, you can watch it back at your leisure. And any of the action from the season so far, every single Sunday race day, brought to you by Alpha Live here on the Alpha Live channel. Now, we're going to do something brave, ladies and gentlemen. Can we get the comments working? The last time I pressed the buttons on this, the DDMM laptop had a moment. That's how we'll put that one. But it'd be lovely to say hello to you guys. Hello to Wham. The frogs. Now I know, of course, we've got another event today where I'm suspecting lots of frogs in chat. No senior frogs here. They're all down the road at Silverstone today. But do keep your comments coming in. Let us know particularly if there's a particular driver that you're following today. Always good to hear who's tuning in for the drivers and where you're watching from, of course, as well. So, all looking good in a few moments for things to get underway for this second Junior Rotax heat of the day. Third heat in total. As I say, we didn't actually have a full chance to give you the full championship scores before we started this one. At the moment, this is of the two best scores from the 3 rounds that we've actually seen go through to a resolution so far this season. So Jensen Hookie is mentioned, leading the championship 112. Stanley Williams second, unless I'm mistaken, Stanley is in this race, so 108 at the moment for Williams. Jensen Powers we saw race, of course, in that previous one. It's third on 104. Very close as well from Oscar Keane. Alex Shepherd, they're both on 95. Daniel Fisnauskas, Aidan Hammond, both on 92. Matthew So and Shea Hilton and Charlie White currently completing the top 10 in the championship scores. But I say it's still very early days in terms of those championship positions. And who's looking good? I can hear engines. That's good news. That means we are ready for at least a formation lap. The drivers head out for the first time today in a racing capacity. Oh, now that's a spin for the number 71 of Miles Cleworth straight out the pits. Now, is Miles going to be able to retake that position at the front of the grid? Race officials will understandably want to get on with this one to keep things on schedule, but that wasn't part of the plan for Cleworth. 6th yesterday in the first round of heats for Miles Cleworth, and the information that I've got here. But, that was suboptimal, to say the least. And of course, you can't. Oh, he's managed to get back to the front. That's actually pretty good work from Miles. Well, I've hopefully got some heat into those tyres now. Right, let's see how things go into turn 1 then, into the tram lines. 8 minutes on the counter once again. We are green, we are running.
Miles Cloworth, after that spin, gets through the first couple of corners. That's okay. That's much more like it. A little bit of jostling in the midfield, of course. This is where he lost it on that formation lap. Defensive down into the hairpin. Pretty tidy there. That's good to see. Towards the chicane once again. Aidan Hammond's had a good start there. Aidan looking for a best result in his time here at Shenington in junior Rotax. Had some really good results last year in Minimax. Stanley Williams with a good start as well, one of those championship contenders that we mentioned a few moments ago. Currently running in third. Who's had the big... Oh, I'll tell you who's had a good start. Daniel Wisnauskas in the number 27. Keep an eye on the driver now in fifth place as Hammond all over the back of Cloworth here. We'll have no doubt seen that slight mistake from Miles Cloworth on the formation lap, and we're thinking, well, here's a driver potentially a little bit under pressure. Yes, has got control of this race right now, but for how much longer? A little bit of a check there from Stanley Williams, but no way through. That's a route down the inside, though, from Aidan Hammond. Spot on from Aidan Hammond. Takes the lead of this race. Then it's the Evolutions 2 and 3. Stanley Williams, I reckon, is going to be pretty keen to get through. Oh, dear, as that's Elijah Lewis in the number 29. Good work there from Elijah. Gets it going again. I think that was just on the exit of... as there's a change for second place. Stanley Williams down the inside, goes past his teammate. That looked for Shea to be just in front of the viewing bank outside of coming out of Hanger Corner. Not a normal place for a kart to come to a momentary stop. Let's say, good work from Elijah. Got it going again, back into the race. One of our two novices in this race. Lach Yordanov there as well in fourth place is one that we need to keep an eye on. Over the line they go. There's Daniel Wisnauskas. Started this race 11th. Similar vein, Stanley Stafford started 17th, now P7. As Wisnauskas gets down the inside of Yordanov, clean move, up to P4. I'll say it again, I really hope I'm not cursing this. I've liked junior Rotax racing this year. It's been good. In what I mean by that, it has its reputation of being a bit elbows out and a bit boisterous and a bit rough and tumble. And I've got to say, well, at least at this Kart Club Championship, that has not been the case from our vantage point here in the box so far this season. So full credit to the drivers. Good racing, racing properly, keep it up. Kartik Kameta there in the number 55, flying the flag for India. Kartik's had a run on the British Kart Championship scene so far this season, and tell you what, Kartik's making good progress. Started 22nd, so already cut through half the field in this one, and we've still got 4.5 minutes on the timer to go. Good scrap going on here. Jack Corso in the number 11, Jay Singh in the number 44. This is all over 9th place. Down towards Wilkins once again as Big Sense coming in from Lily Shaw. Lily on the brakes there, another driver coming up through the field. Lily started this race 21st and is tearing her way up the order, up into the top 10 now. Oscar Keane in there as well. Oscar's had a decent start to the season. Sixth earlier on in the year at round number 2. That's where I've got my numbers mixed up. But has been a regular feature in the top 10 so far in finals, has Oscar Keane. I'll be looking, of course, to at least make it up into the A final directly. Ideally be top 15 on the grid. That's a position that you can work from for the longer races later on today. Miles Cloworth under investigation. Now I wonder, is that something to do with that formation lap? Because of course in karting, and there's a point at which on the track you've got to be back in formation, and I would say there's maybe a question mark at least as to whether Miles was back in position at the front of the grid before that point through the last sector. They'll definitely have a look at it just to be sure. But that may be something coming in, unfortunately, for Miles Cloworth that sours this race. Still going on in the midfield.
Aidan Hammond leads this race by 0.8 of a second ahead of Stanley Williams. Daniel Wisniewski's now up to third place. As Kartik Kameta looks down the inside, that's going to be side by side with the number 78 of Lily Shaw. And here comes Cash Harris as well. Cash looking around the outside. Good racing again here in this category. Just called a very brief sight there of Archie Ray Watson. Where did Archie Ray start? Started 8th in this one, is now up into the top 5. That's a good turnover of points. There is Daniel Wisniewski. Kart number 27. One of the biggest movers so far in this race, particularly those in the top 10. Based out of Bracknell. Looking to improve on a 7th place from earlier on in the season. Didn't have such a good time in the final last time out for this once-a-month club championship here at Shenington. Mars Cloworth dealing there with Archie Ray Watson. And immediately Stanley Stafford then on the attack as well. Would expect all of these drivers in the top 10 to be making it through to the A final, but they have got one more heat to go later on today. Stanley Stafford closing in there. Running, if I'm not mistaking my colours. No, I think I was about to mistake my colours there of which team that Stanley is running with. Elijah Lewis just went off the lead lap there. But that's okay. Learning all the time. New novice to the junior Rotax scene. Quite a hard division, of course, to go straight into, given how competitive it is at any level. As here's a moment, Stafford down the inside. Ooh, not quite able to get through past Watson. Watson likewise a bit bottled up perhaps at the moment behind Cleworth. Jack Corser now under investigation as well. Another move down the inside. I tell you what, we're seeing more moves into Wilkins today, aren't we? That's a sign of course, as the year goes on, the track rubbers up. It gets grippier out there. Temperatures start to rise. It has been quite a warm last couple of weeks in this part of the world if you're watching from further afield. Of course, for broadcast day, it's gone back to classic British springtime, cloudy, little bit of rain, little bit of everything. But we have seen temperatures in the central part of England up towards around 20 degrees the last couple of weeks. So with test days and the like going on, track is racing a little bit differently today than perhaps what we saw back in the earlier months of the championship. Time is up, but I think the leader's got over the line before the timer hit 0, so we'll have 2 more laps of this one. Couple of penalties coming in as well, tram lines related, so this is back to the start of the race. 3 seconds for Hugh Phillips in the number 52 and the number 90 of Samir Paul. So Paul right now, P9, that would drop Paul down about 5 positions. For Hugh Phillips, that would lose Hugh 2 or 3 positions, currently running in 18th place. Nothing further on our screens at the moment for both Mars Cloworth and Jack Corser. Maybe that'll be looked further in more detail after the race. Last lap board is now out. Aidan Hammond looking comfortable, 1.6 seconds clear of Stanley Williams. Daniel Wisniewski in 3rd. Those 3 are gone. They should just run this home now. Archie Ray Watson then trying to hold on to 4th place here ahead of Stanley Stafford and ahead of Mars Cloworth. In a way, I think Mars will be quite happy with this after being facing the wrong way and looking at the whole field on the formation lap. And a quite disconcerting moment. He's still going to get at least the top 6 on the road here. But Aidan Hammond, this is a good run. Good start to the day for Aidan Hammond. Back here at Shenington, looking to improve on results from earlier in the season and wins this heat. Ends the 2nd round for the junior Rotax drivers in good form. That's 11th and a win now for Hammond. Stanley Williams 2nd, Daniel Wisniewski 3rd, Archie Ray Watson and Stanley Stafford complete the top 5. Mars Cloworth, Lachi Yordanov, Oscar Keane, Samir Paul, Kartik Kameta, all in the top 10. Lily Shaw was one of the big movers in that race as well, up 10 places to 11th. Cash Harris, Jay Singh, Ruben Jenkins and Charlie White all in the top 15. Shay Hilton, Jake Richardson, Archie Buchanan, Oliver Dawson and Hugh Phillips take us down to 20th place. Louis Marchand 21st, the first of the novices. Jack Corser had problems in that race, 22nd. That's not the result that Jack would have been looking for. Elijah Lewis had a problem early on in the race, but got to the end, got to the checker flag in 23rd spot. More from the junior Rotax drivers later on in this morning and early afternoon session, of course. Heat 5 is due to go off at 12:43, and then the sixth and final heat at 12:56. We've got to move on, though. Water Swift Inter up next. So next up on our agenda, Miami Water Swift. This is the Inter category. Cody Vertigan will be on pole position for this first heat of the day. It's the second heat for the whole weekend for all of these drivers. We'll bring you the result from that first one in a few moments' time. William Bennett will start alongside Vertigan on the front row. Oliver Kleinfelter and Rudra Gokulnath on row 2. Ethan Lucas and Theo Tyak go from row number 3. Max Frisbee and Felix Booker go from row number 4. And then a newcomer to the grid as well on the novice plates there, the number 86 of Harley Bradbury Stretton. As we say, we had a race yesterday here at Shenington for these drivers, and it was the familiar theme of Rudra Gokulnath, who has won every final or been the round winner of every round that's got to a conclusion so far this season. That's a qualifying statement, because round 2, of course, didn't see all of its finals complete because of the word again. Theo Tyak was second yesterday in the first heat. Felix Booker had a good run to third. Max Frisbee and Cody Vertigan 4th and 5th. Oliver Kleinfelter 6th. Ethan Lucas, William Bennett and Harley Bradbury Stretton completed the 9 runners in that one. And those results carrying through into today, of course. There's William Bennett. Welsh Dragon proudly on his helmet. But actually based not too far from here, of course, based in Brackley. What can he do from the front row of the grid here in this one alongside Cody Vertigan? Are we good to go at the first time of asking? It's Saturday Night Fever. I think we're going round again. Yes, we are. Front row of the grid maybe a little bit quick there, out of the final corner and through the acceleration zone. So they'll go around again. Air temperature on... Actually, yeah, no, 12 degrees air temperature on our screen at the moment. A couple of degrees up from where it was this morning. I paused for a moment there because it's definitely warmer than 12 degrees in the comms box. There's the number 86 of Harley Bradbury Stretton. Harley, of course, will start all of these heats from the rear of the field. Hasn't raced here at Shenington so far this season. Rudra Gokulnath, of course, has, and very much leads the championship at the early stages of this season. But this is a new day of racing. What are we going to see here in this second heat of the weekend for Miami Water Swift Inter? Away we go then for 8 minutes. And it's a good start for those on the pole side of the grid. Vertigan will lead. Rudra Gokulnath's gone round the outside. Great run there from Rudra. Immediately up into second place, down towards Stratford Hairpin for the first time in this one. Vertigan defends to the inside. Bennett's held third for the moment in that number 99 machine. Through the Bruno chicane for the first time. I think there's been a change for fourth place as well. Felix Booker. I tell you what, Felix Booker could be one to keep an eye on today. Felix, as mentioned, had a good run yesterday. And on the basis of this first lap, is in good form so far here this weekend. Tactics being played out, though, at the moment here from the two leaders. No move yet from Rudra Gokulnath, who's maybe just trying to push Cody Vertigan away from the rest of the pack, but now senses that it's time to go for the move to take the race lead. And I think that was the right choice. Just looking at the body language of Cody Vertigan there, I think Cody was thinking about going for a defensive move into the Stratford hairpin, and that will have made the mind up for Rodrigo Ocon to say, well, we don't want that. That's not what we want to be doing at this stage. Right, I'm going to put myself at the very front of the field and do this the way that I've done it for the last couple of rounds here at Shenington. Lead from the front, gain those points, gain those positions. There's a little look for third place. Felix Booker not quite able to take advantage and get through past teammate William Bennett into third place. William Bennett's looking good here in this middle part of the race. Fishing for a move down the inside, and that's good. That's a nice move from William Bennett up into second place momentarily, but here comes Felix Booker. Booker's read that really well. No pun intended, but straight through into second place. So as the two drivers ahead fought over that second place, Booker got it done on both of them on corner exit. Keep an eye on the Tim Wilson Motorsport machine as well, on number 60, Oliver Kleinfelter. Oliver, who's been a consistent presence here so far this season. And this is a bright showing from Oliver so far. A little of a point forward there. Back to Cody Vertigan aboard the Evolve liveried machine to say, let's keep working. Let's keep the pressure on. All 9 drivers running in this one. Personal bests coming in from the likes of Theo Tyack, 48.571. Max Frisbee as well has just set a personal best so far in this race, and as our novice as well. So Harley Bradbury Stretton continuing to improve and set personal bests out there, 49.8. Right now though, Rodrigo Ocon starting to pull away. Ooh, now just want to have a closer look. Now I think it's fine. The rear bumper of Felix Booker, it's not flapping around. I just got a little bit concerned for a moment there that it was dragging on the floor. Quite a few cases yesterday as the conditions were changing back and forth across a number of classes. As Bennett's got down the inside. Nice move. Goes through, past his teammate, into second place. Quick check over the shoulder there from William, and sets about now trying to bring down that 1.4 second gap up to Rodrigo Ocon. Just back to what I was thinking about a couple of moments ago. So changeable conditions yesterday, lots of need to change setup, tyres, track width, all sorts. Quite a few drivers and entrants getting caught out as there's another move for second place. It's always the way. It's always the way. Trying to tell a little anecdote, but the drivers are like, no, Mr. Mather, there's racing going on. Talk about this instead. So Booker back into second place, as there's a fight going on for fifth place as well between Vertigan and Theo Tyack. Basically, track width was a feature for a couple of things in scrutineering yesterday. It's so easy to get wrong when conditions are changing. So if you are seeing a few disqualifications, that was why. Oh, that was close. That was really, really close between Booker and Bennett again. And Oliver Kleinfelter's still there in fourth place. Tell you what, Oliver Kleinfelter's running a really smart race here at the moment. He's not looking to get too involved as Theo Tyack's down the inside for fifth place on Vertigan. Gets it done round the outside almost. Vertigan's going to come back though as they head past Pitts Bend and down towards Stratford once again. It's still going on, that battle for fifth place, and Vertigan's got back into that position. Good spirited driving there from Cody Vertigan. Here's your battle for second place once again. Sure, William Bennett, well, he's not going to be close enough to go for that move through Hanger once again. That's mighty, mighty close the last time around. This time Theo Tyack's got down the inside, past Cody Vertigan into fifth place. Good stuff indeed there from Cody Vertigan and Theo Tyack as Booker defends through Park Bend into Cafe Corner. Very closely matched, these two. drivers for the Jade Racing team. Oliver Kleinfelter's still there as well, keeping them honest. Oliver got his best result in a final so far this season last time out during April's round, broke into the top 5. Felix Booker, though, looking to make a return to the podium for the first time since round number 3. 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. Leader, meanwhile, continuing to do what they've done across the course of the season so far. Rudra Gokulnath's lead now 2.8 seconds. Lap times in the high 47s for Gokulnath and that number 25 A3E Racing machine. I'll be quite happy with how this race has gone so far. Down towards the hairpin once again. Looks like there's been a move for 6th place. Ethan Lucas through. Past Cody Vertigan. So good stuff there from the driver in the number 53. Missed Ethan last time out. Best result in a final so far for Ethan this season, a P8 back at round number 3. Could well beat that here today. 45 seconds remaining on the clock, so yeah, I reckon we'll have 2 more laps. We might actually get 3 here. Gokulnath might come over the line with 3 or 4 seconds still remaining on the clock. But either way, William Bennett still going to need to find a way through past Felix Booker here. But Booker's in a nice rhythm so far in this heat. Not phased by the proximity of the 2 drivers behind. Just able to keep this pace up nicely. You can just see there how Felix didn't wash out, didn't allow the kart to get over that seam that we talk about straight down the middle of the road. Meant that William Bennett had no opportunity to get down the inside, and in fact William Bennett now having to be wary of Oliver Kleinfelter over his shoulder. We are on the last lap, so yeah, the 2 more laps at the last count. So Bennett down the inside again, but not close enough to find a way through past Felix Booker, unfortunately. But it's been a good scrap between these 3. Kleinfelter's still there, waiting for an opportunity. Whilst this battle has been good, the not so good news is a couple of penalties have just come in. 5 seconds for William Bennett, 3 seconds for Kleinfelter, all to do with the race start and tram lines. That isn't going to change things, though, for Rudra Gokulnath. Rudra Gokulnath is going to take another heat win. Continues this rich reign of form here in Water Swift at Shenington. Over the line as well. Booker 2nd. Kleinfelter did get 3rd on the road there ahead of William Bennett. It doesn't actually change things too much because the 2-second difference in penalties between those 2 is going to swap that position anyway. Both of them will lose out to Theo Tyack, Ethan Lucas and Cody Vertigan. So yeah, they'll drop to 6th and 7th, I think. Max Frisbee will stay in 8th. Was more than 5 seconds behind William Bennett, and good drive as well there from Harley Bradbury Stratton. First time here at Shenington in front of Alpha Live cameras. Comes home P9 and broke the 50-second barrier in terms of lap time. So there we go. There is the result for Miami Water Swift. They do have a 3rd and final heat to come, of course. That will be just before a couple of hours time for Water Swift Inter. Penultimate race before the lunch break. But let's stick with the younger categories for the next race. The cadets are out next. Two categories for the price of one then. Here on your Alpha Live broadcast for Shenington Mayday Speedfest round 5 of the championship, the club championships of 2026. Here's your grid for the Miami Water Swift Restricted. Jennifer Banks, Logan Hodgetts on the front row, Henry Hales and Max St. Hilaire on row 2, Ken Hakura and Wilkins there on row number 3. Harry Murphy, the last of those not on novice place, Archie Ashworth the first of them. Freddie Purnell and Tommy Walton row 5, Harley Beebe and Arlo Pulter-Goody on row 6. Charlie Kitchen, the last of the Miami Water Swift Restricted. It's then Austin Dowell, Ben Bowers, Alfie Love, Ollie Knox, Phoebe Shelton, Archie Edgar, Cian Doherty and others. And of course it always happens when you're trying to rattle through a grid, knowing that you're on a little bit of a time squeeze. It's always a false start. So we'll do that one again, just to give it its full dues. The Hondas will come over the line. They will, of course, go to a false start. So Banks and Hodgetts, row 1. Hales and St. Hilaire, row 2. Hakura and Riley Aston Wilkins on row number 3. Harry Murphy and Archie Ashworth, row 4. Freddie Pennell and Tommy Walton, row 5. Harley Beebe and Arlo Poulter-Goody on row 6. Charlie Kitchen, the last of the Iamis. Hondas, Austin Dowell, the first of them. And then it's Ben Bowers, Alfie Love, Ollie Knox and Phoebe Shelton. Archie Edgar, Cian Doherty, Nico Veselovsky and Keen Delaney take us down to row 11. And then a few novices as well. Always good to see in the Hondas. Fraser Messer and Oscar Watson, the first of them. Dom Kelly completes the 25-strong cadet field here across these two categories. Take two then for the Miami Water Swift Restricted. Oh no, that's getting too close. Straight away, Logan Hodgetts, Henry Hales, pretty much everybody involved. Riley Aston Wilkins in the number 11 is held up. Tommy Walton also got locked together there. What a dramatic start in the Miami Water Swift Restricted category. Now that looked to actually have come from the second or third row. Hondas, much cleaner, much better as we get this race underway. And the 4 strokes rumble through the first couple of corners. So to the front of the field has come the number 65 of Harry Murphy. Caden Hakura there in the 99. Caden had a decent run at Wilton Mill in the British Kart Championships season opener for the Miami categories a couple of weekends ago. And well, the grid is properly shaken. Well, the order is shaken up from the grid. So Murphy from Hakura, Arlo Poulter-Goody, one of the novices, is up to third. Max St. Hilaire in the McLaren livery has just gone down the inside to take third place. Henry Hales, who was right in the middle of everything that happened there off the start, is back up to P5. Then it's Pennell, Kitchen, Bebb, Ashworth, Logan Hodgetts completing the top 10. To note in Hondas as well, good start for Ben Bowers. Ben Bowers has the lead in Hondas as here's a move from Max St. Hilaire almost down the inside of Caden Hakura there for second place. Harry Hales immediately back on the scene in the number 57. He's now looking down the inside of number 81. Close, but not too close. And through goes Henry Hales back on this recovery drive with that move through Park Bend. Henry Hales did have the race win yesterday. And everything that's happened in the early stages of this one, we didn't even have a chance to give you the rundown of how things look going into this one. Hales, Murphy and Pennell, the top 3 in Miami yesterday. This was the race start. So what happens here? Oh, it looks like the number... actually, that could have come from further back. The 71 of Jennifer Banks and the 57 of Henry Hales touched, but I think there was something from further back as well. I don't think that was all just a case of 2 drivers driving into the same piece of English countryside. I think there were more factors involved in that particular exchange. Here's a good exchange. This is for the lead in Hondas. Ben Bowers, who did not run yesterday, scrapping with Ollie Knox. Knox, second yesterday in the first heat, has taken the race lead. But both of them need to keep an eye on the driver immediately behind, Phoebe Shelton. Phoebe took the heat win yesterday within Hondas. And I've got to say, again, really good to see Honda Cadet numbers starting to go in an upward direction. I'd love more, of course. I'd love a full grid of them, but good to see them in double figures after a couple of seasons in a bit of a worrying state. And this grid of Honda Cadet drivers very competitive indeed. A good number of them have been racing across the course of the season so far here at Shenington. A category that think have probably had some of the highest number of racing laps here at Shenington so far. Of course, they were one of the only classes that got some form of running in at all during the fog-disrupted round number 1 at the start of the season. Let's give you a rundown. 4 minutes of this race gone. In the Hondas, you're looking at Ollie Knox leading, or was leading, from Ben Bowers. Bowers down the inside takes the race lead. Phoebe Shelton third, Keane Doherty and Austin Dowell in the top 5. Nico Weslowski, Keane Delaney, Archie Edgar, Alfie Love. That's your order of them down to 23rd place overall. Dom Kelly is currently first of the novices ahead of Fraser Messer and Oscar Watson. Meanwhile, across in Miami Watersmith Restricted, we've had a change of lead. Henry Hales has got back to the front of the order ahead of Harry Murphy, Caden Hakura, Max St. Hilaire, and then first of the novices, Arlo Poulter Goody. So that's your top 5 overall within the Miami category. Once you combine those on the full plates and the novices, here they are. Oh, in fact, here is your scrap for third place. Freddie Purnell having a look there. In fact, no, it's not for third place. Caden Hakura has lost at least one position, I think, on this lap. There is driver in third place. Max St. Hilaire has 3 wide into the first turn. Good bravery there from Freddie Purnell. Caden Hakura gets the move, gets the overtake back, and look at Logan Hodgetts coming around the outside as well. Hodgetts trying to get back up the order. Bit of a wibble there on that front fairing. That'll be a question mark at the end of the race that will be looked over, perhaps. It could just be how it's mounted. Of course, that's all down to the race officials. But either way, Logan Hodgetts looking to make progress after the positions lost through turn 1. That is going to be Hodgetts back up to P4 now. Good fight back from Caden Hakura. Again, deep on the brakes there into Wilkins. You can do that kind of move on a day like today with a bit more grip into that part of the course than perhaps a month or 2 ago. Other changes further back from this group. Tommy Walton's got through past Harley Beeb Harley Bebb for 9th place, as there is a move. In fact, that might well have been Harley Bebb going back down the inside, retaking that position. Here are your Hondas. Move coming in there for 3rd place. And that was Keane Doherty making a move. Yes, it was in the number 94. So good stuff here from our cadets. Keane so far this season looking to continue from where left off, of course, last month. Had a really, really good run here in April. Back and forth here with Phoebe Shelton. I've got to say, this is probably Phoebe Shelton's strongest run so far this season. Was 3rd in the first proper round that ran to conclusion back in February. I don't think Phoebe was here last time out in the April round, but continuing to improve. Flurry of investigation notices coming in. Not too much of a surprise that these are coming in. Tommy Walton, Jennifer Banks, Logan Hodgetts, Keane Delaney. I would imagine quite a few of these are maybe for the first lap or so. Of course, we'll leave the officials to deal with that. Use their expertise and wisdom to judge. Oh, that got a little bit close between Phoebe Shelton and Keane Doherty. Means that Shelton is through into 3rd place. Keane Delaney having a good race here as well in that bright blue number 91 machine. Just got past Austin Dowell for, what's that, 5th place? Yeah, 5th place in Honda Cadet. As here is a fight for the lead in Honda Cadet. Ollie Knox trying to get through past Ben Bowers. We are on the final lap. The Miami Watersmith Restricteds are, in terms of their lead lap, sorry, no, the Hondas aren't quite on their lead lap yet. Miami's are, though. Leader of their class is just coming through the Stratford hairpin now. just stick with this battle because this, as I say, is for the lead in the Honda Cadet category. Through there, that's another move coming in this time from Cian Delaney. So Cian Delaney now up to 4th place in the Hondas. Cian Doherty trying to fight back there. Alfie Love has just taken a position as well ahead of Archie Edgar. That's for P21. Number 44 there of Archie Ashworth keeps out of the way. Oh, that's lovely from Ollie Knox. Back down the inside as here's going to be a win over the line. Henry Hales has taken the win in Miami Water Swift Restricted. Harry Murphy and Logan Hodgett 2nd and 3rd, but we're going to keep here with the Hondas because this is a really good scrap in their class for all of the top 3 positions and more. Last couple of corners to go. Looks like Ollie Knox is going to hold on to it to take this second heat of the weekend, continuing the string of results. Yeah, hand in the air there for Ollie Knox. Nicely done. Ahead of Ben Bowers, Phoebe Shelton 3rd. Another good result for Phoebe. Cian Doherty and Cian Delaney in the top 5. So, slightly dramatic start to that race, but some great driving nonetheless from both of our cadet categories here today. Hales, Murphy, Hodgett, St. Hilaire and Hakura in the top 5 in IAMI's. And then it's Knox, Bowers, Shelton, Doherty and Delaney likewise in the Hondas. Good drive there from Charlie Kitchen as well. Charlie started this race 13th on the grid, was in the novice pack at the rear of the IAMI's field, comes up to 6th place in the end of that one. There's the rest of your Hondas as well. Top novice in the Hondas was Archie, no apologies, it wasn't Archie Ashworth, it was Dominic Kelly. So well done to Dominic. Fraser Mesa and Oscar Watson just fell off the lead lap. They just got caught by the leaders in the IAMI ranks. Cadets will be back out again at just after 1:20. Again, a couple of hours time. That'll be the last race before the lunch break. Once again, though, we've got to move on. Something a little bit different up next. Formula Libre, heat number 2. Here's a grid then for the second heat of the race meeting for Formula Libre. Jack Stewart and Harple Baines due to go from the front row in this one. Liv Jenkins and Amy Catchpole on row number 2. It's then Matt Venn and Guy Tolley going from row number 3. Mark Armstrong and Oliver Kershaw, they are on the 4th row of the grid. Dylan Chadwick and Lewis Paynton on row 5. Dean Hale, very strong run last time from Dean Hale. He starts on row 6 for this one alongside Ollie Venn. Richard Mallinson and Ben Stanford on 7. Pierce Armstrong is back once again alongside Andrew Silvers on row 8. Alex Jones and Stuart Goff complete row number 9. Oliver Bourne and Stuart Briley. Good to see Stuart on a racing grid on row number 10. And then Joseph Emmett completes the 21 runners here today. A result from yesterday. Let's just pull that up on the screen for us here in the box. It was Oliver Bourne who took the race victory. Liv Jenkins second, Guy Tolley, Jack Stewart and Pierce Armstrong all in the top 5. There were problems though. Stuart Goff was a did not start and then DQs for non-compliance for Dean Hale and Joseph Emmett. If you're new to Formula Libre as a category, you're wondering, what's this? This is something that I'm not used to. This is a cost-effective, low-cost manner to go racing with IAMI X30 equipment. I like it. I like it a lot, and it's produced some great racing so far this season. James Ogden leads the championship going into today's round. With Jamie Jenkins, who does not race today. Did have a quick chat with Jamie earlier on. Has unfortunately got a broken rib, so he's on the recovery table at the moment. Is hoping to be back for the next round, but we'll take this round as a drop. Lewis Paynton is 3rd in the points heading into today. Liv Jenkins and Ashley White complete the top 5s. Oh no, this problem's already for Jack Stewart in that number 57 machine. We go, no, we don't go racing. That might give a reprieve to Jack Stewart to hopefully get back into formation. Oh no, that's not getting back into formation. Not at all. Oh, that is a shame. Real shame for Jack Stewart, who would have been hoping for a lot more heading into this race. Will not start from pole position. We'll hope for better when we get to the third round of heats later on today. Everyone will make the final in this one. There's no threat of a repechage or a cut-off. So the grid will form up for the second time of asking, just without Jack Stewart this time. Love that one. Harple Baines will assume pole position, just from the opposite side of the run down towards turn number 1. Let's get this race underway then. 8 minutes plus 1 lap, Formula Libre heat number 2 of the weekend, and it's a great start. Down the inside straight away. Oh dear, there's some goings on in the second half of the field. But it is the number 61 of Matt Venn who has come to the front of the order here. Good start for Matt Venn. Harple Baines holding there in second place. See Dean Hale already looking to get involved in that number 31 machine. Dean Hale is going to have the bit between his teeth, I'm sure, after that win last time out in the April round, adding to his tally of wins in his Formula Libre category. He's got a job to do now, having had a non-compliance technical DQ yesterday. So Venn leads from Mark Armstrong. Lewis Paynton's had a good start as well, up to third place. Guy Tolley's on the attack as well in the number 35. Guy Tolley's had many a race win, of course, in this category over the years. Down towards the hairpin once again. Good start this from Matt Venn. He's taken advantage of this situation and the demise of Jack Stewart. Got that clean run down towards the first corner. One of the things I really like about this category is the commitment of these drivers. Oh, well, that was commitment indeed from the kart number 78 of Alex Jones, and that's going to open things back up for the likes of Harple Baines and Amy Catchpole to try and gain positions. No quarters given, of course, in this form of racing. Down towards the hairpin once again. Guy Tolley and Dean Hale now up to 4th and 5th places respectively, and that could be a little bit dangerous for the rest of the field. That's two fast drivers. They will work together at this stage to dispatch of the others, or at least try to. Who else has had a good start? We mentioned Alex Jones on the move. Richard Mallison up 4 spots. As Andrew Silvers has a go there. And that's him battling with Ollie Venn, or was battling with Ollie Venn for 11th place. Change between Hale and Tolley. Dean Hale's got through into 4th place. And Dean Hale's pace last time here at Shenington was very, very impressive. Really took that April round away from the rest of them. Under investigation for something earlier on in this race. Ben Stanford in the number 85. Stanford at the moment, oh dear, is running at the tail of the field. Alex Jones has also had a contact warning. The race officials keeping on top of everything there. Big send down the inside. Nice stuff from the number 66 there of Ollie Venn. Oh, big spin for Lewis Paynton. Gets going again, but oh dear, Lewis Paynton loses a whole stack of positions there. Heart in mouth moment for one of the top runners in the championship so far this season. Rear of the kart just looked to break away from him there. There was no other kart by the looks of things involved there. Very glad as well that Lewis was able to get that away over to driver's right. That was actually quite clever in terms of recovering the kart. Just allowed it to drift back out wide, not into the path of anybody else. And that could have been a nasty moment through what is another very, very fast corner. Changes a foot. Harple Baines has gained a spot you saw a moment ago there in the Guinness number 88. Up to 7th place now. So Venn leads from Armstrong. Hale, Tolley, Catchpole, Jones, Baines, Venn, Mallinson and Oliver Kershaw completing the top 10 right now. Here is your fight for 2nd place. Dean Hale closing in on Mark Armstrong. Is there going to be a move coming in from the winner of the April round? No, not this time. Good coverage there from Mark Armstrong. Another very experienced hand in this category, of course. Has been in the top 10 at every single final result so far this season. But Hale is coming through, whether Mark Armstrong likes it or not. Good stuff. Good racing. What we come to expect here in this Formula Libre category, but Dean Hale is on the march here. Fastest driver out on circuit, set that 44.113 a couple of laps ago. And is now setting about trying to close in and find a way through past Matt Venn. Matt Venn, who hasn't run so far this season. Yes, of course, Matt has joined Ollie Venn on the grid for this one. Matt making quite an impression in the early phases of this. That's what I love. That is what I love about this category and how these guys go racing. Get that one on the replay machine. Dean Hale has got the lasso, has pulled Matt Venn in and taken the race lead. That's pure entertainment. Absolutely fantastic from Dean Hale. That's not the first time Dean's done that, but you cannot help but smile. Unless you're Matt Venn, of course, and you've just lost the race lead, but that is superb. That's the true spirit of this category. Drivers racing hard, loving their racing, and we're all here for it. Here's a look at the replay again. Sorry, a little pause here in the box, but yeah, that one will hopefully go up on social media later on in the week. Meanwhile, there's a race going on, Andrew. Guy Tolley has closed in here on Mark Armstrong. This is for 3rd place with just under a minute and a half to go. And Guy Tolley's got a really good run here. Oh, no, not quite. Had good low end there, but not quite enough in the middle and the high to draw alongside Mark Armstrong there and get that move done for 3rd place. Penalties coming in. Oh, dear. Guy Tolley's not going to like this piece of news. 4 wheels outside the tram lines at the race start. That's 5 seconds for Guy Tolley. Oliver Kershaw's had a 3 second for just the 2 wheels outside the tram lines off the race start. So Kershaw currently running 10th on the road. Will drop down just a couple of places. I think it'll just slot back in ahead of Harple Baines. Harple Baines has had trouble in the second half of this race. Is now down in 14th place. 35 seconds remaining. Guy Tolley's going to have another go at it here. But no, again, looks same as the lap before. Maybe a slight difference in setup there between these two karts and these two drivers, but Tolley looks good out of the final corner, but is not quite able to get alongside enough to make that overtake stick into the first bend. Amy Catchpole having a good run here. This is good to see for Amy. Best results so far this season for Amy. She was 23rd in the final back at round 2. So this is good progress from Amy there in that number 89 machine. Last lap board is out. Is it 3rd time a charm for Guy Tolley? No, not able again. He's going to have to think of something different here. And the trouble is, if you don't have top end round this circuit, it can be a struggle. It can be a real struggle with it being such a power circuit. There's your race leader, Dean Hale, the cowboy, as we may start calling him after that lasso work earlier on in this race. He's going to take another heat win here. This has been a thoroughly entertaining race in Formula Libre that once again ends with the number 31 in P1. Good stuff from Dean Hale, Matt Venn, P2, Mark Armstrong, P3. Guy Tolley 4th, but has a 5-second penalty. Ooh, that could be quite costly. Actually, no, not too bad. Just loses a couple of positions to Amy Catchpole and Alex Jones. Good drive there from Alex Jones for Jack Tex Racing. Started 17th, finishes at 6th. Ollie Venn 7th, Oliver Bourne as well. Nice drive there from Bourne. Started at the very back of the field, up 12 spots to P8. Joseph Emmett, the first of the novices. Good drive that from Joseph Emmett as well, being a novice. Started this one from the very back of the field, P9. Oliver Kershaw, with that 3-second penalty, will drop a couple of positions as well. So that'll put Pierce Armstrong back into the top 10. Richard Mallinson next up, 12th on the road. Andrew Silvers and Lewis Payton. Payton, who of course had that spin, was 14th. Harper Baines 15th. Dylan Chadwick, Stuart Briley, Ben Stanford. 18 drivers who took the very race start, finished it. Jack Stewart, of course, had those technical problems on the formation lap, so I think we'll technically go down as a DNS in that one. Well, if you want to see more of that, make sure that you are with us for the first race after the lunch break. 2 o'clock is when the Formula Libres will go back out on circuit. We will shift our attention, though, back to the Rotax categories next. Minimax is out next. So into the Inter-Rotax category, Minimax out on track next. Noah Hobson and Eva Jones on the front row. Ayrton Galsworth and Xavier Davidson on the second row. Xavier is going to have a good race here because sweet treats have just been offered to the altar of Commentary Curses. So there's going to be nothing going wrong here for the number 11 in this race. Jess Kirby and Noah Hammond on row number 3. It's Hugo Torpy and Charlie Heffer on row 4. Dan Hulse and Alex Tuchinskis are on row number 5. It's Alicia Waterhouse and Ben Hunt on row 6. Hunt has had a very good season so far. Leander Hewitt, the other of the Hewitts, is on the 7th row of the grid for this one alongside Arlo Atwood. William Davidson and Noah Wicklow go from row 8. Oscar Churches has been strong at this circuit before, of course. Starts on row number 9 alongside Joshua Kinniston Wade. Jack Hansford and Freya Lally on row 10. Freya Lally, one of those drivers who's recently moved up from novice plates and has been in very good form so far this season. They start on row number 10, those two. Jude Story and Toby Mars on row 11. Thomas Laidler and William Moore on row 12. Timmy Uzanov and Finley Rhodes go from 13. Arthur Kayser, the last of those not on novice plates. William Gillick, the first of the novices, 28th on the grid. Thomas Gulliver and Joshua Sharples complete row 15. Ollie Blanford, Jamal Pumram on row 16. Roshan Bachada and Chloe Van Beneden go from row 17. It is a full capacity 34 strong grid here for Minimax today. Let's bring you up to speed with what happened yesterday. Oscar Churches was your race winner. William Moore 2nd, Dimmy Uzanov 3rd, Leander Hewitt 4th, and Alicia Waterhouse 5th. For all of the results, of course, you can head across to results.alphatiming.co.uk/SKRC. And you can go through all of the results, not just for this weekend, but previous rounds and all the championship scores as well. And if you want to follow the results live as well, live.alphatiming.co.uk/SKRC. And as we say, it must have got a little bit of a pause here. We've got time to give you the championship scores at the start of today. And Ben Hunt leads the championship at the moment. 108 points for the best 2 rounds from the 3 that have been fully completed or gone to a conclusion so far this season for the Minimaxers. Finley Rhodes is 2nd, 4 points back on 104. Then a further 8 back we find Charlie Heffer. Noah Hobson 4th, Jude Story 5th, equal points with Freya Lally. And this is another one that I think is the story is going to evolve across the course of the season. A lot of the drivers who are regulars here have maybe had a round or two on those novice plates. It's a really, really good time for this category, this Rotax Inter category for Minimax, because you've got so many new drivers coming in, particularly from the arrive and drive scene. And they're quick. They're really, really quick and competitive. So I think it was going to get more drivers doing their signature races. They are going to come forward in the championship ranks across the course of the season. That's going to keep the pressure on the likes of Ben Hunt and Finley Rhodes as they race through across the course of the season. And of course, every single Sunday here at Shenington across the course of the year, you will be able to be with us. And of course, we've got Super Prix coming up in the not too distant future as well for July, where even more coverage than the standard rounds across the course of the year can be followed here on Alpha Live. Hopefully third time's a charm in terms of comments. Hello to the Racing Llama. I love you too. Where is my Landau international father, also known as Henry Baudet? I may be wrong here because he can be an elusive man at times, Henry, in terms of his geographical location. I believe he's in California this weekend, going through more stages of his Club 100 initiation process, or I should say Rotax Racing Club initiation process. I'm pretty sure I saw a story from him the other day that he's across in California with the Formula KFX series, which, if you don't know what that is, if you know what Club 100 is here in the UK, Formula KFX is like the American version. And in a couple of weeks' time, Silverstone will be a venue for the inaugural Rotax Racing Club International Finals. Henry will be doing that one. Piers Pryor is alongside him. I hoped to be there myself. Unfortunately, the Double Dash Motorsport Media cloning machine is not in operation at the moment, and I can't be in two places at once, and it's a British Kart Championships weekend. So I'll be up at PF for that one. Henry will be being Mr. Rotax himself for it's going to be a great event. It's going to be a really, really good event, and particularly apt that we talk about it at this stage, because a lot of the drivers on this grid in particular now into Minimax have come through from Club 100 and things like that, running on similar powertrains, of course. So yeah, it's all go. So I may be wrong. I'm sure if I am wrong and he is listening, that he'll be texting me immediately. But I think that's where Henry is this weekend. But never fear, he will be back soon. He is already making his way to the next Bump Draft podcast recording, so we're definitely on time for that one. Keep your comments coming in. Hello to who else? Hello to GT12. Hello to yes, Daniel Holtz is not racing in this one. That is correct. Apologies. Yeah, I'd seen that little bit of information earlier on. It just escaped my mind. So we won't quite have 34 drivers on the grid for this one. Engines are fired though. Filling time has been completed. And we can go out on circuit for, say, the second heat of the weekend for these drivers. Change in format versus previous rounds, where everybody does 3 heats now across the course of 2 days to get ready for the final. And I quite like that. I think it just takes a bit of the pressure off the drivers, particularly if they have the kind of result in the first round of heats that they don't want. We all know what that actually means. It just takes the pressure off the second one. They don't have to go full send and full attack, which can then, in a secondary wave, lead to negative moments. allows them to race back through for ultimately where they score those championship points here for the Shenington Kart Racing Club Championships in the finals. So, ready for this one then. This could be a lot of fun. Once again, here in the Rotax Intercategory for the Minimaxes. Are we underway? Yes, we are. 8 minutes, counting down as they all run down towards the first couple of corners. Do they make it all through? Yes, they do. And I tell you what, Noah Hobson has got an absolute flyer of a start here, wearing that Lando Norris replica helmet. One of those drivers that we talked about has been moving up through the Motorsport UK karting pathway ranks. Oh dear, a little bit of jostling and bumping in the second half of the field. But I think everybody has got through the first half lap of this one. Now, the trouble for Noah, this circuit in the dry, very, very difficult to stay away as a driver on you. Oh no, one of the other JDRs has gone round. Oh no, no. I was hoping everybody was going to be able to avoid there, but it's Jess Kirby who initially went, oh dear, car park down at Wilkins. Now this is, yeah, straight away, full course yellow. So this is all stemmed from the Jess Kirby spin. Who have we got involved here? We've got Jake Hansford, Freya Lally, Toby Miles, Arthur Kaiser, and then pretty much all of the novices apart from Ollie Blanford. Roshan Bachada, Hugo Torpy, Tom Gulliver, Jamal Pumaram, Chloe Van Beneden and William Gillick. Now if they can all get going again, they can all get back in the race and red flag. Yeah, that's the right decision. Track is fully blocked. Can't have the field tearing back round. Well, not even tearing back round. They won't be able to get through at the moment. The number 16 is carrying damage. That's Roshan Bachada. The number 90 of Toby Miles is going nowhere in a hurry. Arthur Kaiser walks back to the marshal post. And the number 99 of Tom Gulliver will get going again. Now, that incident was on the first lap, but the majority of the field had run over the line to start the second lap before the red flag was displayed. And so that all stemmed from Jess Kirby just having a little spin. But again, 30 odd karts all running into what is it called? It tightens on the second half of the bend. It's understandable that has occurred. I tell you what, that's a real shame for Noah Hobson. Noah got an absolute flyer of a start, but he's going to have to do all of that again now. Right, so it's the number 84 there, just runs out wide. One kart is going to clip, and that's then going to trigger. Oh, yeah, so it's the number 90 that just unfortunately clips the 84. That spins the number 90 round in the incorrect direction, and then everybody else who just happened to be behind the number 90 of Toby Miles at that point has just got nowhere to go. You say that's really, really unfortunate, but the most important thing is I think everybody is okay. Karts, not so, but karts can be repaired, and hopefully we'll be able to be repaired before we get to the third and final round of heats. And there I was saying that, oh, you know, it'll all be relatively calm with the 3 heats today. Spoke too soon on that one. We'll put that down to the commentary curse. That's my fault. But the drivers will just wait for further instruction from the race officials to get this race underway. If you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage of round 5 of the Shenington Kart Racing Club Championships for 2026. Andrew Mather on the in the commentary position right now. Hello to Gareth Webb. Shout out to William Webb in senior, currently revising for exams. I can't race this weekend. Yes, it is that time of year, isn't it? With exams afoot. So keep working hard, William. Sure we'll see you back here very, very soon. Yeah, always a kid this time of year. When I was back doing examinations and that thing, it was always the case of like championship playoff final would mark the end of them. Might not be a championship playoff final this year if you're into your football. But yeah, to anyone going through that period of life, keep calm, keep calm. Keep working hard, and always remember as well, examinations are important, but they don't necessarily write the whole of your future. So particularly for drivers in karting, great practical opportunities and lessons of life in this sport that no examination hall will teach you. So keep calm, carry on, all of that business. Right, so the grid is now going to be reformed, as I thought would be the case. This is going to be a full race restart. That first race will not go down in the history books because officially it didn't happen because of the early red flag. So we will reset and go again. So you can see the number 38 of Noah Hobson back at the front of the field there. Alongside, once again, for the start of this one will be Eva Jones. Eva is a driver, I believe, who's recently come off novice plates. Previously had Eva down as a novice. I've just deleted that little bit of detail on the spreadsheet. Ayrton Galsworthy will start third on the grid for this one, and then Xavier Davidson there. I think Xavier's recently come off novice plates as well. So this, I say, this is why I think this category is going to evolve and change as the season goes on, because you're going to have new drivers who, for the first round or two, until they got all their signatures to come off novice plates, had to start these heats from the back of the field. Now, yes, they may well have raced their way through from the back of the grid when they were on novice plates. But yeah, just looking at Xavier's results so far this season, yeah, 14th, 21st and 16th in the finals, which is really good for when you're on your novice plates, coming back up the order. But now, these drivers on the full licensed yellow plates, now they get the opportunity in these heats to start further up the order, see what they can do at the front of the field. And that naturally will lead towards even better results than they've had earlier on in the season, and that's going to convert through to championship points. So yeah, it's going to be a really interesting middle part of this year and then second half of the season. So whereas, you know, there's been results so far this season that you think, oh yeah, these are the 2 or 3 drivers that would expect to race through and be championship contenders come the autumn. Maybe not so as straightforward as that when we get to September and October and November, and particularly when you then get dropped scores coming into the equation. So the grid continues to be reorganised into the order, and see Jordan Montgomery down there overseeing things. Difficulty for the race officials, of course, in this one is it's a big grid. It's when you've got to do this job for a 16 kart grid, it naturally goes a lot quicker. And of course, the drivers at this precise moment will be thinking through what happened there on that race start, not just in terms of the incident at Wilkins. They'll be thinking through the whole thing and how they can either execute in similar fashion to get themselves up the order, or do things a little bit better. So the grid continues to be put back into its original order. If you're just joining us, we'll actually just go through that order to remind you how they will go off for this second attempt at the race start. Apologies, actually, we'll go. It's the strictly unofficial version, folks. That's in the DDMM spreadsheet. So Noah Hobson there on the right-hand side of your screen, or just to the right-hand side of your screen, will be on pole position for this one. Eva Jones second. Drivers keeping themselves entertained there. Ayrton Galsworthy in the number 57, the black suit and the white helmet, will be third. Xavier Davidson, once Xavier has finished throwing the dance moves, will start this one from fourth on the grid. Jess Kirby, I think Jess is another one who's recently come off novice plates, in the number 84, will start fifth. Jess, of course, will be now thinking through, okay, what have we learned from that little spin? Maybe went a little bit too quick into Wilkins' corner. You can see, of course, to driver's left-hand side, various bits of the detritus, marbles, strewn bits of race tyre. I suspect, yeah, Jess probably just got out a little bit too wide. It's really easy to do here at Shenington. You just drift out a bit to the left, particularly when you've got karts down your inside as well. Yeah, very, very easy to lose the back end of a kart when your tyres are a little bit cooler as well at the start of a race. So Jess will have learnt from that, and we'll go again. Noah Hammond will start sixth for this one. Hugo Torpy and Charlie Heffer up next on row 4. Joshua Sharples just on his own, or everybody else will then shuffle up the order, because there's no number 35 of Daniel Hulse in this one. So Alex Tuchinskis will be next up. Alicia Waterhouse, Ben Hunt in that number 53 machine. So you can just see Ben about, what's that, 6 or 7 karts back with the Lando Norris LN chassis and blue and yellow sticker kit and the white helmet. So keep an eye out on Ben's progress in this one. Leander Hewitt, Arlo Atwood, William Davidson, Noah Wicklow. Oscar Churches in the number 13 is another one to keep an eye on. I think you can just see Oscar there in that red kart with the black helmet with the iridium style visor. Won the first heat yesterday. So definitely one to keep an eye on. Has had race wins at Shenington before. Last year had a good set of results in Micro Max across the course of the 2025 championship. Joshua Kenniston Wade will be next up inside the top 20, and then Jake Hansford. Freya Lally. Freya Lally's definitely come off novice place, so we'll change that little note in the system that we have here in the comms box. Jude Story, Toby Miles. Toby Miles probably won't run in this one, because of course you've got some karts that were damaged beyond a raceable condition in that incident. The important thing is Toby's okay, but the front left corner of the number 90 kart was, well, really took the brunt of the whole incident, really. The initial touch with Jess Kirby's kart, and then the concertina effect that followed in with those behind. Thomas Laidler will then therefore move up a position ahead of William Moore, Dimi Uzanov. I think both of those two managed to get through the melee that occurred, or they were slightly ahead of it by the time Toby Miles got to this corner. So that will be Moore and Uzanov, both due to go from the top 25. Finley Rhodes, Arthur Kayser, now we're into the ones that were involved. William Gillick, Thomas Gulliver. Ollie Blandford did make it through, so keep an eye on the number 60 from the back of the field for potentially making another strong start. Ollie did it once, could do it again. And then Jamal Punaram, Roshan Batrada and Chloe Van Beneden, the rest of those due to go off in this one. So now that we get all the transponders coming over the line, I'll tell you how many are still running in this one. So we started with 33, 21's going in, so I think Joshua Sharples has felt something there, obviously pulling away from the grid. Oh yeah, the number 40 of Arlo Atwood's not going to run. That was a rear bumper, very much askew. So that's not in OTK factory spec condition. I reckon we're going to probably be running about 28, 29 karts in this one. So after a pause, good work by the marshals and the race officials. We're set to go racing again for Take 2 in Minimax for their second heat of the weekend. Can Noah Hobson get another lightning start from pole position into the tram lines to go? We're away and racing. No, false start. So we'll go round again. I think that time Noah Hobson got too much of a flyer. That was too quick. And the race officials wanted to make sure that these race starts are in two particular fashions: fair, but also safe. Because if it's too quick into that first turn, that can then lead to incidents, of course. So we'll go around again. Eva Jones will retake that position alongside on the front row. And now, well, I'd suspect the tension started to rise for our Minimax drivers here. They've had that red flag, they've had a false start. Now they're going to be really itching to get this one underway. So once again, out of the final corner, this one's looking better. Over the line and we go. A few drivers. Yeah, no, that's a false start again. So there was a fit now. Now the drivers really are going to have to think about things, because that's two false starts now. If they have another one, there's going to be trouble. You do sometimes see this, and I say that the race officials are being very clear there. Slow it down, spread it apart. I think that is the problem, that front row just going too early through that final corner, and it means that the middle part of the pack is too disorganized by the time they get down to the start line. As I say, they're going to need to get it right this time. If they have a third false start, race officials do have the option to take further action, which won't be a positive action. Hopefully this time we get this right. This is looking better, and yes, we are green and racing once again in Minimax. It's another good start for Noah Hobson. The rest of the field running through. A little bit wide there in the background was Dimi Uzanov in the number 62. But apart from that, we're all good for the remaining 28 drivers from the initial field of 33 down towards Stratford Hairpin for the first time. No incidents through the hairpin, which is good to report. Good start for Ayrton at Galsworthy. Ayrton up to second place. Through towards the point of the circuit where we saw those dramas on the first attempt of the start. This is much better. No further problems. Dimi Uzanov starting to make his way up the order. It's already gained, I think, about 7 places in the early stages of this one. It's been in very good form so far this season as Dimi Uzanov, both on a national and a continental front. So Hobson leads from Galsworthy, Torpy, Heffer. Good start for Ben Hunt as well. Championship leader is up to 5th place in the early stages of this one. Alex Duchinskis as well. Alex is up to 6th place. And Leander Hewitt as well. Leander, another driver who's come up through the karting pathway. Now racing here at the club owner level, is up to 8th place. Oh, it's off the road there. Wildly off the road goes Noah Wicklow. Now, was Noah encouraged into that one? I think from Noah's reaction, the answer might be yes. Noah Hammond trying to make his way through there as well. Now, let's have a look at this again. Oh, it's the number 84. Yeah, I think the pictures are pretty clear there what happened. That was with Jess Kirby. Jess is having an eventful race here. 6 minutes of this race to go. Charlie Heffer has done the fastest lap of the race, so keep an eye on the number 66. Charlie raced very well from memory last time out. As here's, Ben Hunt down the inside. That's brilliant.
That is what Ben Hunt does. We ask the question, as there's new drivers coming to the fore at the front of the field, coming in with pace off of novice plates, could the championship leader keep his own speed up? Well, on the basis of that double move, the answer is a resounding yes. Out of Stratford once again. Now Noah Hobson's going to have a hard task here. So we said it briefly before the red flag. This is a hard circuit to stay away from a pack that's organised. Now, I'm not saying that. It's a little bit splintered at the front of the chase pack. Ben Hunt's pace is good. Is it good enough, though, to close back in on Noah Hobson before the end of this race? Over the line they go. 46.1 for Hobson, 46.0 for Ben Hunt. Ben Hunt's going to need a bit of help here, I think, from the likes of Charlie Heffer and Hugo Torpey behind, because 2 seconds is the gap, there or thereabouts. I don't think there's enough laps here for Ben Hunt to close this one back in. If Noah Hobson just goes into time trial mode here and sprints this one away solo, keeps that pace up, doesn't defend thin air, which with the level of experience that Noah's already got in his racing career, I'm sure he's going to do. He's a very, very smart young racer, is Noah Hobson. As they're down the inside, that's Finley Rhodes going through past Hugo Torpey for 4th place. Over the line once again. Finley Rhodes just set the fastest lap of the race on that last tour, so Finley Rhodes has got a bit of pace at this stage of the heat. Jude Story is on an absolute charge as well. Jude Story in the number 22 started this race 21st, is now P7, as there's another move from Finley Rhodes, this time past Charlie Heffer and up into 3rd place. Heffer, who was just off the podium last time out, had some good heats along the way as well. Going to be in the mix today. Other drivers just to note in the midfield, because again, with such a big field, if you're starting in that lower third, the job at hand at this stage is a bit damage limitation. It's trying to get as many points as you can as Dimi Uzanov's down the inside of one of the origins there. That was him getting past Ayrton Galsworth, and that's a classic example. So Dimi Uzanov is not going to win this race unless something quite extraordinary happens. But the fact that Uzanov's gone from P25 and is now in the top 10, that is very good in terms of the intermediate scores for later on in the day. Likewise, William Moore started 24th, is now 13th. That's good progress. Thomas Laidler was 17th on the grid for the start of this one, has gone up to 14th. I'll throw Joshua Kynaston Wade in that mix as well. Started this race 18th, has gained 6 places. So there's some good work here. As there's another move from Kynaston Wade, the number 45 through past the number 57 of Ayrton Galsworth. 2.5 minutes remaining in this one. Under investigation, the number 84 of Jess Kirby. Something tells me that might have been for the moment with Noah Wicklow down at Wilkins Corner. 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining on the clock. Oh, got a feel for Ayrton Galsworth here. Galsworth is being overtaken left, right and centre, unfortunately. We'll hopefully be learning from this. And it's such a hard circuit again, Shenington. If you get out of rhythm, if you're identified by one driver as overtakeable and there's another 9 karts behind, they all follow suit, and it's very, very hard around this place to get back into any kind of consequential rhythm. Ayrton's just got to hold in there and hope that the race comes back to him later on. This is a good scrap for 4th place. Hugo Torpey looking down the inside of Charlie Heffer. Nice move done on the brakes there from Hugo Torpey. And the R1 Racing pilot is up another position now. Started this race P7. Just heard a kart underneath me in the box. Might be Alex Tuchinskas actually, because Alex has fallen down to 26th place. That's a real shame. Roshan Bachado and I think William Gillick also might have stopped out there as well. Eva Jones has had problems to add to the list of potential retirees, because Eva has not come through sector number 1 as expected. It's now down to P26. Actually, Alex Tuchinskas is still running.
just gained a position ahead of Eva Jones. So in fact, all of those drivers that I mentioned have now got past Eva Jones. So putting 2 and 2 and hopefully not getting 5. I think it was Eva Jones who I just heard retiring sadly into Parc Fermé. 25 seconds remaining on the clock. We can get 2 more laps in. Noah Hobson is doing the job. Actually, no, saying that, this race isn't done. Noah Hobson's lead is now only 0.4 of a second. I think Noah Hobson's had to deal with some traffic. No, he's not had to deal with some traffic. He's just being caught on pace alone here by Finley Rhodes. Finley Rhodes' last few laps have been absolutely spectacular. He's been pulling in Noah Hobson by about 3.5 tenths per lap, and the gap was 4.5 tenths at the last count. This is not a race that is being written yet in terms of who's going to win it. Noah Hobson has done a great job from the front of the field, but going on to the last lap, he's now going to have to deal with Finley Rhodes in that number 36 machine. And I tell you what, Ben Hunt's not out of this one as well, because if these two fight, he could close back in as down the inside goes Rhodes, wheel to wheel. Brilliant racing here between these youngsters at Shenington, out of Cafe Corner, down towards Stratford. Hobson checks left, checks right. That was brilliant positioning from Rhodes. That is great racing, full stop. Might not be done yet as well. Noah Hobson could have a chance here of coming back. He will now have the benefit of a slipstream. It's something he's not had across the course of this race. But that was brilliantly read by Finley Rhodes. The second Hobson just turned his head to the left, Rhodes pounced to the right. Exquisite overtaking from this young man, and it's going to give Finley Rhodes a heat victory here in Minimax. Noah Hobson's still pretty happy over the line, and so he should be with that P2. Ben Hunt finishes third. Well, it was a little bit of a longer wait than expected, but there is your provisional result in this second heat for Minimax. Rhodes, Hobson, Hunt, Heffer, Story in the top 5. Hugo Torpy faded a little bit in the second half of that one, finishes P6. Noah Hammond, Dimi Yuzanov, Thomas Laidler, Xavier Davidson all in the top 10. Leander Hewitt, William Moore, Oscar Churches take us down to 13th. Ollie Blandford, great drive again from Ollie Blandford. That's another driver that we need to keep an eye on later on in the season. Joshua Kynaston-Wade completes the top 15. We're going to have to move on though from Minimax. These races are going to run pretty quickly now because next out on circuit, X30 Senior. Kart's already out on the grid, on the track rather. Let's rattle through this one. Katie Ashman, Zef Nurnberger on the front row. Lauren Dunleavy and Pietro Jurovic on row 2. William Omar and Dylan Masters go from 3. Jack Monkhouse, Matt Cardwell, they're on row 4. Dominic Powerbock and Jake Brook on row 5. Reese Masters and Alvin Chu on row 6. Ben Cowley, Tom Welsh, they're on 7. James Workman and Nat Johnston go from row number 8. Andrew Platt and Alfie Gallagher on row 9. Bailey Brooker and Oliver Meek on row 10. John O'Donnell, the single novice on this, or in this category, 21 drivers on the grid. Good grid this. Some very strong drivers, particularly the likes of Oliver Meek and Nat Johnston. But, got to say, our pole sitter has been on very good form so far this season, Katie Ashman. That's going round again. That's a false start, which, I'm not going to lie, folks, quite happy at that one. Gives us a little bit of a moment just to take a breather. And let's give you the rundown of what happened yesterday in the first heat. It was Katie Ashman who won it from Dom Parabuck. Bailey Brooker third, Jack Monkhouse fourth, Alvin Chu fifth. Other bits of news I should note as well, Nat Johnston did not run until the heat yesterday, so Nat Johnston on a bit of catch-up for Nick Barrett Racing. So that is all the main news from yesterday. And before we go back to racing action, here are your championship points heading into today. It's actually a tie at the top from the best 2 scores from 3 so far. Ashman and Powerbook both on 108. Ryan Gill 6 points back. Alfie Gallagher a further point back from that, and then Jack Monkhouse completes the top 5, 11 points covering the top 5 in the club championship standings heading into today. Are we ready for the off in this one? No. No, round again. And again, that was a case of pole sitter going too early. That parity across the front row, not there. And again, they're going to need to get this right this time, because that's 2 false starts. If you know your karting regs, third time means that people are going to get moved down the grid. And I think we're going to once again be told by the, by the race official say, yep, that was you. We're looking at you, pole sitter. Slower, please. Out of the last corner. Let's get this one underway at the third time of asking. There is a little bit of gamesmanship, of course. We all know that. And this extra formation lap does give everybody just an extra tour of the circuit to get temperature into their materials. They will have sat on the dummy grid, the pre-grid, of course, for a little bit longer than they would have expected with the red flag during the previous race. This is already looking better. A slower run through Wilkins. Katie Ashman will run this one to the line. Are we green this time? No, now. That's 3 false starts. What are the race officials going to decide here? It is at their discretion, of course. Going to be honest, it's been a while since I've seen 3 false starts. At least 3 false starts in a row. Keep your comments coming in. Hello to Amr. What's happening? I'm back. We've had a short delay. We had a red flag due to a blocked course in the Minimax race. No major dramas. Just a case of a car park had formed at Wilkins, and it took obviously a bit of time just to get everything sorted, and then everybody back into proper positions. That's why we're running a little bit behind expected schedule right now. Hello to Kirsty Brook as well, cheering on a couple of the drivers. And yeah, keep your comments coming in. Now, hopefully this time we get this one underway. Zef Nürnberger there aboard the Birrell. Will be able, hopefully, to keep it level with the number 53, and likewise Katie Ashman and the number 53 keep it level with number 76. This is looking more like it. Into those tram lines we go. Green for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Good start for those on the pole side of the grid. Oh no, there's dramas as the number 67 of Dylan Masters and the 81 of Jack Monkhouse get together and immediately fall to the back of the grid. It was, as I say, very good start for those, most of those on the pole side of the grid. Lawrence and Levy's up to P22. Someone is round in the background in one of the Tim Wilson Motorsport machines. We'll try and catch up with who that was in a moment. Bit of a scrappy start, to be honest, for the X30 seniors. Through Wilkins they go at the end of lap number 1. Who's managed to pick their way through that one? Katie Ashman leads, Dunleavy second, William Omar's had a good start. Up to third, Zef Nürnberger, good recovery, is fourth. As John O'Donnell, the single novice in this race, is right in the middle of it all. Has got Nat Johnston for company. That's all around 10th place at the moment. Jake Brooks had a good start. Jake's up 5 places to P5 in the early stages of this one. That's good to see. As one of the MDLs in a spot of bother as well there. Bailey Brooker, I think, was our spinner out of the hairpin. Bailey has fallen all the way down to 20th place. Wow, what a dramatic start to this race then in
X30 Senior. 6.5 minutes of it to go. Ashman still leads from Dunleavy. Omar, Nürnberger, Brook, Parabuck, Chu, Gallagher, Ben Cowley, and then Nat Johnston. Nat Johnston down the inside of Ben Cowley takes 9th place. Nat Johnston had a great run to a first senior British Championships podium a couple of weekends ago at Wilton Mill. Wasn't his first British Kart Championships podium. He did have one towards the end of the X30 Junior season last year, but really has made his mark in its early stages in the senior categories for the IAME formulas. And yes, is starting a little bit further back in terms of track time versus the others today. But it's definitely one to keep an eye on across the course of the afternoon. Down towards Stratford hairpin once again. There's Alvin Chu with those flashes of purple on his race lid. Has changed his race number. So if you're looking at event programs from earlier on in the week, that is now the 25. He was the 55 on earlier publications. Through into Wilkins once again. Good move there from Alfie Gallagher, and Nat Johnston's going to take advantage of that as well. Nothing that Alvin Chu could really do there to keep Nat Johnston at bay, but that all stemmed from a good move from Alfie Gallagher, showing his commitment, showing his prowess round this circuit in the top 5 in the Championship of Points. Of course, had a very good time in the March round. Nat Johnston, though, has got that extra speed. Clean move from the young man that they nicknamed Nat Stappen. And through into 7th place now for the Mick Barrett Racing pilots. He's got good pace as well. That was the fastest lap of the race from Johnston last time around. Here's a move. Oh, that's getting a little bit close. That is a recovery drive underway for Dylan Masters. So Dylan Masters through. Gets past Andrew Platt there. That was for 14th place, and Jack Monkhouse is following through as well. I tell you what, those two have got good race pace, considering they were well off the back of the pack on the first lap. The fact that we're not even at the halfway stage in terms of time, and they're already back overtaking others. That is, I mean, it's not good news in terms of their racing for 14th place, but keep an eye on those two charging back through the field when we get to the final later on, if they are starting a little bit further down the order, because they clearly got some good speed in race trim here today. There on his screens, the number 33 of Oliver Meek, another driver who's raced on the national scene, of course. Nat Johnston continuing to close in, this time on Jake Brook in the number 26. There's your race leader. Katie Ashman still leads from Lauren Dunleavy. Katie and Lauren doing great work at the moment. There's a move for 3rd place. Zeph Nürnberger down the inside of William Omar. Good overtaking there from Zeph Nürnberger. Another very experienced driver in the X30 ranks. And Zeph maybe looking for a first podium here today of the season. Best results so far this year at Shenington. Go back to February's round in the top 6. But I tell you what, William Omar's going to fight back here and retake 3rd place into the first corner. Zeph Nürnberger's going to fight back now as they go through Cafe. They'll be side by side running through Pitts Bend and down towards Stratford. That's going to bring the likes of Dom Parabuck into play and Nat Johnston. Here goes Parabuck. Oh, that's lovely. That is lovely from Dominic Parabuck. And here comes Nat Johnston up into 4th place. So it was, initially just settles there in 5th place behind William Omar. So it's a good attempt from Zeph Nürnberger, but ultimately lost 2 places in all that. May lose more as well. Jake Brooks closing in. Alfie Gallagher's closing in. Nat Johnston's got the move done, this time on William Omar, up to 3rd place. Once again, I'd said this was going to be a good grid today. Very competitive. Not the biggest class in terms of sheer numbers, but racing everywhere you look. Oh, Nat Johnston switch back to the inside. That is beautiful again from the Mick Barrett Racing man. Point forward there from Dom Parabuck, who has to accept that was a grand move. And his best option right now is to try and follow Nat Johnston for the remainder of this race. 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining on the clock. Now, as good a driver as Nat Johnston is, I would be very surprised if he's able to pull 3 seconds back on Lauren Dunleavy and Katie Ashman
with less than 90 seconds on the clock. For comparison, 42.0 for Ashman, 42.1 for Dunleavy. Yes, a 41.7 has been achieved by Nat Johnston so far in this race on more than one occasion, but the mathematics of it all is it's going to be third place for Nat Johnston in this one. But this pace that Nat Johnston has got today is going to be a warning for everybody else that he's not here to just lap around and do some training. He's here to win here today. Similar spirit to what we saw from Monty Brathwaite earlier on in the year. Couple of laps to go then. Under investigation. Oh, now this is an interesting notice on our screens as Jake Brooks down the inside there, fending off from Alvin Chu. Race leader under investigation. Is that for earlier on in, or even before the race? I'll be honest with you folks, I'm not 100% sure. But that is one thing we're going to need to keep an eye on over the course of the lunch break and whether there's a change there. That was a nice move again from Alfie Gallagher. Alfie Gallagher doing some really good work in this race. Through past William Omar, breaks into the top 5, started 18th in this race, don't forget. So Alfie Gallagher, like with Nat Johnston, is one to keep an eye on when we get into the latter races and into the finals later on today. Could well be on for another strong result here at Shenington. Time is up. Looking good for Katie Ashman at the very front of the field. Katie leads by just over 2 seconds. Lawrence and Levy likewise 2 seconds clear of Nat Johnston. I think Nat's just pacing this one home now. He knows that there's no real point wringing every last hundredth out of the kart and out of himself when ultimately it's not going to pay off. And he's within the kind of ranges. Oh, William Omar, that's a nice move down the inside of Alfie Gallagher, up into 5th place once again. Gallagher looking to the outside now. Maybe there's a switch back on. No, well covered off by William Omar. That's clever positioning of his kart. There's a bit of a question mark perhaps on that front fairing and how that's doing. And to the point for Nat Johnston. All of these drivers within 5 seconds of one another. But there it is, over the line to win for Katie Ashman. Lawrence and Levy take 2nd place, Nat Johnston 3rd, Tom Parabuck in 4th. And an entertaining scrap there results in William Omar coming home in 5th ahead of Alfie Gallagher, Zef Nurnberger, Jake Brook, Petra Jurovic and Ben Cowley in the top 10. Alvin Chu home in 11th. Oliver Meek. Oliver might be a bit disappointed there with that P12. Really seemed to get going in that race, unfortunately. Jack Monkhouse 13th, Bailey Brooker 14th, Dylan Masters 15th. Monkhouse and Masters, actually, you know, they weren't too far off the pace in that second half of the race. That result is not really reflective of what speed they've got here today. Matt Cardwell 16th, James Workman 17th, Andrew Platt, Reese Masters and John O'Donnell complete the top 20 finishers in that one. We've got to move on though. Senior Rotax are out on circuit right now. Let's rattle through the grid then for Senior Rotax. Karts out on circuit already. Marissa Teague and Abby Sanders on the front row. Bertie Wellesley and Ben Brock on row 2. Ollie Hayes and Freddie Snelling on row 3. Alfie Davies, Noosh Safa-Levers on row 4. Max Chown and Charles Sutton complete the top 10. Tom Nottingham and Kian Eastick on row 6. Gary Bumford and Harvey Quick on row 7. Jamie Burt and Rudy Winslow Morton on 8. Chris Thomas and Ethan Martin on 9. Tom Taylor, Louis Judd, they're on row 10. Will Forber and the first of the novices, Holly Garrett on row 11. Oliver Bamford Sr. and Max Rowley go from row 12. It's then Dylan Tutton, Ben Adams, Ralphie Greenway, Alex Vessier, Jensen People and Ivo Ivanov. In the top 15 rows, Veer Maru completes the 31-strong field here. Second heat of the day, second heat of the weekend, I should say, for Senior Rotax. Underway then, 8 minutes plus 1 lap underway. And all looking pretty good so far from the Senior Rotax drivers. They're all through the first couple of corners, down towards the heavy braking zone of the Stratford hairpin for the first time. Could get a bit busy in the middle of that pack, but everyone's being very well behaved, as we should expect. These are the senior drivers after all. Oh,
Someone who was that getting a bit wide. Is that in one of the Birrells? That was a really hairy moment as the number 90 of Ben Brock looking down the inside. Is it Freddie Snelling in the number 66? I reckon what happened there was, no, it's the number 48, apologies, of Bertie Wellesley. Oh, as Oliver Banfordini's out. Oliver Bamford Senior comes to a stop. That's to driver's right, just coming over start line. What happened there for Bertie Wellesley? I think Bertie just caught the rear left wheel of the kart in a little gully just off circuit. Sometimes you can use them to your advantage, but into the Bruno chicane is really not one of them. I've given Bertie some dirty tyres as well down into this part of the circuit, but at least he's able to keep hold of it. So, end of lap number 2. Marissa Teague leads from Abby Sanders, Ben Brock, Ollie Hayes, and a good start for Noosh Stafford-Levers. Noosh has had some good races so far this season on the club level at a multitude of different circuits. And Evolution Racing in, as we've been saying recently, very good form at the moment across a variety of different categories. Have impressed me a lot with their ability to put karts down that deliver strong performance across a big array of drivers across various levels as well, not just club racing, but national and continental as well. Here's a scrap for second place. Ben Brock has a look, has another look, but is not able to get past Abby Sanders yet, but is now side by side as they run through Cafe, and through goes Ben Brock. Noosh Stafford-Levers follows through as well. Noosh up into third place now. And now second place. Oh, that's wonderful tactics, wonderful thinking the situation through there from Noosh Stafford-Levers. And now Noosh Stafford-Levers will try and set about closing down on your race leader, Marissa Teague. Marissa looking for a best result in a final so far this year when we get to later on in the day. 17th is the best result for Marissa so far in 2026, as a brave attempt there from Ollie Hayes in that yellow, black and white machine, trying to take fourth place away from Abby Sanders, who's charging through the field, who's making an impression. We'll go a little bit further down the order to pick out Will Forber on your timing tower. Started 21st, is now up to 16th. Max Rowley as well. Started 24th, is now 18th. And it's top novice at the moment as Hayes again down the inside of Abby Sanders. Abby Sanders may have to give that one up, and here comes Alfie Davies as well. Davies trying to go around the outside. That's getting a little bit close. Rear wheel to rear wheel. Davies did well to hold on to that one. Never like to see those rear wheels touching into such a high-speed corner. And this time Alfie Davies has got down the inside of Abby Sanders. Abby Sanders trying to hold it around the outside as they exit Stratford corner. Once again, it's all going on here. Oh, it's big spin and a big off, taking three of them out. Sanders gone. Charles Sutton gone. That's why at times you can't go side by side through the Bruno chicane. Apologies, didn't quite catch the other kart involved there. And we'll see who falls further down the order. I think it's Tom Nottingham. Tom Nottingham in the number 15 was the other driver who actually did very well. Just took it to the runoff, had nowhere really to go. And, well, at least continues in this race in 16th place. There was a move. That was Ollie Hayes going up to third place past Ben Brock. 3 minutes and 10 seconds of this race to go, and it's hotting up out there for the senior Rotax drivers. Leaning on those front tyres through the Wilkins complex. Both drivers are okay, by the way, in that incident that we saw through the Bruno chicane. Karts aren't, particularly on Abby Sanders' kart. Bodywork rearranged. Oh, the radiator's broken as well. I've just seen out the commentary box window, so that's going to need a bit of a repair job before the third and final round of heats later on this afternoon.
And meanwhile, Marissa T continues to lead this race, but Noosh Safa-Leffers is about 3/10 a lap quicker than the driver in the number 30. And here it comes down the inside to take the race lead. Noosh Safa-Leffers back to P1. Was just off the podium last time out. On the basis of this performance so far today, that 4th place from a month ago could well be being improved upon here today. There are other contenders that we need to keep an eye on though. Ollie Hayes doing a good job here in 3rd place. Just looking up where and how did Hayes get on yesterday. Finished just outside the top 10 as there's another move coming in. That's Jamie Burt. Burt on the move. Oh, but he's going to actually lose out in the end. Cian Eastick nicely pulling his way through there. So Cian up a couple of spots past both Bertie Wellesley and Jamie Burt. So I tell you what, the grid could be quite jumbled up here in terms of the intermediate points and where people line up. Your race leader at the moment was 9th yesterday in the first round of heats. Where was Marissa Teague yesterday? Marissa was 14th. And then your winner from yesterday's heat, Charles Sutton, is of course out of this race and watching from the sidelines. Again, it could be consistency that's the key for success in this particular category today. 2 laps to go. Here is the fight for 4th place. Ben Brock in the number 90, Alfie Davies in the number 76, and Alfie Davies could be lining up for a move here down into Stratford Corner. Ethan Martin is always a driver that we need to keep an eye on as well. And where did Ethan start this race? Oh, he started 18th. There's a move. Davies trying to find his way through, not quite able to do so. Ethan Martin's had a good season here so far at Shenington. And as I say, has quietly got on with things, just moving himself up the order. Second, and 1st so far this season in the finals for Ethan Martin. Oh no, round goes Brock. Full 360, gets it going again. Was he encouraged into that one? Well, if it was some form of mechanical failure, he wouldn't have been able to drive away from that one. So I think that may have been a bit of encouragement to the rear axle. That got a little bit too close with Alfie Davies. I tell you what, Ben Brock did very well to recover that one. Will not be happy that he's now languishing down in 8th place. Now under investigation, Ollie Hayes on our screen. I think the race officials and potentially the stewards are going to be a bit busy over the course of the lunch break. Here's Ethan Martin down the inside. That's how it's done. Nice stuff again from Ethan Martin. 2nd yesterday, and I tell you what, this could be the consistency coming through. Looking at these results so far, still got another round of heats to go, of course, later on this afternoon, but this could well be Ethan Martin once again starting to put together a run that would put him on pole position for the final. Looking to add to his list of wins here at Shenington. He's had a couple over the last couple of years. There over the line though, Noosh Safa-Leffers takes a slightly chaotic 2nd heat. Ollie Hayes 2nd, Marissa Teague 3rd, Ethan Martin and Alfie Davies complete the top 5. Max Chown, Cian Eastick, Jamie Burt, Bertie Wellesley and Will Forber all in the top 10. Harvey Quick, Freddie Snelling, Tom Taylor, Tom Nottingham and Ben Brock complete the top 15. Good drive from Max Rowley, the top novice in 16th. Likewise for Alex Vassier and Holly Grant. 3 novices all in the top 20 there. Louis Judd and Eva Ivanov complete that top 20. Ralphie Greenway, Ben Adams, Rudy Winslow Morton, Jensen People and Gary Bumford all in the top 25. Viamaru 26th, the last of the finishers. Retirements for Charles Sutton, Abby Sanders, Dylan Tutton and Oliver Bamford Senior. Well, that was dramatic for the senior Rotax drivers. Their 3rd and final heat will be just before 2:30 this afternoon. We're going to have to move on, though. One more heat of this first rotation to go. X30 Juniors out next. So here we come to the end of the first rotation of heats, and this is how they line up for the second heat of the weekend for X30 Junior. Seth Angus and Jack Wish on the front row, William Hainton, Zoe Cassett on row number 2. George Edgar, the number 2 seed nationally, starts on the third row of the grid alongside Katie Clark. Alfie Fulton and Brandon Edwards on row number 4. Jack Baker and Ayrton Limmer Evans go from 5. Jacob Batchelor and Finlay Lyons. That's a strong row 6 there in the middle of the pack. Lucas Murray and Finlay Hines go from row 7. It's Jacob Marples and Archie Lee Bullock on row 8. Henry Duncan and Archie Rogers Tyler on row 9. Lucy Lovell and Harrison Maxwell complete the top 20 for the start of this one. Louis Barker, the brother of Liv Jenkins and the son of Jamie Jenkins, starts on row 11 alongside Exton Cook. Alfie Taylor and James Backwith on row 12. And then Tom Fox, Lewis Hay, Charlie Blenkinsop, George Quinlan, Thea Wright and Jaden Lamb complete the top 30. 3 novices in this one, the third one being Josh Bundock. So just a slight pause. It's over as we say that. Engines fire. All karts from the previous race recovered and back into Parc Ferme. A result from yesterday and the first heat. It was Lyons who took the win from Jack Baker and George Edgar. James Backwith and Alfie Taylor completing the top 5 in that one. In terms of championship as well, let's just give you that rundown before we get things going. Jack Baker leading the championship at the moment after that second place yesterday. Finlay Hines second, Katie Donaldson third, James Backwith and Alfie Taylor completing the top 5. Of course, that again is all on best 2 scores from the 3 scores that have been allocated or put together by Ever Presence so far this season. Let's get ready for it though. This second heat of the weekend for X30 Junior, and they're away at the first time of asking. Good start for Jack Wish through the first couple of corners. Everybody trying to make their way through unscathed and successfully do so. Heading down towards Stratford Hampton for the first time. George Edgar already on the move, the number 2 seed. Big season for George Edgar. Doing a lot of racing every weekend he can in his quest to perhaps be British champion by the end of this season. But right now, his focus is on trying to catch up to Jack Wish there in the race lead, side by side between Brandon Edwards there in the number 56 and the 22 with Seth Angus. That was close through Hanger. So Wish leads from Edgar. Oh, brilliant start as well for Jacob Batchelor, we should note, up from 11th place on the grid. So the next of the BMRs there. BMR had a great result just over a month ago out on the continent, where they had a lockout and a British drivers lockout at Franciacorta for the IAMA Euro Series, and Jacob Batchelor was one of those drivers in the top 3 in Italy. George Edgar, though, is going for the race lead, and he's taking the race lead away from Jack Wish. Now we'll see what kind of pace George Edgar has got here today. Where's Finlay Lyons in all of this? Because we should note the winner from yesterday is now up to 3rd. This class have got the potential to be the race of the day, I think, when we get to the final later on today, due to just the level of quality that we've got on the grid here today. The likes of Edgar, the likes of Lyons, Batchelor. Don't forget your championship leader as well, Jack Baker. Although Jack Baker's having a bit of a struggle in this one. He's marooned down in 23rd place right now as 3 wide off of the Bruno chicane there. That looked like Finlay Hines going through aboard the Mad Croc, going through in the Croc promotion. Zoe Catter trying to hold on there as well. A mix of Chaptex Racing and Andy Jurger Racing support for this one. I think Zoe's actually changed classes as well. I want to say that Zoe raced earlier on in the season in Junior Rotax, but racing here now in X30 Junior. Doing a good job as well up in the top 5. Good work from Edgar and Wish here. Keeping it line astern, and that's the reason why. Findlay Lines on the move. 43.4 last time around for Findlay Lines. 3/10 quicker than the race leader. Whoa, big drift there through Wilkins for Findlay Lines. Did he lose time with that one? Not on the suggestion of that lap. And I'll tell you what though, Jacob Basher's not out of this one as well. Back of there as all round is, oh, that's Louis Barker. Jamie Jenkins Racing, of course, from the family stable. But unfortunately for Barker, that's a shuffle down to P28 as a result of that spin. Contact warning for the number 63 of Harrison Maxwell. Through the Bruno chicane. William Haynes, by the way, has got up to 5th place. He's got past Zoe Cassett. Other drives through the field to note. Lucy Lovell started 19th, now running in 12th. That's a good game for Lucy. And Tim Wilson Motorsport up 7 spots. George Quinlan started 28th, now 16th. Of course, with this heats format, front middle back, that is some good progress for George Quinlan. Another of the very experienced runners now at this level for Mick Bout Racing. Alfie Taylor, who we've talked about a lot across the course of the season so far as well, started this race 23rd, is now up to 16th for Jade. And Charlie Blenkinsop as well, another big mover, as there's a move from Lines. Takes 2nd place away from Jack Wish. Tell you what, Findlay Lines is in some good form here this weekend. Good speed through the first couple of corners. Is this going to be another taste of the battle between Edgar and Lines? Racing for the same team, of course. One of the most experienced teams in British karting. Have run many, many great drivers over the years, of course. Down towards Wilkins once again, and I tell you what, Lines looks really good on the brakes here. Lines looks very good on the brakes. Will they work together? No, Lines is going to go for the race lead here. George Edgar doesn't fight it too much. But that's a good move from Findlay Lines. Could this be a double win to start these heats for Lines here in X30 Junior? And I wonder what's happening with the psychology of these two as well, because I say, this isn't a national championship round for X30 Junior here today. But every time drivers like this head out on circuit, they're looking for that little edge. They're looking for that gain on their rivals, whether it be at a club level, national level or more. Make no mistake about it, these two at the front are international level drivers, and I'll tell you what, testament as well to Jack Wish with his performance, because Jack Wish is not going away. He's still there at about half a second back from the top two. Finley Hines has had a decent run here, started 11th, is now on your screen in 5th place with William Haynes just behind. Apologies, no, Hines started 14th in this one. A disservice there, up 9 places in this race so far, as there's a battle between Catterton's and Seth Angus. That's all over 7th place. Good commitments through the first corner there from both Zoe Catterton and Seth Angus. 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining in this race. Other changes further down the order. Jacob Marples is up past Brandon Edwards into P9. Charlie Blenkinsop as well, now 14th ahead of Alfie Taylor. Katie Clark, Lewis Hay, both have got past Ayrton Limmer Evans for 18th and 19th places respectively. Louis Barker started to recover back through, which is good to hear about. 24th place now, has just got past Josh Bundock, who remains top novice in this race so far. Another contact warning has just come in. Charlie Blenkinsop has received it. Blenkinsop up from the back of the field as here's an attack for the lead. George Edgar, momentarily at least, gets back ahead of his teammate, but Lyons has done a good smart switch back there. Retakes first position through the Bruno chicane. Good respectful racing between these two, and tell you what, Jacob Basher's still there in third place. Jack Wish not too far behind as well. Oh, Edgar nearly gets into the back of Lyons there. Jacob Basher is now going to have a three-way scrap here on the last lap of this one. A few penalties coming in for start infringements, but none of them affecting our drivers at the very front of the field. So we'll keep locked in with these three. Now, I don't think as Edgar around the outside, that's overtake of the day. Oh my goodness, that is superb from George Edgar. You do see a lot of overtaking through that hairpin, but not always round the outside like that. And we said about the psychological nature of this battle. That'll have put one on Finley Lyons. Last lap board is now out. So yeah, they didn't take the last lap board last time around. So now we get another lap of this. And Bashler's got through into second place. Finley Lyons is not finishing this race as strongly as he would have hoped. Back down towards Stratford. Lyons now goes for the outside line. Tries to cut back to the inside. Tries to take second place back away from the BMR man, but it's unable to do so. Jack Wish is still not too far behind as Bashler has a look down the inside. That was a bit unconventional. Nearly caught George Edgar out. Edgar was wise to it. Towards Wilkins for the last time in this one. Can Edgar bring this one home? Lyons is going for the slingshot. Is not going to be able to make it work. What a great race. What a great heat. George Edgar takes it ahead of Jacob Bashler. Finley Lyons in third. And I tell you what, Jack Wish can be very pleased with that run. That was great speed, and he's just held three at least national level drivers honest in that one. That is a big step forward for Jack Wish. Was 10th in the final last time out. Is no offence, not necessarily a name you would expect to be up there with the likes of Edgar, Bashler and Lyons, but we'll definitely expect it from here on out. That is a great result. Gets ahead of Finley Hines as well in P5 for Hines. William Haynes, Seth Angus, Zoe Cattett, Jacob Marples and George Quinlan all in the top 10. That is a super drive from George, from 28th on the grid. Very useful for the course of this day. Lucy Lovell 11th, Alfie Taylor, James Backworth, Brandon Edwards and Tom Fox all in the top 15. Alfie Fulton, Lucas Murray, Henry Duncan, Ayrton Limmer Evans and Louis Barker in the top 20. Good fight back there from Barker. Harrison Maxwell, Katie Clark, Archie Rogers-Tyler, Josh Bundock and Theo Wright all in the top 25. Good to see two novices moving forward there. Jack Baker, not a good start to the day for Jack Baker, P26 in that one. Exton Cook 27th, Jaden Lamb, Charlie Blenkinsop, Archie Lee Bullock and Lewis Hay completes the 31 runners in that one. Well, if you want more of that, and I would fully understand why, make sure that you're back here at 2:52 for the third and final heat for those drivers. But now we shift back, quite literally, to KZ2. Their pre-final for the British Kart Championships is up next. Welcome back, everybody, to Shenington once again. You're watching live coverage of the 5th Shenington Kart Racing Club meeting of 2026. But here with us today is a round for the British Kart Championships for the KZ2 category. And this is how they line up for the pre-final. Noah Wolf will start on pole position after some great performances through the 2 rounds of heats, one earlier on this morning, one yesterday evening. Jake Weston will form up the second half of the front row. Championship leader Charlie Turner starts on the inside of the second row with Miles Murphy for company. Josh Price fighting back after some misfortune yesterday, will start this race from 5th. James Glenister, who has won races at this level here before, will start 6th for this Shenington pre-final. Jess Edgar and Lee Ward, they form up on row number 4. It's then Harry Walsh and Ryan Green on row 5. Ralph Youngling and George Robinson go from row number 6. Jensen Pugh and Jonathan Railton are on the 7th row of the grid. It's been a tough weekend so far for Rush Performance's Ashley Lewis, who's out of position there on row number 8 alongside Oliver Harris. Nino Piccoli completes the 17-strong field. So a quick reminder, start of the day, 7 points was the advantage for Charlie Turner over Noah Wolf in the championship scores. Off the top of my head, that will have been reduced to 2 points. Virtue of Wolf getting a 65 championship score for being the top driver through the 2 rounds of heats, and Turner being 3rd will be on, well, I've got 60 points for that one. If you're new to KZ2 Racing, this is one of the most spectacular forms of motorsport that you can find, in my opinion. And I appreciate you being here. I know it's a very, very busy sporting weekend. Not just within motorsports, but particularly in motorsports. It's quite a busy weekend. Quite a busy weekend, of course, for Alpha Live as well. But for you lovers out there of short circuit gearbox karting, this is the place to be. But a circuit that is very much a supporter of the KZ2 field. Great turnout here 1 month ago. And good to see a decent grid on the circuit for this one as well. Could we see a new championship leader at the start of this one? Apologies, actually no. Charlie Turner, of course, starts 4th for this one. So, yeah, those points are going to be even tighter. Either way, we're ready for the pre-final here in KZ2. Away we go for 10 minutes plus 1 lap, and it's a very good start for the CRGs. Very good start as well for Charlie Turner, who is up to 2nd place, but they've all been held off by Noah Wolf, who will lead down towards the gearbox version of Stratford Corner. We're on the full 1.2 kilometre layout of Shenington for this one, of course. Ralph Youngling drifting around the outside there. He's had a bit of a difficult start. I think he's lost out from having started this one from 10th on the grid. But it's Wolf from Western. Sorry, Wolf from Turner from Western. And James Glennis has had a good start as well. It was a really good initial launch from the 2 CRGs of Western and Murphy. And I wonder if they just kind of got in each other's way. And that allowed Turner and Glenister to take advantage on the 2nd, or maybe even the 3rd phase of the start, as the drivers shift up through the gears and start to navigate their way through the corners. But either way, a good start for Noah Wolf, looking to use all of his knowledge of this circuit, looking to use a little bit of home field advantage perhaps for Jade Racing Team to get his championship challenge back on track after the problems in the final at Warden Law for the first round of the British Kart Championships 2026. Look at James Glenister all over the back of Jake Weston, and Josh Price coming into play as well. Josh Price likes these longer races. Had that speed up at Karting Northeast, what, about 6 weeks ago, but then had technical problems that robbed him of a podium from the first round final. Of course, we've got that final coming up later today as Miles Murphy and James Glenister in close company there. Miles Murphy does like a move into that corner, and he's got it done. He's going to get an assist from Josh Price. Good work there between the Moore Racing boys. They know that James Glenister is not just going to roll over. As I say, he's a very good record round here, does James Glenister at Shenington. Runner-up in the KZ2 Championships at a British level back in 2022. That needed a big force, that needed a big move for Murphy and Price to get through. Now they've got 3 more racing drivers line astern on the road. This could be useful in the second half of this pre-final. Jess Edgar's there as well. Jess Edgar having a decent start to this race. Up in 7th right now as Price goes through. Price overtakes his teammate. Now you will notice, of course, that they are running on different chassis, or at least different body kits, unless Josh Price has amalgamated some KR bodywork onto a CRG, but I don't think he has. Over the line they go. The CRG chassis for the likes of Murphy and the likes of Weston, they're kind of in a similar phase to the project by More Racing Team as to what Rush Performance had with the IPK Formula K chassis this time last year. I've got to say that it's been really good to see another brand, of course a very famous brand, noted for their work in gearbox karting over the years. Another brand on the grid here in these British Kart Championship level races. End of lap number 5 then. Noah Wolf controlling this one, 1.3 seconds clear of Charlie Turner. Jake Weston still holding in 3rd. Remember, in terms of championship points, it's a straight fight in this one. There's no carryover of intermediate points. This is a standalone race in terms of championship scoring. There's a big move from James Glenister. Lovely stuff from the driver of the number 22. Takes 5th place away from Miles Murphy. Looks to be on the back foot here. Maybe not quite happy with the setup at this stage of the race. Still 5.5 minutes to play. But worryingly for Miles Murphy, going backwards at the moment in this race. Murphy was 5th in the pre-final last time out at Warden Law. Jess Edgar in terms of her performance as well. So we talk a lot, of course, about the top end of the championship standings, but again, it's going to be so competitive for all of the seeded plates this year. Jess Edgar started this weekend 4th in the standings, 3 points behind Miles Murphy after the first 3 scores of the year. Could have an opportunity here to start to trim that advantage. 4.5 minutes of this race to go. Also under investigation. It doesn't get any better for Miles Murphy. He's now under investigation. There was a quick sight of Harry Walsh. Harry's had problems in this race, but he has just got back ahead of Ashley Lewis there for 12th place. Ryan Green having a good run in this one. You just see Ryan there in the number 11 aboard the DR with the Modena engine. Pretty much a unique package within this UK KZ fields. Another very popular setup out on the continent. In fact, Ryan's the importer for a good number of the parts on his machine. Very knowledgeable man in terms of setting up the karts as well. Very passionate about this sport. A man from Stokenchurch at the moment. Starts this race 10th and is now up into 8th place, so that's good to see. Just holding off Lee Ward at the moment. I think there may have been a problem for Jonathan Railton out there. Jonathan's not come through the first sector as expected, so we'll keep an eye on that. Ralph Youngling now having a go at least closing into the back of Lee Ward. Lee Ward's got that one well covered off there. There's no real opportunity to get a full-size kart down the inside there into Wilkins. Pretty even at the moment. I think many of the drivers knowing, of course, that there's bigger things to contend when we get to the final later today. The result from this race will determine how the grid lines up for that final. Don't really want to take yourself completely out of contention with a 50-50 move halfway through the day. Through the Bruno chicane once again. Harry Walsh now ahead of Jensen Pugh. I think that happened through the Stratford hairpin. So back up to 11th place goes the kart number 73. Oh, and Walsh has another think there, trying to get past Ralph Youngling. Ralph aboard the Sodi. There's a move down the inside. That's for second place. That's Jake Weston going through past Charlie Turner. Been impressed with Jake Weston so far here today. Of course, he took that second heat on the road. And again, particularly in the second half of races, that CRG's looking good. Good control of the grip out of the corners as well. Now the line to start another tour of the circuit. Here's Miles Murphy holding 5th place ahead of Jess Edgar. So James Glenister's gone a little bit further back in this race. Not the kind of performance that I think James would have expected. Murphy defends there, down into Stratford Corner. Just over a minute on the clock to go. Into the Bruno chicane once again. Jess Edgar looking to use all of her experiences racing single-seaters, of course. But very much intent here on achieving new things this season in KZA 2 in the British Kart Championships. At the moment, not quite able to find a way through past the ever-experienced Miles Murphy. Always like to trot this. Starts out, as Murphy nearly loses control and Edgar's through. Now, what happened there? Down towards Stratford Corner. Is there a little clip, perhaps, on the rear corner? Murphy's kart really looks out of sorts now. Murphy's got a problem. Murphy's out. Murphy out of the pre-final, looks down to the rear right. Has he got a puncture? Has the tyre come off the rim? Miles Murphy, not the kind of driver to just pull over and give up. Oh, that is a real shame. Oh, yeah, it's come loose there. And that is pre-final done then for Miles Murphy. That problem on the rear corner. Oh, now Murphy's going to have to start towards the back of the field for the final later on today. That is a low point so far this season for Murphy. As move going in there. I think Lee Ward was having a go at Ryan Green for 7th place. Jensen Pugh is also being called to the to Park Ferme. Rear bumper, I think, is loose on the number 60. So that's Pugh's race over. No problems though for Noah Wolf. This result, I reckon, will give him the lead in the championship once again. Ryan Green's out. Oh, that is another big shame. Ryan Green has come to a stop through the Bruno chicane and joins Miles Murphy on the sidelines. But Noah Wolf, well, this is 2/3 of the job done. This is a repeat of what we saw at Warden Law. Noah Wolf takes the full complement of championship points in the pre-final. Will start on pole position for the final late today. Another very professional job from one of British karting's best. Retakes the championship lead on the live points. Jake Weston, though, is going to give him a big challenge in the final later today. Another strong result from Jake Weston. Maybe a few setup changes needed to perk up the speed of that CRG in the first half of the race. Charlie Turner again consistently in the high positions. Another good haul of points for Charlie Turner. P3, Josh Price P4, and Jess Edgar comes home in the top 5. James Glenister, Lee Ward, Harry Walsh, Ralph Youngling and Jensen Pugh all in the top 10. George Robinson, Ashley Lewis, Jonathan Railton, Nino Bacoli and Oliver Harris, the last of the 15 finishers. 2 retirements quite late on in that race as well. One of them being Ryan Green, the other being Miles Murphy. They will have a lot of work to do when they get to the final later on today. That final will is scheduled to go off from 5 minutes past 3. So we'll shift things back towards the club championship categories next. We've got 4 races to go before the scheduled lunch break. Next up, the third and final round for Junior Rotax. Penultimate heat then for Junior Rotax. For all of these drivers, that this is their final heat of the 3. Liam Dooling and Clark Naylor start on the front row of the grid. Emily Johnston and Layla Bell start on row 2. Harry Friel and Zane Perry have a good chance there from row number 3. They're ahead of Luca Matakekia and Austin Mayhew on row 4. Toby Wortley and Ben Morgan complete the top 10 for the start of this race. It's Jensen Powers and Ethan Guest going from row 6. Eskild Hewitt and Chris Kayov start on row 7. Alex Shepherd and Ollie Barton go from 8. Jensen Hookey and Adam Giudartis have impressed so far this week. They go from row 9. Noah Moulton and Cian Hundle start on row 10. It's Louis Marshall. And the first of the novices, Sam Batty, going from row 11. George Teese and Elijah Lewis complete the 24-strong field for this one. This is half of the field, of course, for the Junior Rotax category. The other half race in the next heat. But are we away at the first time of asking? Looking pretty good. And away we go once again here at Shenington. Good start for Emily Johnson. Oh dear, problems, and one of them was Ethan Guest, so that was from quite high up the order. Ethan Guest facing the wrong way, gets back into the race now off of screen, but that is not good news at all. Alex Shepherd's, and Kristen Kayov, that's the second race in a row that Kristen Kayov, lap 1, Stratford Hairpin, has been facing in the wrong direction. There's more goings on. Is that Adam Giudartis? Yes, it was. So Giudartis has become the latest driver to have a problem. That's not good for a driver who started these rounds of heats very well yesterday. Remember, there is a threat of not making the A final in this category. Latest driver to have a problem. That's George Teese, the number 40. Not everybody will go directly through to the A final. Those who aren't quite able to make the initial cut, they will race through the B final. I can also see just below me, Eskild Hewitt is out of this race. Is in the repair area, but in terms of a good result, that's hope's gone for Eskild Hewitt. As here's a change for the lead. No, not quite. It's a little bit further down the order. That's Layla Bell going through either way. So Layla Bell up the order in that number 30 machine to second place, just ahead of Emily Johnston. The gap for your race lead at the moment is 2.2 seconds, so Liam Dooling's in a very strong position here for potentially picking up a big score in terms of those intermediate points. This is where these heat races will, if it's not been frantic already, will really start to increase the temperature gauge a couple of notches. Everybody will know how they've raced, how they've scored through the first 2 rounds. They'll know what they need to do for this third and final, as there's an attack from Luca Matakekia. Luca, who had problems in the second round of heats earlier on today, gets through past Emily Johnston. Jensen Hookey also on the move, and Alex Shepherd. So the big hitters starting to come to the fore. Keep an eye on Zane Perry there as well in the number 25, as through comes Louis Marshall in the number 42. Hookey down the inside takes third place away from Matakekia. Good stuff from Jensen Hookey again. I say, I've been really impressed. It's been great to watch Jensen racing once again at the start of this year. But for me, Jensen Hookey racing with a new style of maturity, which naturally comes as the drivers get older and they progress up through the levels. It's always been quick as Jensen Hookey, but his ability to efficiently make his way through the field just like that is really on show here in this heat. That's Hookey now up to second place. 2.9 seconds behind Liam Dooling, though. Might need a bit of help to close that gap in, but I'd say there's enough time. And the good news for Jensen Hookey is that Alex Shepherd has got through into third place. So those 2 drivers on the balance of what we see on paper and what we've seen from results so far this year, you'd back them to at least start to cut that 2.9 second gap back. Emily Johnston as well has got to keep things together. We saw Emily have those problems before the start of the earlier racing here today. And Lena Bell having a good scrap now with Noah Moulton. Latest Moulton on the scene. Down towards the hairpin, and that's nice stuff from Noah Moulton. Through into P4. Also looking to scrap through is that Austin Mayhew going wheel to wheel with Luca Matakakia. There's Zane Perry in that red and white, almost Charles Leclerc style lid. Another one of the very strong Jack-Tex racing team who've been accumulating the miles here at Shenington so far this season, particularly here in this junior Rotax category. I've been getting in amongst it, and that's another brave move from Zane Perry, going through and taking 7th place away from Austin Mayhew. Top 3, gap now down to 2.4 seconds. Gap coming down at about 0.2 a lap. That's needing more, but it's not an unuseful rate of progress. Right now, they're not in the toe of Liam Dooling's number 73. But I think if they can keep working at this rate... Oh, now, Alex Shepherd breaks ranks, wants to go quicker, wants to take track position and does so. Up into 2nd place. So Alex Shepherd reckons he's got a bit more pace at hand than Jensen Hookey at this stage of the race. Gap is now down to 2.1 seconds. And what I'm meaning is if these two can get within a second, 0.8, we will just start to feel a distant little slipstream effect, particularly through parts of this the circuit like this, on the straights and the fast corners. But they're only going to reach that level if they keep working together, these two. Jensen Hookey's quite happy at the moment to just sit there and push Alex Shepherd along. The trouble is Liam Dooling just set the fastest lap of his race so far. That's good work from the race leader. Luca Matakakia is under investigation. Been a difficult day so far for Luca Matakakia. Emily Johnston has also just had contact warning. Oh, now this is going to change things. 3-second penalty for the race leader. Tramline, start of the race. So now Alex Shepherd is in a net lead. Liam Dooling will not know this until about, well, now, as he comes out of the final corner, looks up at a big digital display, doesn't respond to it, which in a way is a good thing if you ask me. That's a driver focuser going, right, okay, I've got a 3-second penalty, can't do anything about it now, apart from try and drive the wheels off of it and still get as good a result as possible. Right now, that 3 seconds would drop Dooling to 3rd. He'd just be ahead of Noah Moulton. Trouble is, Noah Moulton's setting PBs as well right now. He's actually quicker than Liam Dooling at this stage of the race, so Dooling's got to keep focused. And right now, these two will know, well, we don't necessarily need to close right in on Liam Dooling. We just need to stay within that 3-second window and then fight for the race win in this 3rd and final heat for us both on the last lap. That's not quite yet. Still 30 seconds on the clock. Other drivers with 3-second penalties. Emily Johnston, Harry Friel, Ethan Guest. These are all for the same reason. This is all that they've strayed too far outside of the tram lines at the race start. If you go completely out of them, it can be even more than 3 seconds, but these are just 3-second penalties. But that key one, of course, for the race leader. Now, will it be last lap this time around? Yes, it will be. And now these two will scrap. Now these two know they've basically got 1.9 seconds as a buffer. No response from Hookey down towards the hairpin. That was good speed, good positioning from Alex Shepherd into Stratford. The most difficult thing for Alex Shepherd might be here that if he catches Liam Dooling on the last lap, I think he's going to be okay. I think he's still going to have a little bit of real estate immediately ahead of him. Liam Dooling will take this one on the road. Yeah, there's nothing that Jensen Hookie can realistically do through the last couple of corners. So Dooling on the road, but plus 3 seconds means Alex Shepherd takes Heat 5 in Junior Rotax. Jensen Hookie across the line there. Third on the road will be promoted to second, and Noah Moulton, good hustling there from Noah Moulton, will take third because Moulton was 2.5 seconds behind Liam Dooling. Liam Dooling will slot into fourth place just ahead of Zane Perry. Good drive there from Zane Perry. Jensen Powers sixth, Luca Matakakias seventh. Austin Mayhew, Ben Morgan and Louis Marshall complete the top 10. Good drive from Marshall there, from 23rd on the grid into the top 10. Toby Wortley 11th. Good fight back from Ahmed and Giudatis as well. Don't forget that Giudatis was around on the first lap, so still gains a net gain of 8 in that one. Layla Bell, Harry Friel, Ethan Guest complete the top 15. Oliver Barton, Emily Johnston, Sam Batty, Kean Hundle and Christian Kayov all in the top 20. George Teese, Elijah Lewis, Clark Naylor, the last of the 23 finishers. Eskild Hewitt was a retirement. So all of those drivers, we'll see them later today in some form of final. The question as to whether it'll be B final or A final, that's still up in the air for a number of them, because we've still got one more heat to go. Heat 6 in Junior Rotax up next. Here's a grid then for the last of the Junior Rotax heats. Lily Shaw and Kartik Kameto go from the front row of the grid. Archie Buchanan and Jay Singh on row 2. Ruben Jenkins and Stanley Stafford, they'll go from row 3 in this one. Oscar Keane raced well earlier on today and starts alongside Hugh Phillips on row number 4. Samir Paul and Archie Ray Watson starts on row 5. It's then Aidan Hammond and Stanley Williams on row 6. Miles Clareth and Lach Yudinov go from row 7. It's Charlie White and Daniel Wisnauskas on row 8. Jay Richardson and Cash Harris, they go from row 9. Oliver Dawson and Shay Hilton complete the top 20 for the start of this one. It's then Jack Corser, the last of those before the novices. Rebecca Restall, the first of those novices on row 11. Louis Martian and Frankie Jones complete the 24-strong field for this, the 6th and final heat before we go to those finals for Junior Rotax. Keep your messages of support coming in. Hello to Emma Towers, who was cheering on Jake Brook earlier on today. Hello to Shay Hilton's mum, who's watching, ready and waiting for this one. And thank you for being a Slipstream member as well. Shay Hilton's mum. Much appreciated. All of the finals will be live free of charge here today, of course. We go away and race once again in Junior Rotax. And it's a good start for the number 55 of Kartik Kameta. So Kartik straight to the front of the order. The Indian driver looking to impress yet again. All of them making their way through. And another good start, another clean start there from our Junior Rotax drivers. Through the Bruno chicane. And immediately a bit of a breakaway forming here. Kartik Kameta and Jay Singh. Oh dear, off. He's going to get back on circuit is Ruben Jenkins. Ruben's not happy about that at all. Now, I didn't quite catch. But again, judging from the reaction there and the protestations towards the race officials, something tells me that Ruben was encouraged into that one, as I like to say. Let's have a look at it again. So this is going to come from the bottom of the screen. Well, that angle doesn't tell us what happened at Hanger Corner because that incident was already happening as Ruben Jenkins came into shot. So we won't try and attribute blame on a piece of information that we don't know. Also, commentators are not race officials of the meeting and all that. 6.5 minutes to go in this one. Good move there. Oscar Keane through into 5th place, just ahead of Lily Shaw. Aidan Hammond, Stanley Williams up to 7th and 8th places so far in this one. Who else has made tidy progress? Shea Hilton's made tidy progress. Up from 21st place, has gained 9, is up to P12, so keep an eye on Shea in the number 83. Great character, great racer. He's already had some really strong results so far here this weekend. Under investigation for the race start, as there's a move from Aidan Hammond. Not quite able to finish that one off. So Lily Shaw stays in 7th place. Both were top 2, but Stanley Stafford's got through now, of course, into 2nd place ahead of Jay Singh. Kartik Kameta, Jay Singh, both under investigation for potential race start infringements. That's getting tight down towards Stratford. Through goes Archie Ray Watson. So Watson up to P2. But that looked pretty close, at least through the hairpin. As big response from Jay Singh, and Watson finds himself out on the curb there. This is all over 3rd place. And then getting together. Round goes Stanley Stafford. Sorry, that was for 2nd place. So Stanley Stafford pitched into a half spin and out of 2nd place. Let's have another look at that again. It's a wide part of the circuit, and I think they just kind of drifted into one another. Difficult to tell from that angle. If there were any steering inputs, they were fairly minimal. And what a shame there for Stanley Stafford, who has got going again but lost about 12 seconds in all of that. Watson through again, another close moment with Jay Singh, and this is all good for Stanley Williams, because Stanley Williams is now up to P3. Round the outside goes Aidan Hammond. Now it's started to get a little bit elbows out here in Junior Rotax. Mars Cloworth trying to move back up the order. Mars had that dramatic moment on the formation lap earlier on today. Now looking to improve his position in the intermediate standings. 5th place would do quite nicely in that quest. Daniel Wisnauskas, briefly saw there as the new fastest driver on circuit, has changed for 2nd. Points forward does Stanley Williams. Clear and concise to his rival behind. Say, come on. 3 seconds back from Kartik Kameta. Kartik Kameta's going to be quite happy with all of this, because all this back and forth is handing the race to the driver of kart number 55. Hammond through now, past Archie Ray Watson. Hammond, there from Archie Ray Watson. Clearly not all happy with what's going on at the moment behind the wheel of kart number 94. Jay Singh under investigation for a 2nd moment out there. Not 100% sure what it is, so I won't speculate. Race continuing on then, 2.5 minutes or thereabouts to go. Kartik Kameta now leading by 2.7 seconds, so yes, that gap is coming down, but not at the kind of rates that you would worry too much about. So just having a look back to what happened with Miles Cloworth. We noted in the previous race for Miles that there was an investigation. Mars did get a 5-second penalty for contravention of flag or light signals, so apologies if I'm incorrect in this one. I think that may well be that he took his position back at the front of the field after the spin on the formation lap a little bit too late through the formation lap, but didn't drop him too far down the field. So yeah, Mars still on for a good set of results here that would see the Evolution Racing number 71 through to the A final. And talking of 5-second penalties, Ruben Jenkins has just had one for being fully out of the tram lines at the race start. Archie Buchanan has had one, and Lily Shaw has also had one, but those 2 others are both 3-second examples, so just the 2 wheels fully outside of the tram lines. Less than a minute and a half to go then. here are your drivers. I wouldn't say battling for second place right now, because I think they're still hoping that they might be able to close in on the race leader, but those hopes are diminishing. Stanley Williams knows that. That's why the defensive work has started now from Williams in the number 84. They're simply not going to close in 2.5 seconds, or best part of that, with just a minute on the clock. Archie Buchanan also under investigation now, as is Archie Ray Watson. I think Archie Ray Watson under investigation for 2 counts in this race. But still there at the moment in 4th place on the road. Shea Hilton, by the way, has continued really good progress in this race, just off camera. Is up to P7, having started 21st on the grid. What's going to happen here in this battle for second place? Good defence there from Stanley Williams, not too hard to the white line. Just holding his kart at 0.9 of a kart width out from now. Oh, now that's getting a little bit too... I don't like to see that. Don't like to see drivers being forced down nearly below the white lines. I won't say who did it, but I've experienced it myself around here. It's not pleasant. It's not pleasant at all. That's why I don't like to see it. Anyway, 2 laps to go then. Leader's come over the line, still with a bit of time on the clock. Still a 2.5 second advantage for Kartik Kometa in this race. Kartik was 9th in the previous race. So yeah, this should be a comfortable performance to go through into the A final directly. No way through yet for Aidan Hammond though, who was your winner in the one of the races in the second round of heats. Maybe Aidan just thinking, well, I've got good points on the board here. There are only marginal gains to be had of trying to get through past Stanley Williams. Clearly got good pace here today, but you could lose a lot if you end up involved in an incident. So this is quite, again, it's as I've been saying across the course of the season in Junior Rotax here at Shenington, I like to see the smart racing, the drivers thinking it through, the drivers thinking bigger picture, and I think they should be praised for it. Final lap board is out. Kartik Kometa is going to bring this one home. Hammond's not going to be close enough to have a realistic go at Williams. Williams will probably just... Oh no, completely wrong. Aidan Hammond's found a way down the inside. Last corner, brilliant overtake. Will take P2. Kartik Kometa takes the race win. I think Stanley Williams maybe just had a half check over the shoulder and thought, I'm fine here, I don't need to defend. Aidan Hammond had a really, really good bit of top end and a bit of a slipstream, and snatches second place. Great work from Aidan Hammond. Stanley Williams 3rd, Archie Ray Watson 4th, and Daniel Wisniewski completes the top 5 in that race. Miles Cloworth 6th, Shea Hilton, I think, yeah, was your biggest mover in that one, up 14 places to 7th. Oscar Keane, Samir Paul, Lily Shaw, all in the top 10 on the road. Do bear in mind, folks, this is before any time penalties are applied. Cash Harris 11th, Lakshya Yordanov 12th, Jay Singh, Charlie White, Jake Richardson all in the top 15, Stanley Stafford, Jack Corser, Ruben Jenkins, Archie Buchanan and Oliver Dawson all in the top 20, Hugh Phillips 21st, and then it was our 3 novice drivers, Louis Marchand, Rebecca Restle and Frankie Jones, all 24 drivers who started that race finished it, which is good to see, and that is all the heats from 3 rounds for Junior Rotax done. B final will be at 3:24 for the Junior Rotax drivers. The A final will be the last race of the day at 5:15. We've got to swiftly move on, though, appropriately, to Waterswift. They're next. Here we go then for the 3rd and final heat for IME Waterswift. Ethan Lucas and Felix Booker on the front row, Max Frisbee, Oliver Kleinfelter on row 2, Cody Vertigan and Theo Tyack on row 3, William Bennett and Rudra Gokulnath row 4, and then Harley Bradbury Stretton completes the 9 runners here in IME Waterswift. So the drivers forming up the grid. Hopefully we get this one underway at the first time of asking.
Round the final corner then, in towards those tram lines. Looks like we're going to go round again for another formation lap. So no changes to the length of the race at this precise moment. Into Bruno chicane on this second formation. I think that's why we went round again. Cody Vertigan just trying to catch up towards the back of the field. But Cody should be able to do that on this pass, just coming through in the kind of teal green colours. Slots back in there and should be good to go then. At this second time of asking, fully formed up in towards those tram lines again, and yes, we do go green. No, not this time. I think once again. Almost, yes, now I thought for a moment then that we hadn't gone to a false start, but that time we did. Confirmed it for me on that occasion was the great new Pixelcom digital displays that are around the circuit. They really do nicely stand out in one of the big improvements to the facilities here at Shenington. You can just see that. You can see a good example of it, how bright the one was there all the way down towards Stratford and Bryan's corner. So we'll go around again. The first false start I don't think was the fault of the drivers at all, because it was we had one kart out of position. But hopefully they can get it right on this occasion, get this one going for this 8-minute plus 1 lap race. Looking pretty good so far, and no, we're going to go round again. There's the chevron flag out once more. Should be noted, yeah, the number 19 needs to get into tram lines properly. That could be a problem if Felix Booker does that again. We have seen penalties for being outside the tram lines so far today across the variety of classes. Drivers waving to one another just to try and communicate, say, oh, we need to slow this down a bit and make sure that we get this start right on this occasion. So Ethan Lucas in the number 53. Brightly liveried karts there. Felix Booker alongside on this front row. You see Felix again just trying to make sure that the drivers behind are aware to keep the pace nice and steady through this last corner. Fingers crossed, third proper time of asking, because we don't count the first one, will be underway for this one. And this time we do indeed start the race. 8 minutes underway. Felix Booker takes the early lead. Theo Tyack immediately up to second place. All 9 of them running through the first couple of corners. Although saying that, William Bennett I think has got a problem. William Bennett and Oliver Kleinfelter spoke too soon. Both delayed through the first couple of corners. Rudra Gokulnath already on the attack in that kind of black and gold livery, number 25. Already up to second place and continuing this great run. Championship leader looking to assert their dominance on the category here at Shenington. But what happened there with William Bennett and Oliver Kleinfelter? Now, William was pointing down, I think, to some of the equipment. Hope he's not oiled up out there, which can sometimes happen when you get a repeat of formation laps. But Booker leads from Gokulnath, Tyack, Lucas, Vertigan, Frisbee, as there's a move for the lead. Rudra Gokulnath back to the front of the order. Good move as well from Cody Vertigan, trying to get through past Ethan Lucas for 4th place, but good spirit there from Ethan Lucas. Back round the outside, holds in 4th place. Down towards the Wilkins complex, Cody Vertigan slides it in and takes 4th place away from Ethan Lucas. Good karts control there through Wilkins corner. 6 minutes and 15 remaining on the clock now. One more race to come before hopefully we have a little pause. Our schedule to have a pause for the crews here before we go into the rest of the heats and then of course the finals. Big thanks to all of the marshals and the track workers out there. They've been out since, well, before 9 o'clock this morning when we had the warm-ups for each of the categories. Just to update you on the Bennett and Kleinfelter situation, they are still running. They are continuing to circulate. They have now got back up to full speed. So whatever the problem was for William Bennett and Oliver Kleinfelter, it was thankfully just a temporary one. They will try and close in on Harley, Bradbury, Stretton. And just to mention with Harley as well, 49.5 last time around from Harley. I think that's faster than Harley did in race the earlier heat earlier today, and that's what we want to see from a novice, particularly if you're the only novice in a field. It can be really tough sometimes because you're the only one, you haven't got another novice to kind of race against in a subclass situation. But good to see from Harley, Bradbury, Stretton that those lap times continue to come down. Could we see a 48 point something from the driver of kart number 86 in this race? We'll wait and see, but definitely progress nonetheless for the driver currently in 7th place. Here's the fight for 4th. Cody Vertigan and Ethan Lucas there. Theo Tyke and Felix Booker, the two drivers that they're trying to close in on. Rudra Gokulnath's lead now around 3/4 of a second after that previous tour, which was a new fastest lap of the race from Rudra Gokulnath on a 47.848. New personal best again from Harley, Bradbury, Stretton. So we're down to a 49.4 now. Really good stuff. Really tough as well, not only as the only novice, but coming in against a field who pretty much all of them have been at this kart club so far this season. They're well dialed in. They know the little nuances of the circuit, of how to gain time with these karts in this category, and yeah, that could be a tough proposition to go up against when you're a little bit newer to the sport. No changes in the top 5. Still Gokulnath from Booker, from Tyack, from Vertigan, from Lucas. Max Frisbee at the moment running in 6th place. A little bit lonely perhaps. It's 3 seconds behind Lucas. But 2.5 seconds maybe thereabouts ahead of Bradbury Stretton. It does look like William Bennett is closing in on Harley, Bradbury Stretton, so we could have a battle for 7th place coming over the line in a few moments' time. In fact, yeah, William Bennett has got through into 7th place. We'll now try and set about closing in on Max Frisbee. Oliver Kleinfeld's still out there, as there's a move for 3rd place. Cody Vertigan goes through past Theo Tyack. To Hadley as well, who's tuned in to support our novice out there. I can say it's good news for Az. Oh, good move down the inside for 2nd place, Cody Vertigan. Ahead of Felix Booker with that one. That was a brave move. And now Theo Tyack's having a go for 3rd place. A little bit of oversteer, catches it. Good kart control from Theo Tyack. And well, that's a change now for 3rd, although it looks like Booker's going to go back down the inside and retake that spot. Them gesturing at one another, trying to get themselves organised, the two teammates. So I've got to say that Cody Vertigan's looking pretty quick at this stage of the race. It's some of the best speed that we've seen from Cody so far this season. Through Wilkins once again. Just over 90 seconds to go. Gokulnath's lead now 2.8 seconds over Cody Vertigan. Then Booker, then Tyack. Ethan Lucas still there as well. Should there be any kind of problem for second, third, fourth, Ethan Lucas is going to be right there, keeping them honest nicely. Consistently in the mid-48s. That was a 48.4 last time around. Update on how things are going outside the top 5. Max Frisbee and William Bennett now pretty close. So I reckon that you'll see a battle for 6th place coming into Hanger Corner in a few moments' time. William Bennett looking to recover back through after those problems earlier on. Just looking out of the commentary box window. Yes, William Bennett has got through. So he's now ahead of Max Frisbee once again. I think that's realistically all William will be achieving in this one. Gap up to the next group simply a little bit too big at this stage of the race, but good points recovered there for William. Should be starting the final pretty high up the order after strong results earlier on in the day. New fastest lappers. I'm going to keep going back to this one because I like to see this from the novices. This has been the target. Harley Bradbury Stretton has now set a 49.381 as there's a move for 3rd place. Tyack down the inside of Booker. We are onto the last lap of this one now. Tyack might try and hold it round the outside as they run down towards Stratford, but Booker's wise to it. Tyack trying to get his teammate off the main racing line. Good racing between these two. Jade Racing team mechanics will be enjoying this one. Their two drivers are racing hard but racing fairly at this precise moment. Rudra Gokulnath though is going to continue the winning streak. Kart number 25 is going to come home once again and take another victory in Miami Water Swift. Next job, the final, looking to continue the perfect run of finals in this category at Shenington Kart Racing Club Championships so far this year. Cody Vertigan, great 2nd place there for Cody. That's a big step forward for the driver of the number 95. Felix Booker wins out in the battle between the two J teammates in 3rd, ahead of Theo Tyack. Ethan Lucas in the top 5 as well. William Bennett fights back to P6. Max Frisbee, Oliver Kleinfelter. Kleinfelter got 8th place on that last lap, but a new personal best right at the end. Another new personal best right at the end there. 49.329 for Harley Bradbury Stretton. So I reckon Harley's best pace in that race has dropped by over half a second. That's really, really good to see from that particular new young driver. We're going to get ready though for the last race of this part of the day. Cadets out next. Here's a grid then for Miami Water Swift Restricted. Max St. Hilaire and Caden Hakura on the front row for this one. Henry Hales and Riley Aston Wilkins on row 2. Harry Murphy and Logan Hodgetts on row 3. Jennifer Banks and Harley Bebb go from row 4. Tommy Walton and Arlo Poulter-Goody on row 5. Charlie Kitchen and Freddie Pennell start on row 6. Archie Ashworth, the last of the Iamis. Then into the Hondas. Archie Edgar and Nico Razlovsky first, then Keane Doherty and Alfie Love. Ben Bowers had a good run earlier on today. Starts alongside Keane Delaney. Ollie Knox and Phoebe Shelton up next. Then it's Austin Dowell, the last of those before we get to the novices. Dominic Kelly and Fraser Messer. 23rd and 24th overall for this one. Oscar Watson completes the 25-strong field. So once again, it'll be 8 minutes. This will, of course, be 2 races going off at the same time. Looking as no, we're not ready to go yet, which is good because that gives us a bit of time just to take you through the result from earlier on today. Quite a dramatic second heat of the weekend for these drivers. Henry Hales was your race winner. Oh no, now that's one of our front runners in Hondas. That's your winner from earlier on today, Ollie Knox, who's had a problem. Looks to most likely be technical. But, well, I was just about to say that Ollie had that great win earlier on in the second heat for Honda Cadet, but now, well, hopefully can get going again, get back on the road, but we'll keep on top of that one. Just to very quickly go through the top 5s, it was Hales, Murphy, St. Hilaire, Hakura and Hodgetts in Miami, Knox, Bowes, Shelton, Doherty and Reslovsky in Honda. We are going, 8 minutes underway then. Good start for Max St. Hilaire on the McLaren style livery chassis, number 81. Henry Hales has had a good start as well. Oh no, Ollie Knox has not made it into the race, so we're down one of the Hondas at the start of this one. Hales down the inside, straight into the race lead. Henry Hales continuing to go great guns here in Miami Water Swift Restricted. There go your Hondas. They're underway. And it's Cian Doherty who's straight to the front of the field in kart number 94. Back with the Iamis. Good start again for Harry Murphy. As, oh, bit of a moment there for Charlie Kitchen in the number 89. Charlie gets it all together. Charlie was your top novice in the classification of the previous race. Time ticks on by, down towards Stratford once again. There's a look for second place from Harry Murphy, and that's a nice move. Looks like Logan Hodgetts is also moving back up the order. Logan, who had delays in the or at the start of the previous race, has got Riley Aston Wilkins. Riley's driven well so far today. Decent pace in the first race. Had some hold-ups that weren't his fault. He's now going to try and move past Max St. Hilaire and may have a good opportunity to do so. The track will bend to the advantage. Oh, now it's Henry Hales got a problem. Henry Hales, hand in the air, and is slowing down. Oh, Henry Hales is out of this race. So like we saw with Ollie Knox in the Hondas, another of our heat winners from earlier today retires. Just having, oh, it's the chain guard. The chain guard's come off. The number 57. And, oh, yeah, it's come up on our board as a mechanical. So that is why, oh, and again, it's so easy to do. But maybe a little bit of finger trouble on the fixings for the chain guard. And, well, the result is that Henry Hales' hope of winning this race is gone. Meanwhile, back in the Hondas, there's a really good scrap going on. Cian Doherty still in the lead of this one. It's the number 77 of, the 27 of Ben Bowes who's come up to second place. The 77 of Nico Reslovsky down to fourth place. Cian Doherty had a bright start to the race earlier on today and then just had a few problems in the second half. Still got some good points. Was fourth. Remember, the points all done by the class position, not the overall position. I think the number 57 may... No, I think it's just gone... Oh, no, the 57's out. I thought for a moment it may have gone back out, but no, it's just been wheeled back in front of me here in the commentary box. Meanwhile, fight for second place in the Hondas. Phoebe Shelton trying to find a way through, but not quite able to do so. Stays there with Ben Bowes in second place. Contact warnings come in for Arlo Poulter-Goody. In terms of, off goes Cian Doherty. Oh my goodness me, the rest of the Hondas do very well there. to avoid a secondary incident. Doherty protests, and I can understand why. So I don't think that was a driver error. But wow, that was really, really close on the rejoin. Henry Hales, I think, is going to get back into the race here. So this is within the rules. I'm just looking out the commentary box window. So Henry Hales does go back out onto circuit, but the trouble is now 2 laps down. I suppose if anybody else has problems between now and the next minute or so, Henry Hales could still jump them in terms of the final race classification. But here are your new leaders. For Ben Bower's benefit, if Cian Doherty was encouraged round there, I think it may have been coming from a little bit further back. But again, that is very likely that the incident will be looked at by the race officials. A couple of penalties coming in. It's tram lines again. They're all 3-second ones for Max St. Hilaire, Jennifer Banks and Tommy Walton. Talking Max St. Hilaire, he's taken a good step forward today, is Max. He's not happy about that. Sorry to chuckle. I say you can see that I love the tenacity of these drivers. Max will look back at that one later and go, oh, okay, yeah, made a mistake, got out of those tram lines. But right now, not happy to be seeing that he's got a 3-second penalty on the screen, because right now he's in a good battle with Riley Aston Wilkins to try and take a position here. Yes, incident involving Ben Bowers under investigation. I imagine that is going to be for what we saw with Cian Doherty. That's not necessarily to say that there will be any jurisdiction towards the number 27. Just that is where they're looking at the moment. Ooh, near moment there between Max St. Hilaire and Riley Aston Wilkins. Those two currently running in 3rd and 4th places overall and in their category. 2 minutes to go. Logan Hodgetts, meanwhile, has taken the lead, we should note, in Miami. Did that, I think, about a lap and a half ago, ahead of Harry Murphy. Here, once again, are your leaders in Hondas. Ben Bowers and Phoebe Shelton. And Nico Veslowski there, again, in 3rd place. A little bit further back, Cian Doherty on the charge. That's 4th place in Hondas now. Gets back ahead of Keane Delaney. Again, unless there's... Oh, 3 wide. That's going to be interesting. And round goes the number 33. Oh, heart-in-mouth moment there for Freddie Purnell. Thankfully, there weren't too many other karts around. The other thing I'm not a massive fan of seeing a kart rolling backwards, maybe not quite getting on the brakes enough. Thankfully, everybody else able to avoid. But yeah, 3 wide into Hanger Corner generally doesn't work, and that was an example of it there. That will have been, I think, with Caden Hakura, Tommy Walton involved in that close moment. Good news for Henry Hales supporters. Henry's pace is still good. Has just set the fastest lap of the race so far. So, yeah, Henry will probably start a little bit further down the order in terms of the final. But I wouldn't count out Henry from potentially winning today once again in Miami Water Swift Restricted, because good determination and a good kart underneath him could still propel him up the order when we get to that longer final. And you can almost guarantee that that chain guard will be fully attached when that kart goes out again. Here are your leaders in Honda. Ben Bowers and Phoebe Shelton doing absolutely what you should be doing if you are 2 competitors in this category. They've reduced the numbers. They pulled away from Nico Veslowski. Nico's not fully out of this one yet, as Phoebe Shelton now goes down the inside. Clean overtake. Ben Bowers doesn't fight that one too hard, although there'd be a bit firmer of a fight coming off of Stratford Corner. But they won't have lost too much time with that exchange. Leaders of the race overall are just heading down towards Stratford Corner now on their last lap. Hondas will see the last lap board in a moment's time. I liked how Ben Bowes dealt with that situation. Didn't panic too much when Phoebe Shelton put the move in. The 44 is just ahead of them. That's Archie Ashworth in the IAMI cadet level category. Meanwhile, out of the final corner, Logan Hodgetts. Well, this is a good bounce back for Logan Hodgetts. Comes across the line, wins the last race of the morning and early afternoon session, and moves himself back up the order in the intermediate classification. Takes heat 3 for IAMI Water Swift Restricted. Harry Murphy, Max St. Hilaire, Riley Aston Wilkins and Charlie Kitchen in the top 5. Another good result there for Charlie Kitchen. Tight on the line there for 6th place. Caden Hakura takes it from Tommy Walton, Arlo Poulter-Goody and Harley Bebb. Jennifer Banks in the top 10. And a change on the last lap in Hondas. Phoebe Shelton comes across the line just ahead of Ben Bowes by less than half a tenth to take the win in Hondas. That's Phoebe's second so far this weekend across the 3 heats. There is your provisional result then. Hodgetts from Murphy, St. Hilaire, Aston Wilkins and Kitchen in your top 5 in IAMI. Hakura, Walton, Poulter-Goody, Bebb and Banks in the top 10. Freddie Pinnell 11th. Then into the first of the Hondas. Shelton from Bowes, Weslowski, Archie Ashworth, the next one up in IAMI. Then another flurry of Hondas. Delaney from Doherty, Love and Edgar. Dominic Kelly, first in the novices in Honda ahead of Austin Dowell, Fraser Messer and Oscar Watson. Henry Hales lost 2 laps there because of a chain guard that wasn't attached and then needed to be reattached. So finishes there in 24th. And that brings us to the lunch break. We're going to take a very swift turn of things to go for a bit of lunch before we get ready for the next set of races. I'll be honest, I'm not entirely sure exactly when we'll be going back live. But it will be Formula Libre heat number 3 up next. So keep it locked here on your Alpha Live broadcast. We'll be back for more from Shenington very, very soon.
Pedal down, we're chasing the light. Shiny spirit burning bright. A legacy forged in speed and might. Tires spin on the asphalt floor. Every turn leaves them begging for more. Racing dreams through the open door. Shenington's name forever soars. Racing heartbeat, feel it pound. Kings of the track, we're crown bound. Shenington's fire won't slow down. Legends rise, we wear the crown. Flags in the summer air, adrenaline rush beyond compare. Caught in souls that they're in affair. Shen's blood runs everywhere. Neon lights and the crowds alive. Speed demons in overdrive. Through the curves we survive. Shenington's pride will never die. One more lap, one more chance. We dance with fate in this trance. Hands up.
Welcome back, everybody, to Shenington for round 5 of the Shenington Kart Racing Club Championships for 2026. We're straight into racing once again, Heat 3 for Formula Libre. Let's take you through the grid for this one. Ollie Venn starts on pole. Lewis Paynton alongside on the front row. Pierce Armstrong and Richard Mallinson on row 2. Oliver Kershaw and Dylan Chadwick on row 3. Row 4, Stuart Goff and Mark Armstrong. Ollie Bourne and Ben Stanford complete the top 10. Alex Jones and Andrew Silvers on row 6. Dean Hale starts up next alongside Amy Catchpole on row 7. It's Matt Venn and Guy Tolley on row 8. Jack Stewart and Harple Baines on row 9. Liv Jenkins, Joseph Emmett and Stuart Briley complete the field for this one in Formula Libre. Lights are not out on that side of things, but I think we are running for 8 minutes and 1 lap as they tear down to Stratford for the first time. It's going to be Ollie Venn in the lead of this one in the kind of camo grey livery. Looking around the outside there, one of the barrels. That's a good attempt from Lewis Paynton, and I think Lewis Paynton has made it work. Lewis Paynton, who needs a good result in this one, had a spin in the earlier race today. Should note as well, wind has picked up here at Shenington. I just have that feeling that we're going to get a bit of precipitation. I hope I'm wrong, but would not be surprised at all. In fact, is that precipitation already? Yes, there is. There's raindrops on our camera down at Wilkins. Track conditions could become very tricky very quickly for everybody out there. End of the first lap, Paynton leads from Venn. Pierce Armstrong third. Ollie Bourne's had a good start up to 4th place. Alex Jones, Richard Mallinson, Mark Armstrong, Guy Tolley, Matt Venn and Dean Hale
all in your top 10. But this is where experience matters now. Bit of a moment for Mark Armstrong. Oh, yes, the rain is really, really coming in. I would say it's a medium level of rain right now. You can see back there at Stratford Corner, blue skies over that side of the circuit. It's very localised rain, but pretty typical for this part of the world, especially at this time of year. Wouldn't say it's coming down heavy enough, though, to affect the track in terms of needing a wet tyre. Oh, as I say that, the number 16 is off of Pierce Armstrong into the wall at Cafe Corner. Just lost the back end. Spins out of control. Ollie Bourne down the inside of Ollie Venn. There is Pierce Armstrong. Maybe it is time for wet tyres. Actually, no, I'll take that back. It's still nowhere near wet enough for a wet tyre, but give it 10 minutes. Ooh, what do you do if you're in the next race? If you're in the next heat, that could get really tricky indeed. As far as we're aware, no one has gone for wet tyres in this one. There's a move coming in from Dean Hale. Well, the lasso hasn't come out yet, as it did in heat number 2, but that was a nice move. Past the number 35 of Guy Tolley. 2 race winners, 2 final winners in this category. And Hale really, really on the move now. Drivers may be thinking as well, if the rain is coming in, it wouldn't be unheard of for this race to be called early if the conditions got bad enough. Oh, huge slide there for Jack Stewart. Jack Stewart, who had that did not start, that problem earlier on in the day, needs to make some progress here as once again Dean Hale goes down the inside, this time on Ollie Venn up into 3rd place. That's good progress from Dean Hale on that particular lap. Got Venn, Tolley and Alex Jones. 4 minutes and 40 to go then. Lewis Payton leads this one by 1.6 seconds ahead of Oliver Bourne. Dean Hale running 3rd now. Ollie Venn, Alex Jones, Guy Tolley, Matt Venn, Richard Mallinson. Liv Jenkins is having a good drive as well. Liv started this race 20th on the grid, so she's up to P9 now. One of the front runners in the championship so far. Dean Hale, though, now will the lasso come out, because that's now 2nd place for the winner last time out, but not if Oliver Bourne's got anything to say about it. Back down the inside. Oliver Bourne had a good start to the race meeting yesterday. Looking to take the fight to Dean Hale aboard his Charles Leclerc Birrell chassis. Few rain spots on the camera, but I think it may have stopped. However, looking out to my right, out towards Wilkins Corner, it's very dark, it's very grey. It's the complete opposite to if you turn the other way, down towards Stratford Corner. Here's a good scrap between Guy Tolley and Matt Venn. That's over 6th place at the moment. With the Jack Tex Racing. Oh dear. As out is going Amy Catchpole. Amy had a good run early on in heat number 2. Everybody will make it through to the final, of course, but for Amy Catchpole, that is going to be, well, at best a P18. And yeah, I think Pierce Armstrong has got going again, so he's going to come past and demote the number 89 to the bottom of the order. 2 minutes and 50 to go. Yellow flags out, of course, through Wilkins Corner. That's what you just saw Guy Tolley acknowledging there. Lead reducing. Lewis Payton now only 6/10 to the nearest 10th, clear of Dean Hale. Hale was 4.5 quicker last time around. And if you weren't with us earlier for heat number 2, we had what could potentially be a bit of a viral moment for the Alpha Live socials coming in the week of Dean Hale reeling in one of his opponents. Well, if he has had the gesture out, it's already happened, because surely Dean Hale is going to be on the move here to try and get past Lewis Payton in the next couple of moments. Conditions pretty steady at the moment. Lap times in the mid to low 44s. As Hale sticks it down the inside. That's a great move. That's a super move from Dean Hale to take the lead once again here at Shenington. Hand up there. Is there a yellow out down to... No, I don't think there is. I think it was just thank you to Lewis Payton for not perhaps fighting that one too hard. Sensible racing between these two. Firm but fair. At the end of the day, conditions aren't ideal right now. There's a good scrap going on for third place. Behind, I think Ollie Venn has got through past Oliver Bourne, so Oliver Bourne just fading a little bit in the second half of this race. 1 minute and 10 to go. New race leader confirmed on the lap chart. Dean Hale now has advantage over the rest of the field after 9 laps. Oliver Bourne has come back at Ollie Venn and is now back up to third place. Alex Jones has slipped through as well. The red, white and blue of Jack Dex Racing back up the order to fourth place. Just a bit further down the order, just to note, good drive from Joseph Emmett, one of the novices in this race for Tim Wilson Motorsport. Number 67 up to 11th place. Started this one, of course being a novice, pretty much at the back of the field, P21. That's close, and Venn's through. Tolley will go through past Jones as well. Here comes Matt Venn round the outside as well. Nothing much that Alex Jones could really do for that, apart from get out of the throttle and live to fight for another day. Loses 3 positions as a result, though. Time will expire on this lap. Down towards the Bruno chicane once again. Guy Tolley looking bright at the end of this race. Trying to find a way past Ollie Venn, though, in that number 66 machine. No opportunity there. You can just see from the body language of the karts where that little edge of grip has gone versus what they had this morning. Again, Guy Tolley not able to draw alongside into the first bend. We saw that a lot in heat number 2 earlier on this morning. He's got really good drive out of Wilkins corner, but then it just kind of ebbs away when they get towards turn 1. Not really able to make any moves in that part of the circuit. Leaders on the last lap, all still going on for third place, but for Dean Hale, this is a continuation of what we saw last month. It's a continuation of what we saw earlier on today. Dean Hale takes another win and could well be on pole for the final once all the results are worked out. I think Liv Jenkins has had a problem there in the background through the Bruno chicane. Yeah, Liv's falling down the order. Lewis Payton second in that one, ahead of Matt Venn, Oliver Bourne, Alex Jones, Guy Tolley, Mark Armstrong, Ollie Venn, Jack Stewart, and a top 10 for a novice in Formula Libre. Good driving there from Joseph Emmett. Richard Mallinson 11th, Oliver Kershaw, Andrew Silvers, Dylan Chadwick and Harpal Baines complete the top 15. Stuart Briley in 16th. There is a missing front fairing. Now that looks to be a Charles Leclerc front fairing. It is indeed. Is it off of Amy Catchpole's kart? Is that why Amy came to a stop? Yes, Pierce Armstrong 17th and Liv Jenkins down the order as well into 17th. So that's Formula Libre done. A few recoveries going on. And the final for these guys will be at 4:05. We'll take a very short break on the comms. Be back with Minimax in a minute. Back with us here, getting ready for the next heat, which is going to be Minimax. Quite a few dramas for these young drivers earlier on today. This is their grid for heat number 3. Dimi Uzanov will start on pole position. It's a quite fast front row of this grid. Finley Road starts alongside Arthur Kaiser and Alex Tachinskas go from row 2. It's Joshua Kinniston Wade and Jude Story. They go from row number 3. Thomas Laidler and Jake Hansford on 4. Arlo Atwood and William Moore on 5. Charlie Heffer is just going to be on his own for row 6 because we've got no Daniel Hulse here today. Jess Kirby and Ayrton Galsworthy on row 7. Freya Lally and Hugo Torpy, they could move through from row number 8. Noah Hobson and Eva Jones shared the front row earlier on. They share row 9 for this one. Toby Miles hopefully has got that number 90 repaired. Will be on row 10 alongside Noah Wicklow. Oscar Churches and Xavier Davidson, thank you for the treats in the box here from the Davidson family. They're row 11. Ben Hunt, championship leader, starts on row 12 alongside William Davison. Alicia Waterhouse and Leander Hewitt go from row 13. Noah Hammond, the last before those on novice plates. Jamal Pumaram on the other side of row 14. Ollie Blandford, keep an eye on that number 60. It's been impressing a lot across the last 2 months here. Starts on row 15 alongside Roshan Pachada. And then to complete pretty much a capacity field here for Minimax, Chloe Van Beneden and Joshua Sharples on row 16. Thomas Gulliver and William Gillick due to go from row 17. Say near capacity because we have got 1 or 2, or at least Daniel Hulse will not be in this race. This was the category that had the red flag earlier on today, which sounds probably a little bit more dramatic than it was. It was a case of a first lap incident, one spinner higher up the road got collected by another, really tight stuff, and then we had a little bit of a Monaco style car park down at Wilkins and a bit of time to get everything reorganised for what was then a fresh race. There's problems out of the pits and out of the dummy grid for the number 40. That is going to be Arlo Atwood. Arlo's got going again now. We may go around again here if Arlo's not quite able to join the back of the field. Thankfully, I think Arlo is one of our novices, so should be able to get back into position pretty quickly. Front of the field is already running towards Wilkins. I can see Toby Miles out there, so I think we've got the number 90 back with us. That's good to see. Eyes onto those lights, and yeah, we're going to go round again. I thought we would. So not a problem. That means that Arlo Atwood will be able to get back into position. So yeah, we are back up to 33. Unfortunately, due to damage on some of the karts after the first start attempt, we didn't have 33 for the second start attempt of heat number 2 earlier on today, but good work by the mechanics, and no doubt at this level some of the drivers getting them involved themselves on the spanners and on the tools. We've got our full expected complement of 33 karts back on circuit. Does mean it could be quite busy again on the first lap in particular. But these two drivers at the front of the field have raced very well across the course of the weekend so far. Now they get their opportunity to start one of their heats from the front of the pack. What can Rhodes and Uzanov do here? Into those tram lines then. 8 minutes and 1 lap are underway. Racing once again in Minimax towards the first couple of corners. Through the first one, okay. Oh, the number 45's gone round in the middle of the pack. The 57 and the 19 are involved as well. So that's going to be a couple of drivers. Ayrton Galsworthy was one of those in the origin involved. I think Joshua Kynaston-Wade and Jake Hansford also got held up in all of that. We said it would be busy through the first couple of corners. There's another driver who's spun on the exit of the Bruno chicane. It's the number 40 that's gone round. So that's another problem for Arlo Atwood. Arlo was actually a lot further up the grid than being a novice, but well, is now down with the novices again. At which point I take Arlo off of the novice plates within the spreadsheet. There we go. Lots of drivers coming through the ranks in this category. As I say, lots of them coming off their novice plates either this month or last month. Now that they've got 6 signatures, there's a little bit of drama behind involving at least 2 karts, possibly 3. A couple of them the Jackdex Racing runners. I think Freya Lally, that might have been Jess Kirby and Freya Lally getting together. Jess is having a really tough day. Was involved in the events that brought out the red flag in race number 1. Yes, it was Kirby and Lally both falling down the order. 6 minutes and 13 seconds remaining on the clock. As expected, Uzanov at the front of this field, but he's not alone. Jude Story has gone with one of the bright lights from British karting in the intercategory so far in 2026. So Dimi Uzanov is not going to have things his own way. And I tell you what, William Moore looks very quick at this stage of the race as well. Is working nicely with Thomas Laidler here. Laidler did hold the fastest lap of the race, and in fact has just taken it back, has broken under the 46-second barrier for the first time in this race. Other happenings further down the order. Noah Hammond has just got through into 8th place, has got ahead of Charlie Heffer. Hugo Torpy back into the top 10. Alex Dachinskis has unfortunately just lost a few positions, so Alex now down into 13th place. Quite a breakaway for the top 4. Also think I just heard a bit of a loose exhaust going on out there. That might have been William Gillick in the number 89, who has fallen off the back of the order. Here's your championship leader, number 53, Ben Hunt, working with Finley Rhodes right now and getting a bit of an assist from Toby Miles. This is a great response from Toby Miles, who sadly wasn't able to take part in the second go at heat number 2 because of the damage on the front left corner of the karts. Well, right now, Hunt up to P5. Toby Miles solidly looking at a top 10 here. There's a slow procedure. Slow procedure boards are out. Now, what's the reason for the slow boards being out? Is it Leander Hewitt? Leander Hewitt has not come through on timing. 4.25 minutes on the clock. That's surely going to be too much time for Dimi Uzanov to run this one down like Jensen Hookie did earlier in one of the junior races to just bring it to a checkered flag. As I say, not entirely clear to myself in the box at the moment what the reason is for this slow procedure. That's not a problem. Drivers will bunch up. Now red flag is now showing on our screens here at Shenington. Now just looking out the window, doing it the old-fashioned way. Yeah, there's a driver who has come to a stop on driver's left just out of the Bruno chicane. Now, going by timing, I think this is going to be Leander Hewitt. Leander Hewitt in that number 52 machine on scoring and timing has not come through for a couple of laps. Yeah, everybody else is accounted for. So, unfortunately, for the second time today, Minimax go under red flag. Now, half of the field, or about a third of the field, have come to a stop on the pit straight. Not really a pit straight, because it's the pits is on a completely different part of the circuit, Andrew. But yeah, half of them, or a third to a half of them, have come to a stop past race control, past the start line, and then the other half are there on the approach to the Bruno chicane. Now, I can understand why those drivers have been stopped there on the entrance to the Bruno chicane, because the reason for the stoppage is on the exit of the Bruno chicane. Now, I'm not sure whether they'll be able to get these drivers through in an orderly fashion, so hence they've just been stopped there on the back straight. Time remaining on the clock. On your screens, it says 3 minutes 49. On my screen in the box, we're looking at 4 minutes and 25, but effectively, you've got half of the race to go. But for Dimitar Uzanov, a good job up to that point. always up for a chat in the paddock. He was telling me lots about his racing yesterday and how he'd got on, and showing that enthusiasm, but also showing that frustration of a racing driver at times. Did pick up a front fairing yesterday through a kind of being in the wrong place at the wrong time kind of incident. Along with many of the drivers in this category, I say Minimax was brilliant around many circuits in the UK last year, and it's been likewise again this year. Now, I think what we're just having a look at there is front fairings, because if this race does get going again, in theory, what you could see is anyone with a front fairing is demoted 5 seconds down the road from where they were at the time of the red flag, and then we resume racing with those 5 second front fairing penalties applied. That's of course at the discretion of the race officials as to whether that happens or not. But yeah, no, it's going to be a little bit of a pause here. Keep your messages coming in. Hello to Lucas Dean, who's been in touch. Cheering on Jamal Plummeram. And I tell you what, Jamal had a good race up to this point. Jamal started 28th. But well, at the moment on my screen, obviously this is in the middle of a red flag, so don't absolutely quote me on this, folks. But Jamal up to 16th place before the stoppage. That's really, really good. Hello to Stephen Mellor as well, cheering on drivers as well in this one. Unfortunately, Stephen, there's multiple Joshuas in this one, so I'm not quite sure which one you're cheering for, but thank you nonetheless. And hello as well to Ed Bell, who's also cheering for a Josh, but I'll be honest, mate, I'm not quite sure which Josh you're cheering for. Let us know. Silly commentators in the box need full names. Hello to Motorsport Magpie as well, doing the good work. Behave yourselves in the chat, because David will get his ban hammer out as admin in the chat, and indeed keep those messages coming in. Jensen Hookie has come up to the commentary box, had a little hello. Very simple reason, folks. We've only got one microphone here today, so I couldn't get him on the comms here today. The officials just continuing on. He is on pole for the A final later today, though. He's in good form. Jordan Montgomery directing traffic. Now, one thing to note, folks, this being a second unscheduled little pause, this might mean that some of the finals get their time reduced. Now, we were due to finish at 20 to 6. Now, that's starting to maybe cut it a little bit in terms of curfew times and all of that like. So I'm just pre-warning. Again, I hope I'm wrong, because we want full racing, full late race distances, because we all love the racing, but the rules are the rules. So, as I say, we may see, and may is the key word there, some race times and distances reduced later on in the day. So I'm just pre-warning you for that. But the grid starting to be rearranged, which is normally a good sign. The ambulance has been out. You can just about see that. It is now reversing. So that would indicate that it's picked up its passenger and is heading back towards the paddock area. This circuit does have 2 ambulances, which I always like to see, because it means that as soon as one ambulance is off the circuit, we don't have to wait for it to be available again. The second one is there. It means that once all the procedures have gone through, we can get racing pretty quickly. So well done to the whole Shenington team for ensuring that that is the case. It's not always the case. I understand that obviously there are costs with these things and times are tricky, but yes, doesn't mean that we should be back racing fairly soon. can see the ambulance just returning to its normal position. But unfortunately, I think it means we won't see Leander Hewitt in this restart. I hope that Leander is okay, of course. And as soon as we have news in the box, we'll bring it to you. So no reason for concern there. A bit of housekeeping. What have we got coming up after this? Because we've got a couple more heats to go after this one. X30 seniors are in the dummy grid area, ready and patiently waiting for their turn to go out on circuit for their third and final heat of the weekend. Rotax, senior Rotax will then follow, and then X30 Junior will follow after that. Then we'll have the KZ2 final for the British Kart Championships, their second final of the season. Noah Wolf expected to be on pole position for that. Could he be on the podium today? Could he get back on course after the difficulties at Warden Law? We'll wait and see later on in the day, as the second half of the remaining Mini-Max drivers are directed around. Now, I imagine they're going to rejoin the back of the group here on the straight out of, on the runway straight, just coming out of Stratford Corner. And then the rest of the field will proceed back on in. There may just be a little bit of reorganisation needed at the crossover point. So KZ2 final with the first one up. Then you've got your Junior Rotax B final for those trying to get through at the last chance. And then IME Water Swift, then the cadets, joint IME Water Swift Restricted and Honda Cadet Grid, Formula Libra, Minimax, Junior Max for their A final, then X30 Senior, then Senior Rotax, and then X30 Junior. To bring to a conclusion what will be 40 races here over these 2 days. If you've missed any of the action, don't worry, you can watch back every moment from today's racing action here on Alpha Life. If you're new around here as well, why not hit that subscribe button, support karting. It's a fantastic sport. And what's been really pleasing to see is the number of entries once again really high here at Shenington, around 240 drivers across all the categories. Now, timer has started ticking down again, so the race has restarted, but is under slow procedure. Drivers quite vehemently being told to keep the pace steady. I would expect this is going to be a one-lap slow procedure, which will then get us back racing again with probably just over 2 minutes on the clock. Now, this is where Dimi Uzanov can be clever, because Dimi Uzanov could take a good chunk of the time off here. He's not going to be able to get rid of 3 minutes and 8 seconds, but getting that down to, if he can get it under 2 minutes 15, I think he'll take a lap of this race away. And that's a lap less of him having to potentially defend from the remaining drivers. I don't think he's quite going to be able to do that, though, because we're already at 2 minutes and 45 by the time they run around and through Hangar. But we are going to go back to green. We are going to go back to racing here at Shenington for the remaining time here in Minimax. Over the line, Dimi Uzanov checks over the shoulder, assesses the situation. That's quite a fast start, but actually I think that's a good thing for Uzanov. It's going to stretch this pack at the front out, but the number 22 of Jude Story, I think he's going to have a go here down towards Stratford. Thomas Laidler's not too far behind as well, and in fact it's Laidler who's gone on the attack down the inside, takes second place. Good move there from the number 97 Privateer. Is that going to be the opportunity for Dimi Uzanov to now break off the front of this field? Through the Bruno chicane. Keep an eye on Ben Hunt's there as well in 5th place. Championship leader heading into today. It's been very steady so far as back in goes Story. Retakes 2nd place. Laidler gives a bit of a nudge out of Wilkins' corner. William Moore still there as well in the number 42. So that's the first lap gone. 1 minute and 45 there or thereabouts remaining on the clock. So still quite a bit of racing to do here in this one. There around the outside of one of the JDRs. I think that was all around Noah Hobson, Alicia Waterhouse in there as well. Finley Rhodes started to come back through the order after the difficult start that Finley Rhodes had had. Should note that he dropped down from second place. Towards Hanger Corner again, then down the Hanger Straight into Wilkins. And the moment, no challengers coming in on Dimi Uzanov. Another lap ticks on by. Top 5 staying steady. Noah Hammond there in 6th place needs to dig deep on this lap, otherwise Hammond could fall back into the clutches of the likes of Toby Miles and Charlie Heffer. Tramlines penalties coming in. This is from the very start of the race. Arlo Atwood, Thomas Laidler. So that's one of our front runners. Has got a 3 seconds from the very start of the race. Joshua Kynaston Wade and Arthur Kaiser also 3-second penalties for drifting outside of the tram lines as the lights went out. 25 seconds to go in this one, so we're going to have 2 more laps. Jude Story finishing this one strong. I think he'll just want to try and work with Dimi Uzanov over this next lap. It's too early. It's too close to go for the race lead yet. Uzanov checks over the shoulder. He's so good in this position, is Dimi Uzanov. Had the pleasure of watching him compete out in Europe earlier on this year, and he had a race in Spain at Zuera, which is a very wide, very fast circuit, and he held a group of drivers with a lot more experience than him off for a 3rd place. He didn't quite convert it through to 3rd place in the end, but he did a great job for the best part of 10 minutes holding them all off. Was doing a big team job as well. His 2 teammates were up the road on that day, but can he hold off Jude Story here? He feels the force of Jude Story, but he's not relenting. On to the last lap then. Uzanov. Slightly defensive line there through the first couple of corners. That's a good shape from Dimi Uzanov. That was a bold attempt from Jude Story, but it didn't pay off, and it's going to allow Thomas Laidler potentially back in. Uzanov controls the speed. That's good control of the apex and the space off of the corner there from Dimitar Uzanov. As I say, he's absolutely fine with people being right down his exhaust pipe. Checks over his shoulder again. Can see realistically it's just Story there who can have a go. Story's going to look to the outside, but that's not going to work with the conditions as they are at the moment. Off the final corner, that is a very well constructed heat win from Dimitar Uzanov over the line, takes heat 3 ahead of Jude Story. Thomas Laidler 3rd, but has a 3 seconds, so will drop down to around Charlie Heffer's 8th spot. William Moore 4th on the road. Good points again from Ben Hunt, championship leader, living up to the expectations. Keeps the results rolling in here at Shenington. Noah Hammond 6th ahead of Toby Miles, Charlie Heffer, Hugo Torpy and Noah Hobson. That is how they come in at the end of that slightly disrupted, to say the least, Minimax race. Top novice, just to note there, Jamal Plummeram. Really good drive. Another Jack Dex Racing driver, really impressing on the novice plates, and full credit to Jack and the whole team there. That was a gain of 14 positions for Jamal Plummeram. And of course, for those novices, they've raced through from the back of the grid. They may start a little bit higher up when we get to the final later on today, which for the Rotax Inter category will be kind of in the middle pack of the finals. So do stick with us for that. We'll see them later on, of course. But next up out on circuit for their 3rd and final heat of this stage of the weekend, X30 Senior. Alvin Chu starts on pole position then for this next race. Jake Brook alongside on the front row. James Workman, Ben Cowley start on row 2 for X30 Senior's final heat. Matt Cardwell and Dominic Powerbock go from row 3. Bailey Brooker and Jack Monkhouse have to get good results here from row number 4. They've had up and down weekends so far. Oliver Meek and Tom Welsh complete the top 5. Andrew Platt and Alfie Gallagher go from 6. Nat Johnston, really impressive in that last race before the lunch break. Starts on row 7 alongside Reese Masters, Peter Jurovic and William Omar go from row 8. Dylan Masters had good race pace as well. Hopefully better luck on the first lap this time around. Starts alongside Katie Ashman on row 9. Zef Nurnberger and Lauren DeLevy are on row 10. John O'Donnell completes the 21 strong field. Just to recap from earlier as well, what we saw in heat number 2, we did see post-race changes. There was a 5-second penalty to Katie Ashman for a jump start. Now, we did see this group having some issues, to say the least, with getting the starts right. So Ashman, who was pole sitter, got a 5-second penalty that dropped her to 3rd. So it put Lauren Levy as the race winner from heat number 2 for Jade Racing Team. Nat Johnson up to 2nd place. Those could be crucial points in terms of how the grid lines up for the finals later on today. And keep your messages coming in. Hello to Richie Gray. Hello to Stephen Mellor, who confirmed it was Joshua Sharples that he's in cheering for. Richie Gray here supporting teammate Jamal. We talked about Addy Jones. Hello, Addy. Cheering on Eva Jones. Racing with bruised ribs, yes, because we saw Eva having some trouble earlier on in the day. And yeah, love to see those messages of support coming in for everybody. If you're enjoying the broadcast as well, do make sure that you've hit that like button. Really does help us out. Helps us with the algorithm and all of that. Let's push it. Let's try and get it up to 40 in the course of this race. It's at 26 at the moment. X30's out on circuit then. Really intriguing race from the seniors earlier on today. And this good quality grid. You've got the regulars, of course, like some of your Dunleavys and your Ashmans and your Parabox, and particularly those VRE machines. The dark grey, Dayglow yellow entries that have run well so far in this category this year. Steph Nurnberger's, your Peter Jurovic's as well. And then you've got that mix of a couple of the, we'd say, more national drivers, your Nat Johnstons, your Oliver Meeks. This should be another good one. Calm start then. In towards the tram lines they go. Looking to get underway at the first time of asking. That's much better than heat number 2. Alvin Chu leads us into the first couple of corners. Bit of jostling going on as the number 26 of Jake Brook tries to take advantage of a gap that's emerged and has taken 2nd place through turn number 2. Down towards Stratford for the first time. That's not going well. Several drivers involved. The number 89 of Ben Cowley for Tim Wilson Motorsport was one of them. I think Bailey Brooker. Oh, Bailey Brooker's not having a good day on first laps. But that was a big load of loading down into Stratford Corner. Wouldn't be surprised if a few front fairings are out of position after all of that. But we'll leave that for later. We'll leave that for analysing the race results at the end of this one. End of the first lap. Chu, Leeton, Brook, Parabot, Meek, Monkhouse, Platt, Johnston, Ashman, Workman and William Omar completing the top 10 right now. Here's a scrap going on between Katie Ashman and Nat Johnson, and Katie Ashman has got through there. Ashman, who has been properly up for the scrap so far this year. Impressed a lot last time out during April's round. And I think he's going to be a championship contender in this category across the course of the season. Has already accumulated a good number of points through the spring. As we go out of spring and into summer, this is when you start to see contenders emerge. I tell you what, Alvin Chu is putting a bit of a statement in here. Alva's got a 1.8 second lead at the end of lap number 2. Has gone off like a rocket in this one. Ahead of Dominic Parabox is now up to 2nd place, ahead of Jake Brook. Then it's Oliver Meek. Oliver looking for a better result than we saw in heat number 2. And aboard the Croc Promotion machine there. He's going to be, the slide. Oh no, that's not a good result at all. 360 over the top of Jake Brook, and both of them out of contention. Jake Brook in the wall. Will get back in. But, oh, well, that could have been a lot worse. But they would have hoped for a lot better at the same time. Nat Johnston's now up to third place. There was a bit of a gap down the inside there for Oliver Meek, but not quite enough, especially I think there was a bit of a clip of the curb on the inside for Oliver Meek. I can understand why he had a little go down there, but whether Brook was expecting it or not, I think Katie Ashman got held up in all of that as well, because Katie Ashman's fallen down to the bottom of the order. In fact, Katie Ashman may have stopped out there. So, well, I think that's a double commentary curse then in the last 90 seconds. Mentioning Ashman as a championship contender, now out. Looking for Oliver Meek to have a better result than race number 1. Has an incident with another driver. And Jake Brook, I think, was just an innocent bystander in all of that. 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go in this one. Alvin Chu's leads holding at 1.9 seconds. That's absolutely fine for the TWM driver right now. No, I think Ashman's got a transponder issue, because Katie Ashman's quite clearly there and still looks to be at full pace. So, false alarm. I seem to remember this was a problem for Katie at the last round as well. Not quite sure what's happening there. But either way, that was third place on the road for Nat Johnston. There's your race leader, Alvin Chu. So Al doing a good job at the moment. There's a lot of racing at the club level. Would be remiss of me as well to not mention that he races for the University of Birmingham Motor Racing Club as part of the BUKC. Birmingham for life and all of that. 3 minutes and 35 seconds of this race to go. New fastest lap of the race has just gone in from Nat Johnston, 42.002. So he's got half a second, arguably, on Powerbuck and Chu. The question is, has he got time to close the lead? Well, there's the first bit of the job done. Get past Don Powerbuck. And that's exactly what Johnston has done. I'll say it again. I've been very impressed with Nat Johnston so far this season in how quickly he's taken to the Minecraft, the racing brain side of senior racing. That's a heck of a move as well from Katie Ashman, who's just slung it down the inside of her teammate and taken third place. Drivers who are quick in junior, they're always quick in senior. But sometimes it just takes them a little bit of time to be able to work the races through, work out how to emerge at the end of an 8-minute race, a 10-minute race, however long the race is at the front. Nat Johnston has picked up that skill set very, very quickly. I mean, he's got some good training on his side. He's been doing a lot of work with three-time British X30 senior champion Gus Lawrence, of course. But you've still got to execute it out there on circuit, and it's been very impressive from Johnston so far this year. Battle for fourth place that you just saw there. So we have another look there at, it'll be for fifth place, because remember, Katie Ashman, we reckon the transponder had a bit of a moment. So it's actually running in third place at the moment ahead of Don Powerbuck. But this is the battle for fifth place. Jack Monkhouse back ahead of William Omar. Oh, Monkhouse really having to defend there. The other way round. That was Omar defending from Monkhouse. Lead's going to close in here. Johnston 41.9, 8 tenths quicker as Monkhouse a little look down the inside there. Alfie Gallagher's going to come into play now as well. Aboard that number 14, Oliver Meek is there also. Ooh, number 41's just been shown the no blocking warning as well. Yeah, I can understand why that one's come out. As back through goes William Omar, but change for the lead. Nat Johnston's got through, has managed to catch Alvin Chu and overtake. And once again, Nat Johnston just showing that he has kicked it up a gear. Just had a very brief chat with him earlier today. Yesterday, I think, of the first heat, straight in, no practice, no warm-up, no nothing. just took it nice and easy, but today he has started to show his class and started to really show his talents. And gonna have to say for the rest of the field, pretty hard to look beyond Nat Johnston for a win in the final later on today. But for the regulars in terms of championship points, that's not going to stop them fighting for second and third places. And you never know. Said it with the KZs earlier on in the season. Just because you've got one driver arguably with a higher level of credentials than the rest of the field, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to win the final, especially if something happens across the course of that longer race. That was a nice move from Alfie Gallagher up the inside of William Omar. Puts Gallagher up into what will be 5th place. Omar goes back in, retakes that spot. Through goes Monkhouse, through goes Meek, and hello, here comes Peter Jurevich as well. Peter Jurevich still racing with the VRE team, by the way. That is an MDL sticker kit in sticker kit form only. Still being run by the VRE squad. Just not in their normal colours of, well, like that number 53 there of Katie Ashman of the dark grey and the yellow. This is the fight for second place. Katie Ashman coming back through, trying to find a way through past Alvin Chu, and has got the move done. Another really good bit of racing from Katie Ashman, who continues to grow and grow and grow and impress a lot of people here at Shenington. Chu tries to look for a counter-attack through Stratford. Nothing on that occasion. Nat Johnston now just bringing this one home, taking care of the materials, taking care of the tyres and the brakes and the chassis, and himself, of course, is going to take another heat win here. Really, really good result once again for Mick Barrett Racing. Over the line, Katie Ashman, as I say, I reckon P2, because unless she lost exactly one lap off screen, I think that was just a bit of a transponder wobble. And yeah, Katie's gone straight into the park firmly, which again would indicate that she's in the top 3. So Albert Chu comes home 3rd, Don Powerbock 4th, William Omar and Jack Monkhouse all in the top 5. Ollie Meek 7th, Peter Jurevich, Alfie Gallagher, Laurenton Levy. Lawrence should be nicely in a good spot on the grid for the final off the results that she's achieved in the number 22 over the last 24 hours. Bailey Brooker 10th, Seth Nurnberger, Andrew Platt, Ben Cowley, James Workman, Matt Cardwell take us down to 15th on the scoreboard. But again, always remember you've got to put Katie Ashman back in just above the number 25 of Alvin Chu. So Cardwell actually 16th in the end in that one. Reese Masters ahead of Dylan Masters. Tough day so far for Dylan Masters. But you never know. A final can be a very different kind of race to the heats. John O'Donnell, the last of those on the lead lap. Jake Brook had that incident with Oliver Meek earlier on in the race and did not see the end of the race. So there we go. That's the heats done for the X30 seniors. Again, we'll see them later on today. I reckon they'll be out on track probably about 5:15, maybe 5:20. Of course, the timetable a little bit in motion today with how things are going. But for now, we'll say bye-bye to the X30 seniors and welcome in the senior Rotax class. Weather holding off here at Shenington, ready for another race in fully dry conditions, and it's Harvey Quick on pole position in Senior Max. The senior Rotax driver is about to emerge out on circuit. We'll also see Tom Nottingham on the front row for this one. Gary Bumford and Ethan Martin go from row 2. Could Ethan Martin be one of the favourites for this race? Has had a very good season so far. Tom Taylor, we won't miss Tom, starting from 5th place on the grid in his very brightly liveried machine. Noosh Safa Levers starts on the outside of row number 3 for this one. Max Chown and Will Forber go from 4. It's Rudy Winslow Morton and Alfie Davies completing the top 5. Abby Sanders and Louis Judd start on the 6th row for this next race. Jamie Burton and Chris Thomas go from 7. Chris Thomas had a good day yesterday in the first heat, but needs a response here in this 3rd and final round. Freddie Snelling and Ben Brock go from row 8. Ollie Hayes and Kian Eastick go from 9. Marissa Teague and Charles Sutton go from 10. It's then Bertie Wellesley and Veer Maru on row 11. Maru the first of the novices. Alex Vessier and Jensen People go from row 12. It's Dylan Tutton and Max Rowley on 13. Holly Garrett's looking to continue the good form in the best race number of all, which of course is number 56. He's joined by Ivo Ivanov on row 14. Ben Adams and Ralphie Greenway go from row 15. Oliver Bamford Sr. had technical troubles earlier on today. Starts this race from the very back. You know the drill by now. 8 minutes and 1 lap. 3rd and final heat. 4 senior Rotax into the tram lines. We are racing, and look at the start for Ethan Martin, already up to 2nd place. Slots in behind the number 15 of Tom Nottingham. They're all through, apart from the 81, through the first couple of corners. It's Oliver Bamford Sr. who's had problems again, and straight into the race lead has gone Ethan Martin. Very good start. This is what he needs to do. Put the rest of the senior Rotax Shenington Club Racing field on notice that today he wants to grow a championship lead as we go towards the summer. Noosh Safaleva's on the move, up to 2nd place, gets past Tom Nottingham there through Wilkins and taps on the head to say, come on, we cannot fight at this stage. I've got the pace close in on Ethan Martin. You've got to work with me, though, if we're going to pull back that number 55 machine. So it's Martin from Safaleva's, Nottingham, Forber, Quick, Davies, Judd, Chown, Taylor and Freddie Snelling up 2 spots. In fact, no, more than 2 spots. Freddie Snelling up 5 spots from where the number 66 started. Other good starts as well. Ben Brock there in that bright blue number 90 machine is up 4 spots to 12th. We'll keep an eye on those in the second half of the field. As on the brakes there, lovely stuff from Alfie Davies. That should put Davies in the top 5, and does. Gets past R1 Racing's Harvey Quick there. Harvey Quick's got to be assertive at this stage, otherwise the pole sitter of this race could be disappearing out the back of the top 10. Another move coming in there. Will Forber up into 3rd place aboard kart number 25. Started this race 8th, so that's some nice progress from Will Forber in the opening laps of this race. Results so far, well actually Will Forber, I think this is Will's first appearance at Shenington so far this season. May well be his first appearance at Shenington in club form ever. I don't remember seeing Will race in this part of the world, but I will be gladly corrected in the chat if I'm talking complete rubbish per usual on that one. 5.5 minutes of this race to go. First warning's out for this race. It's Veer Maru, one of our novices. Veer has unfortunately fallen down to 27th place, having started at the front of the novices. We talk about the novices, of course, starting from the back. So that's another nice move from Alfie Davies. He likes that one. That's 2 laps in a row that Alfie Davies has done that. This time up to P4 ahead of Tom Nottingham. As that's what we're talking about from Harvey Quick. Oh, that's good to see. That assertiveness, that determination to not roll over and fall out the top 10 in this one. That's what I like to see. And you've had a bit of a tricky start. Tom Nottingham going back through there. Tom Taylor just behind as well, as saying that distinctive, almost like highlighter pen livery with the blue mixed in. Has raced that livery with the number 77 on the side of the kart for many a year. But the novices, of course, they almost have their own mini grid at the back of the field, which similarly has a front middle back situation going on across the 3 rounds of heats like we've had over the last 24 hours here at Shenington. So unfortunately there for Veer Maru, Veer has fallen down the order. Here's once again Alfie Davies on the attack. into Stratford, and Max Chown trying to go around the outside. Chown on the scene. Up the order, oh, nearly went off for a bit of a gliding path like next door, but somehow Max Chown's made it through. How has Max Chown done that? I thought for a moment when the rear axle was up in the air that Max Chown was going for not a good destination, shall we say. Instead, he gains 2 positions in all of that. Back comes Will Forber down the inside of Tom Nottingham. Alfie Davies drops down to 6th place in all of this. 3.5 minutes remaining. Down towards Stratford Hairpin once again. Looking around the outside there is Tom Nottingham. It is a corner that offers a good amount of grip just on driver's left if you are hanging it round that part of the course. You just need to make sure that you don't get a chassis full of the big curb on driver's left, because that will slow down your momentum. It's all getting a little bit close here into Wilkins, but look at that. Well, Alfie Davies has had 2 down the inside of this race so far. That was 1 round the outside this time. Gets ahead of Harvey Quick once again. Good fight, this. This is what club racing is about. Into Stratford corner once again. Joining the back of this group is Jamie Burt as well in kart number 51. A lot to be gained in this battle, but at the same time you could lose a lot as well if you got shuffled out of the pack or made a mistake. As now that's exactly what we're talking about in terms of you can lose a lot very quickly. 4 karts out. Burt's involved. Tom Taylor was also involved. Harvey Quick's missing a front fairing. Will Forber's out as well. And slow procedure. Understandable. 3 karts, not quite the M25 traffic jam that we had in Minimax earlier. Now, where did this all start from? So the number 25 is a bit slow. And I think what happens there, quite simply, Will Forber had a really not that quick run into Wilkins, and then it just concertinaed in behind, caught everybody out, and by the power of somewhat prediction, about 20 seconds earlier, we said, oh, now that's going to be a problem. Broken radiator now. I'm guessing that was off Harvey Quick's number 14. Well, the drivers are going to need to be conscious of the next time they come round. The exhaust is broken on Will Forber's kart there as well. I just wondered, did Will Forber have some form of technical issue perhaps? Because he just seemed to really, really slow down on the approach into Wilkins' corner. Everybody else behind, understandably, wasn't quite expecting it. Checkered flag is out, by the way, so that is going to be it. Ethan Martin takes the heat win from Mustafa Levers. Max Chown 3rd, Alfie Davies 4th, Tom Nottingham 5th, Ollie Hayes 6th, Freddie Snelling, Charles Sutton, Ben Brock and Cian Eastick complete the top 10. Quite a strange end to that heat for senior Rotax, and a real shame as well for Jamie Burt, Will Forber and Harvey Quick in particular, that they weren't able to get through all of that. They lose top 10 finishes in those heats. Well, everyone will get through to the final, of course. There's no threat of B finals for the senior Rotax drivers today. But a few of them might be a bit further down the order than they were expecting about 3 minutes ago. But that will be one of the highlights of the day, no doubt. It will be our penultimate final of the day as well. So I would suspect again, yeah, probably about 25 past 5, but as I say, bit of a in motion and fluid timetable today, so if in doubt, just stick with us throughout the rest of the day. Before we get to those finals though, we've got one more heat to go, Heat 3 for X30 Junior, up next. Here's a grid then for the 3rd and final heats for X30 Junior before we move to the finals. for all of the classes. Lewis Hay and Charlie Blenkinsop on the front row. George Quinlan and Jacob Batchelor on row 2. Lucy Lovell and Exton Cook go from 3. On the 4th row of the grid, it's James Backworth and Harrison Maxwell for this one. Jacob Marples and Tom Fox go from 5. Brandon Edwards and Ayrton Limmer Evans on 6. George Edgar starts on row 7, is joined by William Haynes. Louis Barker and Alfie Fulton go from 8. Seth Angus and Jack Wish are on row number 9. Alfie Taylor and Henry Duncan start on row 10. It's then Archie Rogers-Tyler looking to move up from row 11. He's joined by Zoe Cattett on that row. Jack Baker needs a good result here. Did not have a happy time of things earlier on today. Starts alongside Lucas Murray on row 12. Archie Lee Bullock and Finlay Lyons go from 13. Excited to see what Finlay Lyons can do. This is his from the back of the field heat. Finlay Hines and Katie Clark go from 14. And then our novices, Josh Bundock, Thea Wright and Jaden Lamb. Very good afternoon to Oliver Lomax cheering on Finlay Lyons in this one. And hello to the Charlie Blenkinsop fan club as well. CP is in the house for that one. I think we've got a few viewers coming over from Silverstone as well. I hope you've enjoyed the inaugural Silverstone 24 hour. If this is your first time watching a bit of owner karting, welcome. Andrew Mather on commentary duties for you here today. And yes, let's address not the elephant in the room, it's the clouds on the screen. We're living a charmed life at the moment. We have rain showers. If you've never been to this part of the world, this is very, very typical for this part of the world, particularly at this time of year. DDMM HQ used to be about 20 minutes down the road before we moved a little bit further south down the country. And yeah, this is quite typical. You've got 2 pockets of rain, probably both about 10 miles away, but crucially over there and not here. The worrying thing though is that was the sites, that was the viewpoint that was all good, probably about half an hour ago to my right. So if don't camera up because it'll not look that great. Back over the back of our camera up there on the viewing bank, there is a similarly dark rain dropping looking cloud. There it is behind them. So at the moment this is okay. Let's keep the engines running. This is a case in point for the internal combustion engine. Bit of heat causes the rain to go away, maybe, possibly, potentially. But we're still dry here at the circuit. We had a little bit of a rain flurry earlier on today during the 3rd and final heat for Formula Libre. But apart from that, we've been good. Touch wood. Got to do that one because people will not be happy if I bring the rain upon us. It wouldn't be the first time this season. We've had commentary curses on the weather. But yes, last heat for X30 Juniors. Let's bring you up to speed with what's been happening in the heat so far. First heat for everybody was yesterday, of course. Finlay Lyons took the win in the first one. That was his from the front of the grid start. Jack Baker was 2nd, George Edgar was 3rd, James Backworth and Alfie Taylor completed the top 5. Heat 2 earlier on today. As we spin the computer, make it work. Hopefully it doesn't crash. George Edgar took the race win. That was on the road, and of course after any kind of post-race changes. Finlay Lyons 2nd. However, Jacob Batchelor did have a 5-second. Was it a front fairing? No, it was gaining an unfair advantage. So Jacob Batchelor dropped to 5th place. So that promoted Jack Wish to 3rd and Finlay Hines to 4th. Finlay Hines had a nice race earlier on today. So that's how things are kind of shaped at the very sharp end of the order. Everybody gets through to the final in this one. Question is, in what order? Oh, now we've already got dramas on the formation lap. Now, is that weather related, or is that just cold tyres and juniors losing a little bit of concentration related. In most trouble there looks to be, if my eyes are not deceiving me, the number 74. This may delay the start of the race, of course. Well, that doesn't check out, Andrew, because we haven't got a number 71. Might have been the number 14 of Josh Bundock.
Do we go racing? Yes, we do. So, no, we don't. Hands in the air. Oh, now that's an even worse situation. Now, I think some of the drivers thought that perhaps we were going round again. Or no, I think we're green. No, there's no chevron flags on the indicators outside the commentary box. That got me as well. So I think some of the drivers thought we were going around again. The others played to the whistle. In the motorsport sense of playing to the whistle. And they were the ones to do right. And we are racing. Now, the number 14, Josh Bundock, was in trouble on that one. Jaden Lamb, I think, was in trouble as well. Alfie Taylor, I think, got caught up in all of that. So one of our front runners quite regularly here so far this season got confused by all of that. We race on. Charlie Blenkinsop has come to the front of this field. Jacob Batchelor in second place. Harrison Maxwell third. Tom Fox and Finley Hines inside the top five. Well, that was the scrappiest start that we've seen so far today. In the latest episode of Mather Needs to Go to Specsavers again, I think it might be the number 34 that we saw in trouble on the formation lap, Archie Lee Bullock, because I cannot see Archie Lee Bullock as running out there on circuit. So, yeah, not good news there for the driver of the number 34, not the 74 that doesn't exist. 6 minutes and 15 seconds to go then. Charlie Blenkinsop and Jacob Batchelor have got a great chance here for some strong results. Batchelor's going to go down the inside. Jacob Batchelor, who I've got to say is I wouldn't say a transformed driver because the speed has always been there, but the confidence is there now to go with it, and seems to be in a really good place within the BMR squad. And that was a good example of it. Decisively getting through, taking the race lead from Charlie Blenkinsop. George Edgar on the scene, and Finley Lines not too far behind. Edgar gets past William Haynes there. That was for P4, and with that, George Edgar was the fastest driver out on circuit, 43.836. So, could George Edgar be challenging here for a second heat win of the day? Down towards Wilkins. This could be a key lap or so for George Edgar, because William Haynes is just potentially going to act as a bit of a buffer right now before Finley Lines can get through. Remember, this isn't the final yet, so there's always a limit to how much you can really gain with a big on-the-brakes move at this stage of the day. You don't want to wreck yourself and take yourself out of contention for the proper race later on today for trophies and championship points and all of that business. And that was well done by Finley Lines. Nice and patient, good professional karting. One of the top talents in the country is Finley Lines. It's a big year for Finley, second year within the junior ranks. Last year was his big learning year of the full-size karts, the extra power and all that comes with that. Seated driver, of course, running that number 9. But with that does come that extra pressure. People then expect you to kick on in that second year. And that is exactly what Lines is doing, but right now he's got a job trying to catch up to his teammate. That's another good move from George Edgar. Gets past Finley Hines. Hines wise there as well. Finley Hines, another driver. Calm head on young shoulders, experienced at this level. Sees George Edgar come down the inside and go, do you know what, I'm not going to fight you here, George, because you could be my ticket to close back up to Charlie Blenkinsop if I just sit behind, let you do all the hard work for the next couple of laps and chip away at that advantage. It didn't really look like changing for the last lap or so. Ooh, bit of a wide moment there for William Haynes in the number 69. Brandon Edwards closing in, by the way. Edwards started 11th, is up to P7. Other good drives through the field. Zoe Catton, Zoe started P22, up to 11th. Lucas Murray, likewise, has halved
his race position from the start. Start of P24 is up to 12th. Zoe Cattett now up into the top 10. This is good stuff from Zoe Cattett, as there's a move going in from Jacob Marples. Side by side with Lucas Murray in the 47. One of the Tim Wilson Motorsport entries here this weekend. Very busy there in that run from, well, around 9th place all the way down to the lower reaches of the top 20. This is another one of those, while yes, everybody will get through to the final, if you have a mistake, if you have a problem towards the front of that pack, you're going to lose a lot of positions as George Edgar's gone in on Charlie Blenkinsop. Did that move work for second place? Yes, it did. There it is on your screens. Jacob Batchelor, the new race leader, but not for long, because here comes George Edgar. Super move on the brakes from George Edgar. So much pressure on the shoulders of this young man. That number 2 plate, the races that he's won before, the family name, of course, as well, coming from this long stable of fast British karters, and George Edgar seems to be relishing this. This may just be a club race here today, and that's not to do this race disservice. I think this is a statement from George Edgar today, because there are some very strong drivers on this grid. I'll say it again, for the club categories, this is the strongest grid of the day. This is the grid that's got the most number of national races on it, and George Edgar is schooling them all right now. This is going to give him a lot of confidence as the season goes into that crucial phase through the latter spring into the early summer, where championships aren't won, but sometimes when you get to the end of the autumn, you look back at June, July, the races that happen in that part of the year, and you go, yep, that was the point of the season where so-and-so made the difference that gave them a club championship, a national championship, a big race win in a plate race, or something like that. 50 seconds of this race to go. Here's your battle for 4th place. Finlay Hines is one of those national drivers that we were talking about. And that was a good move on Charlie Blenkinsop through into 4th place. Under investigation, by the way, is Louis Barker. He's had a bit of a tough day. Currently, where is Louis running? A little bit further down the order. It was just taking 17th place away from Henry Duncan. He said it was busy in that middle part. 2 laps to go then. Finlay Lines has got through into 2nd place ahead of Jacob Batchelor. So once again, it's a Mick Barrett Racing 1-2. As much as we talk about George Edgar and the form that he's in, this team as well. Long-standing team, as we've mentioned before, but this is the strongest that I can remember Mick Barrett Racing being in for the last couple of years, in terms of, their consistency. Down towards Stratford Corner once again. We are on the final lap. Well, unless George Edgar makes a mistake here, he's going to win this race. Finlay Lines, this has been a really good drive from Finlay Lines, we should say. Remember, he started 26th on the grid in this one. He's got back up to 2nd place. In fact, it's been an awesome drive from Finlay Lines. And we're going to be enjoying the final. I'm glad that this is the last race of the day as well, because it's going to be a spectacle to behold. George Edgar is going to be on pole position for it, I reckon. Finlay Lines P2. Will they be 1 and 2 again later on today? We'll have to wait and see. Jacob Batchelor races to 3rd, and he's still there waiting in the wings, arguably, for a mistake. Oh dear, there's a mistake. Louis Barker on the right-hand side and Harrison Maxwell have come together out of the final corner. Well, the body language says a lot there. apologies there. I was just turning to my right to watch them coming into Park Fermain into the scrutineering shed, and turn back round, and there's two karts locked together. Well, 100 metres short of the where they want to be. George Edgar wins that X30 Junior heat. Then Finley Lyons second, Jacob Batchelor third. Great drive as well from Charlie Blenkinsop. Comes home in fourth place, takes advantage of that good grid start. Good start to the race and brought it home nicely. Race technically isn't over yet, whilst these two get over the line. And that is going to be 25th place going towards Harrison Maxwell. Finley Hines 5th, William Haynes 6th, Jacob Marple, Zoe Cattett, Tom Fox and Lucas Murray. Some really good drives there in that top 10. Cattett and Murray both started outside the top 20. Hines did as well. And as mentioned, Finley Lyons came from the back of the field. Through the rest of the order, George Quinlan in 11th, Jack Wish, Seth Angus, James Backworth and Katie Clark all in the top 15. Ayrton Limmer Evans off the novice plates now P16. Henry Duncan, Alfie Fulton, Lucy Lovell and Lewis Hay in the top 20. That's disappointing, sadly, for Lewis Hay. Started up towards the front of the grid, as did Brandon Edwards. Jaden Lamb, top of the novices, P22 there. Exton Cook, Theo Wright and Harrison Maxwell, 25th. Louis Barker, the last of those, still on the lead lap, but obviously quite delayed after that late problem. Jack Baker's not having a good day today. I think we're going to see a new championship leader unless something extraordinary happens in the final, because Jack Baker's going to have a lot of work to do from towards the back of the grid. Archie Rogers-Tyler, Alfie Taylor and Josh Bundock, the last of those who started the race, and Archie Lee Bullock was a non-starter. X30 Juniors will be the last race of the day. I suspect probably around 5:30. Do be with us for that. Talking finals, we move into them right now. KZ2 British Kart Championships Round 2 final is next.
Welcome everybody once again to Shenington. We start this afternoon's finals with one of the biggies, one of the highlights of the day. It is the KZ2 final. This is the second round final of the 2026 Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. This is how they line up. Noah Wolf was here in this position at Warden Law for round number 1. Can he get his first finals win of the season? Well, trying to stop him will be the number 7 of Jake Weston, who's looked very, very quick today. Charlie Turner won last time out, of course, at Warden Law, and starts in the same position he started that final from, grid 3. Josh Price was a retirement at Karting Northeast, looking to get his first podium of the season, starts 4th on the grid. Jessica Edgar has won races at club level here at Shenington so far this season. Starts this race from the inside of row number 3. But has a tough proposition in the form of James Glenister. Glenister has a very strong record, particularly in British Kart Championship races around this circuit. Lee Ward, Ralph Youngling, there on row number 4. Ashley Lewis has fought back from a difficult start to the weekend, starts on row 5 alongside Harry Walsh. George Robinson and Jonathan Railton start on row number 6 for this one. Nino Piccoli and Oliver Harris start on 7, and then drivers who had problems in their heats. Ryan Green, 15th. Miles Murphy was on the podium last time out at Warden Law, starts 16th. And Jensen Pugh completes the 17-strong field here for the round 2 final for the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships in the short circuit gearbox category, KZ2, here at Shenington. Been brilliant to have a good field of KZ2s here at Shenington this weekend. And remember the championship situation before the start of the weekend. Charlie Turner was leading it by 7 points. Now, do you reckon that lead has been whittled away? Noah Wolf with a big opportunity here to extend the championship lead, but as we saw last time out at Warden Law, it's KZ2. Anything is predictable.
We are racing then in the final here at Shenington. It's a very good start, and there's a touch straight away between Wolf and Weston, and it's James Glenister who is immediately on the attack and up to second place. Well, it wasn't the best of starts from Noah Wolf. He got caught out a little bit there. We did say that at times that's maybe been his slight Achilles heel, but he's recovered back through to take the early lead of this race. Through the Bruno chicane for the first time. James Glenister P2. Charlie Turner up there P3. So it's a similar picture to what we had at Warden Law. It's Wolf leading. It's a semi-wild card Formula K Rush performance machine, except last time it was Marcus Kayak. This time it's James Glenister. And then Charlie Turner there, third. Nicely positioned, should anything go wrong, to pick up the pieces further down the order. I tell you, he's had a good start, Miles Murphy, and here he is once again down the inside of Jess Edgar, takes 5th place. Miles Murphy started this race from 16th on the grid. That CRG continuing to look really strong in his hands, as it is in Jake Weston's hands. Jake Weston has looked really strong in the second half of races as well. And of course, this is longer than the heats that we've had so far this weekend. They had their pre-final earlier on today as well. 8.5 minutes gone then. Wolf leads from Glenister, Turner, Weston, Murphy, Edgar, Josh Price in 7th place. Ralph Youngling in 8th place. Remember, Ralph Youngling had a very good second half of his final at Warden Law as well. Could do with something similar here to elevate himself back up the order. Harry Walsh is up to P9. George Robinson as well, holding nicely in P10. George Robinson has impressed me a fair amount here today. And good to see again more teams coming into this category. Track Racing with 2 drivers in this one, and their other drivers moved up the order as well. Jensen Pugh up to 13th. This is going to be a very different race to the one that we saw in the pre-final earlier on today. No real point saving any bits of your machinery for later on in the day, because this is the final. This is the last point where they'll race here this weekend. It's a note out of the window. I saw Jonathan Railton starting to drive back up through the field. Ashley Lewis has had problems out there as well. So really torrid weekend for Ashley Lewis here at Shenington. It's never really got going for the number 6 seed from last year. And at the moment it's down in 16th place. Through again to complete another lap. Gotta say, this is really good from Noah Wolf. He is starting to pick the pace up. That was a 44.434 last time around. It's 3 to 4 tenths quicker than the IPK machines directly behind. Gonna be honest, Glenister and Turner have got to pick the pace up here, because behind them, Weston and particularly Miles Murphy look really quick at this stage of the race. I think Jake Weston's realised that. He knows he's got to find a way through. He's got to get past Charlie Turner. He has a little look towards Hanger Corner. Nothing doing there. Turner covers that line very nicely indeed. That's the experience of Charlie Turner. That's the experience of a former British KZ2 champion on display there. Keeps his own pace high. Isn't dropping off the back of James Glenister right now. Keeps his track position. Change for 10th place. Ryan Green is through past George Robinson. So the Ryan Green recovery continues aboard the DR machine, powered by the Modena engine. Now, CRGs look decent, but right now, well, in fact, the Kart Republic of Josh Price looks decent as well. All 3 of the More Racing boys, just body language wise, the karts look quicker at this stage. The trouble is they're bottled up behind these 2. I just wonder whether there may be a bit of team tactics coming into play here. It doesn't look like anyone has the pace of Noah Wolf today, and unlike last time out at Warden Law, there's no wildcard other international driver snapping at the heels of Noah Wolf. So as long as Noah Wolf can just bring this one home and keep it all together, keep the mechanical parts together, you've got to say it's looking pretty long, those odds. Oh, Weston's got through. That's what was needed. Weston through into third place ahead of Charlie Turner. I just wondered whether Glenister and Turner would have been better for the championship hope, swapping those two karts over. Well, that option's gone now because Jake Weston has gone through. Can his teammates follow suit? Miles Murphy, after that unbelievable start, is next up. And I tell you what, Miles Murphy's been looked very quick down here into Stratford Corner this weekend and last month as well. Oh, that didn't look so good, and he's going to lose out to Josh Price. Price goes through into 5th place. Now, what happened there with Murphy? Was that a missed gear? Was that a downshift that didn't quite behave correctly? Or was it something else? Either way, Murphy loses out, and we'll look to rebuild from here. 4 minutes to go. This race is absolutely rattled on by here in KZ2. Josh Price is, should know, the fastest driver on circuit with a 44.208. Maybe he's just biding his time in this one. Was on course for 2nd place last time out at Warren Law in the British Kart Championships in KZ2, and then the kart decided that it wanted to watch the rest of the final from the sidelines, robbing the 2024 KZ2 British champion of what would have been a great result. Charlie Turner, though, this is looking pretty tough for Turner to be on the podium here again. Through turn 1 once again, 3 minutes remaining. Leader 2.3 seconds clear. There he is. A flash of yellow on his lid. Clear of the rest of the field. At the moment, Turner's good out of Pitts Bend. Well, there's a little bit of a shuffle going on here. Is this a bit of tactics? Oh, Josh Price, that's brilliant. Josh Price is through. Actually used a slow exit from Jake Weston to just nudge himself alongside and get the move done around the outside of Charlie Turner there. And here comes Josh Price. Josh Price is looking really quick at this stage of the race. Now, is he going to help his teammates with 2.5 minutes remaining? I would think so, because they could still get a double podium here today for more racing. Down the straight towards Brian's, into the hairpin once again. Transponder issue on Jonathan Railton's number 77. So if you're following Jonathan's progress, don't worry, he is still circulating out there. Just running through the rest of this order. Outside of top 6, it's still Jess Edgar running 7th, Harry Walsh, Ralph Youngling, Ryan Green in the top 10, George Robinson, Lee Ward, Jensen Pugh, Ashley Lewis, and then, well, somewhere in there is Jonathan Railton. I'll try and do it the old-fashioned way to confirm where he is right now. Then Nino Piccoli and Oliver Harris. Just over 90 seconds of this one to go. As here's the move for 2nd place. Weston's got down the inside. There's nothing James Glenister can do about that. And through into 2nd and 3rd go the Moore Racing boys. Great teamwork here between Weston and Price. But like we saw at Warden Law, I don't think these two are just going to be content to follow each other home in 2nd and 3rd places. They're going to have a scrap amongst themselves potentially here. Glenister still holding 4th on the road. Miles Murphy, after that electric start, just don't think has quite got the pace here today to challenge Charlie Turner for that 5th place on the road. Into the latter stages of this one then. Just to note, Jonathan Railton is running 15th on the road right now, just ahead of Nina Piccoli and Oliver Harris. That's been updated on our timing and scoring on the left-hand side of your screen. Weather still holding good right now. Still quite blustery here at Shenington. But we've got 2 more laps of this one. Noah Wolf is in a really good rhythm. How can I tell? Well, he's just put his personal best in, a 44.242. By this stage of the game, last time out at Karting Northeast for round 1, he was out. He'd had that controversial clash with Marcus Kayak, where the two favourites for the weekend both didn't see the final, opening the door for Charlie Turner to storm through and take race victory. But something even more miraculous than what we saw just over a month ago is going to have to happen here to stop Noah Wolf adding to the victory that he got at a British Kart Championships level last year at GYG. We are on to the last lap now. No move yet from Josh Price on Jake Weston. They're well clear of James Glenister behind in fourth place. Down towards the hairpin once again. There goes Noah Wolf, who will take the championship lead. That was the aim at the start of the weekend. It was the aim at the start of the weekend at Warner Law, of course. And here's the move from Josh Price for second place. Oh, Weston nearly loses control. That's brave stuff. That's proper karting at its finest. But Noah Wolf comes out of the final corner. Noah Wolf wins at Shenington, takes the second round of the British Kart Championships year in KZ2. Josh Price is back on the podium. Second place for the 2024 champ. Jake Weston makes it a double podium for More Racing with third. James Glenister adds to his strong results around this place at this level. P4. Charlie Turner has lost the championship lead, but that's still some good points for the number 4 seed with fifth. Miles Murphy fights back brilliantly to P6 after that difficult pre-final. Harry Walsh, Ralph Youngling, Jessica Edgar and Ryan Green all in the top 10 here today, ahead of George Robinson, Jensen Pugh, Lee Ward, Ashley Lewis, Jonathan Railton, Nino Piccoli and Oliver Harris. And with that, the KZ2 field will head next to Kim Bolton, where we will have the next round for the British Kart Championships in KZ2. Of course, the KZ2s will be here for club meetings across the course of the season. Do hope you can be with us for all of that. Right now, though, we've got to move on. We've got to move back to the club championship categories. It is the Junior Rotax B final up next. Here we go then. Last chance saloon for all of these drivers to get through to the A final. I'll tell you what, there's some surprising drivers on this grid. First of all, Alex Shepherd starts on pole position for this one. Problems after the races earlier on today means he's in this B final. Ben Morgan alongside on the front row. Oliver Dawson and Oliver Barton on row 2. Clark Naylor and Hugh Phillips go from row 3. It's Jack Corser and Frankie Jones on row 4. Rebecca Restle and Ruben Jenkins go from 5. Emily Johnston and Jay Singh on row 6. Archie Buchanan, Elijah Lewis on row 7. Eskild Hewitt and Louis Marchant on row 8. And then the rest of the field running through. Away we go then for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. And oh dear, already problems for Ruben Jenkins towards the back of the field. Any hopes of getting through almost immediately extinguished there for Ruben Jenkins. On paper, this should be a fairly straightforward race for Alex Shepherd. On paper, shouldn't be in this B final, but intermediate classifications aren't decided on paper. They're decided out on the racetrack, and of course anything that happens afterwards in stewards' inquiries and scrutineering officers. But here Alex Shepherd is. There's a nice move from the number 76 of Eskild Hewitt. The Hewitt family, both the boys, Eskild and Leander, have both come up through the Motorsport UK karting pathway. Both very accomplished drivers in the British Indoor Karts Championship, if my memory serves me correctly. Which sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Quite a few novices in this one as well. They'll be looking for early progress And maybe some best results of the season so far if they have been regulars here at Shenington. There's a move coming in from the number 65 of Cian Hundle down the inside of Hugh Phillips and up into 9th place. Good start as well for Ben Morgan there, who's running in 2nd place. Looks like the number 65 of Cian Hundle on a move again. That's past Archie Buchanan that time for 8th place. There's your race leader, Alex Shepherd, leading this one right now. And looking comfortable at the moment, 1.5 seconds clear. Oliver Barton running in 3rd place at the moment. There's the top 4 that go through, of course. A big part of that is you've got to race cleanly across the course of this B final to make sure that you do get through to the main show later on today. And in fact, here is your battle for 4th place. Jack Corser just holding off Oliver Dawson right now. Jack Corser, another one who, perhaps on balance, should already be up in the A final. Has done that previously in the season, of course, but again, has had some misfortune across the course of the 3 rounds of heats. As has Emily Johnston, of course. Emily had well, not even start earlier on today. And well, that is an absolute hammer blow. Just as we mentioned, Emily Johnston had problems earlier on before Heat 2. The kart expires and she's out. A charge that was looking good to get involved in this battle for 4th place ends on lap 5. And that is exactly what we're talking about in terms of getting through to that A final. It's a moment that can be taken away from you in a moment. My heart goes out to Emily. Emily has raced when the machinery's behaved very well today. The 3rd heat performance in particular was deserving of a spot in the A final, but sadly A final spots aren't determined on who deserves them or not. They're determined by the intermediate points and who goes through from this B final, and that's not going to happen today, unfortunately, for Emily Johnston. 3 minutes and 30 to go. Jack Corser's having to work really hard here, and I tell you what, this is bringing others into play. Cian Hundle, we've already mentioned, has been on an overtaking run. With a bit of momentum here, Cian Hundle could still get into this A final, because there he is. In the livery with the Dayglow yellow and the dark grey. Eskils Hewitt's still there as well in kart number 76. In trouble here for Corser. He loses one position, I reckon he loses the other 2 as well, so he's just got to make that number 11 machine as wide as possible at this stage. It's great news though if you are particularly following and supporting the likes of Oliver Barton, Ben Morgan, Alex Shepherd. They're pretty much in already. They just need to get round, finish this race, no problems, no front fairings or anything of that description, no penalties. And we'll say, oh no, off the road and nearly rejoining the circuit there. That's the number 95 of Oliver Dawson. So that's Dawson gone from the battle. Now what happened there? Was that a moment? Dawson looked to have moved to the inside. Was there a touch from further back? Well, if there was, it was very slight. I was half expecting a proper head bob there, but that did not occur for Oliver Dawson. It's a real shame for Oliver. He's right on the cusp of being able to move through. Just to compound matters, he's just had a 3-second penalty for tramlines, 2 wheels at the start of the race. There's a move. Cian Hundle through into 4th place. Oh no, again, I'm not a massive fan of seeing that style of driving. Eskils Hewitt is through into 5th place. And Jack Corser's hopes of getting through to this A final are starting to diminish now, because on the balance of what we've seen so far in this race, I don't think you can say that Jack Corser's got the pace to live with these two at the minute. So, just like that, we were talking about 4 drivers potentially in the fight for the last spot in the A final, and we're down to these 2. Defensive shape there from Cian Hundle. Eskild Hewitt's drawn alongside. A little bit of a move there from Cian Hundle. That's okay. Everybody's still within the white lines, and through has gone Hewitt. Eskild Hewitt into that top 4 transfer spot then towards the A final. Now you may be wondering, why don't they work together? Well, the thing is, there's only 35 seconds on the clock now, and look at that gap up to Oliver Barton. If there was another 5 minutes on the clock, yeah, I think you could work together and potentially get both drivers through by simply catching the lone driver ahead, but time is not on their side right now. I've got to say as well, for Cian Hundle, it looks like grip's not on his side either. It was very fast in the early stages of this race, but now the kart looks to be moving around a lot. Are the tyres cooked? Is there not enough pace left in that number 65 machine to come back? I don't think there is. 2 more laps to go then. Eskild Hewitt, to say, up from the indoor categories. There's another driver who's raced up through the arrive and drive categories into club owner racing on that next rung of the karting pathway. And could this be another driver that we're keeping an eye on over the course of the second half of the season? We mentioned it with other categories today, how great it's been to be here at Shenington for these first 5 rounds of the season, and already see the levels of improvement from the drivers newer to this game, newer to this level of the sport. And if you've done that in the first 5 rounds, and let's be honest, it's the first 4 rounds, because the first round never really got going, did it? What are they going to do for the rest of this season, with bigger races to come as well? Don't forget, we're only a couple of months away from the biggest race of the year here in this part of the world, the Shenington Super Prix, which you will be able to watch for 2 days of action here in July. Final lap board is out. Alex Shepherd, meanwhile, 3.2 seconds clear of the next driver behind, which is Ben Morgan. Oliver Barton third. I tell you what, this battle for 4th isn't done. Cian Hundle's found a bit of pace late on. Could try and sling it around the outside here. Is there enough grip? No, there isn't. Eskild Hewitt's just got to get off the corner and keep it locked out to driver's left-hand side. Shepherd through, Morgan through, Barton through. Oh, and Eskild Hewitt holds on by just over a 10th ahead of Cian Hundle to get the 4th and final transfer spot into the A final. Good B final, that. Entertaining stuff, went to the wire. But unfortunately, that is the end of the day for Cian Hundle in 5th. Jack Corser, Jay Singh, George Teese. Good drive there from George Teese, one of our novices. Was up 9 places in that race. Hugh Phillips and Frankie Jones complete the top 10 in the B final. Rebecca Restle 11th, ahead of Ruben Jenkins, who recovered after that problem at the very start of the race. Clark Naylor, Archie Buchanan, Louis Marchand, Oliver Dawson, and Elijah Lewis, the last of the 17 finishers. Amelie Johnston retires and is given points for 18th there in that B final. More from the junior Rotax drivers later on today. Of course, their A final yet to come, but let's move on to the next race. And that race is the Miami Water Swift final for the 4th time this year. Could it be Rudra Gokulnath taking the winner's trophy here from Shenington? Rudra starts on pole position. Felix Booker is alongside on the front row. Theo Tyack and Cody Vertigan, a much improved Cody Vertigan here today, start on row number 2. Ethan Lucas and Max Frisbee on row number 3. Oliver Kleinfelter and William Bennett on 4. And then our single novice, Harley Bradbury Stretton, completes the 9-strong field, who are underway for the A final for the Miami Water Swift category. And in the early stages, they're all through the first couple of corners, heading down towards the hairpin. William Bennett making a move there on Oliver Kleinfelter. Keep an eye on Bennett to potentially charge through the field in this one. Wouldn't be surprised about that at all. Bennett, who's been on the podium the last 2 club rounds here at Shenington. Theo Tykes up to second place. 2 podiums so far this year in finals for Theo Tyak. Felix Booker would love a return to the top 3 though. Missed out last time out, as there's a battle between Max Frisbee with Oliver Kleinfelter going through. And that means that William Bennett is also up another position, so Bennett now up into 6th place. It's Harley, Bradbury, Stretton on your screens. I've been keeping an eye on Harley's pace across the course of the day so far. Improved a lot from the second heat earlier on today, well, second heat for the weekend, first today, and then the third heat that preceded this final. Is your fight for 4th place. Cody Vertigan holding ahead of Ethan Lucas. Both rising now on 4 best finishes of the year so far. But that second heat earlier on today, the 3rd round of heats for this weekend, I was really impressed with Cody Vertigan. Probably the strongest performance I've seen from Cody so far this season on a Sunday here at Shenington. Leader starting to stretch the advantage. We're familiar with this. This is how Rudra has put these races together so far this season. It's unbeaten in terms of finals that have been run. Could well be on for a 4th one here. There's William Bennett. William Bennett trying to perhaps find a way through past Ethan Lucas. He's looking down the inside on the brakes. Spot on from William Bennett. Brave driver is William Bennett. And that was a good demonstration of it there. Gets him back up to 5th. Hasn't finished any lower than 5th in a Shenington Water Swift final so far this season. But William Bennett will want more, as I say. 2 second places the last 2 rounds in terms of those championship scores. He'll look to continue that streak. Now it's going to be a not easy part of the race, because those 3 drivers ahead, Vertigan, Booker, Tyak, they're nicely pacing themselves at the moment, working together, working as a bit of a, almost like a Tour de France team time trial train. William Bennett's got to latch onto the back of that and then start to work his way through. I'd say he has latched onto the back of it here. That's a good first half of this lap from William Bennett for the Welsh driver to close back on in. Booker having a look as, Cody Vertigan down the inside. That's a really smart piece of driving there from Cody Vertigan. Just read the body language of Felix Booker's kart. Booker had a look, but just really wasn't close enough to commit to the move. And in that slight moment of hesitation, Cody Vertigan went in and took 3rd place. That is really, really smart racing from another of our young drivers here at Shenington. Now he's going to potentially put Felix Booker on the back foot, because William Bennett will have witnessed all of that happen directly ahead of him. And could well be thinking, well, that was a good idea, Cody. I think I'll have a go at that next time round. And that next time round is about to occur as they head down towards Wilkins once again. This time, Booker, wise to it, just holds his line a little bit to driver's right, down and over that seam in the middle of the tarmac, the span across the circuit. So everybody holds their positions. Booker has another little look there at Cody Vertigan. The speed of that corner simply too quick to realistically make a move. There's your race leader, Roderick Okelnath, nearly breaking down into the 47s as that was a move for second place. Vertigan's through. Cody Vertigan up to P2 now. Oh, now changes. Now these could be big changes. The 3-second penalties are coming in. First, second, third, all have 3-second penalties for 2 wheels outside the tram lines at race start. Ethan Lucas has one as well. Right, get the abacus out, ladies and gentlemen, because this one's going to get complicated. Gokulnath, Vertigan and Tyack, they're effectively, well, their penalties relative to each other are all nullifying themselves. They all equal out, so kind of keep those time gaps as they are. Effectively, your race leader right now is Felix Booker. Felix Booker less than 3 seconds behind the number 25 of Gokulnath. If that stays this way for the remaining 4 minutes plus 1 lap of this race, this could be a first win of the season for Felix Booker. William Bennett is at the moment in a net second place. Now, of course, if Roderick Okelnath drives completely off the front of this field and gets it up to 3.001 seconds, that whole situation changes. Here's a good move. I like this move from Felix Booker. It's good, it's positive. It didn't quite work that time around. Oh, and there's been an incident. Oh, and collected there by Ethan Lucas. That's Felix Booker out of the race. Felix Booker out. No win today, unfortunately. Both drivers are okay. Felix Booker, understandably, not happy at all. He's trying to get the kart going again. This is out of our commentary box window. Both drivers out of their karts now, unassisted. It's over. That is a real shame for Felix Booker, whose opportunity to win here today evaporates just like that. So now that leaves us with these three. 2 minutes and 45 on the clock to go. Gokulnath's lead on the road is now just about 2 seconds. William Bennett is still at the moment, well now William Bennett is your net race leader. If William Bennett can stay within 3 seconds of the number 25, this could be the first win of the year for the number 99. I'm furiously checking through just to make sure that the number 99 doesn't have a 3-second penalty for infringements at the very start. No, William doesn't. Right now, I tell you what, William's playing a really wise game here. He's not attacking these two ahead. He's trying to keep this pace as high as possible. Vertigan and Tyack know that as well. It is in their self-interest also to keep line astern, to keep the pace high. They're trying to pull 3 seconds out at the moment over Oliver Kleinfelter, 5th on the road. Now there's a bit of a squabble going on. This might now need to change the strategy if you're William Bennett, because this kind of squabbling will lose you the race victory with 90 seconds remaining on the clock. Out of the Bruno chicane. No hand signals at the moment from these three. You can see there, Bennett continues to just nudge on the rear bumper of Theo Tyack in that number 30. That will be telling Theo Tyack ahead until this point, because here comes no. William Bennett thinks better of it. William Bennett's now more than 3 seconds behind the race leader. So right now, it looks like this one could still go the way of Roderick Okelnath for a 4th win of the year. Because remember, Vertigan and Tyack also have 3-second penalties. Bennett now looking at a net second place, unless he can find his way past these two. Oh, and there's a touch there between Vertigan and Tyack. Somehow, all three of them still on the road. What a dramatic race this has been. Yes, there may only be 9 of them out there, but every single one of them has a story here today. 2 more laps to go. Gokulnath now fully clear of the whole field by at least 3 seconds. Don't forget as well, Vertigan and Tyack, they're effectively fighting for 3rd place on the podium right now.
because they've got equaling out penalties. Does William Bennett have a role to play in that discussion to maybe try and help his teammate get past Cody Vertigan? It would be a first podium of the year here in the Shenington Kart Racing Club Championships for Cody Vertigan. If he can hold on ahead of Theo Tyack, gap back to Kleinfeld, who is it's there or thereabouts in terms of it being 3 seconds. This is a really, really difficult one for the drivers to judge, to try and balance all of these scenarios going around. It's hard enough for me here in the comms box, never mind these young drivers around 10, 11 years of age, whilst they're doing many miles an hour around this circuit. Bennett looks to the outside again. Cody Vertigan, whatever happens in this race, has driven fantastically here today. He's been holding off these two for lap after lap. Bennett's got down the inside and taken third place on the road. That may be the opportunity for Theo Tyack to take a podium gone here today. Meanwhile, Rudra Gokulnath is going to make it 4 from 4. Rudra Gokulnath out of the final corner is going to take victory despite having a 3-second start infringement penalty over the line. Gokulnath wins again here at Shenington. Over the line, Vertigan second. William Bennett will be second with the penalties applied. Now the calculator comes out. I think Vertigan's held on for what will be third place. Yes, indeed, because the gap between Vertigan and Kleinfelter is more than 3 seconds. 7.6 seconds. Oh, it's so close. 7.6 seconds behind the race winner on the road was Kleinfelter. 4.4 was Vertigan. So that 4.4 effectively make it like 7.4. So we reckon it's Gokulnath, Bennett, Vertigan, Tyack. Oh, Tyack loses a position to Kleinfelter by what, 18 thousandths of a second. What a different race that was. The Water Swifts will be back next time, of course, for more racing here at Shenington. But for now, let's move on to the next final. The cadets are out on circuit. Time for 2 finals at once then. IAME Water Swift Restricted grid first. Howie Murphy and Max St. Hilaire on the front row. Henry Hales and Logan Hodgetts on row 2. Caden Hakura and Freddie Pennell go from row number 3. Harley Bebb and Riley Aston Wilkins on 4. Tommy Walton and Arlo Poulter Goody on row 5. Jennifer Banks and Archie Ashworth on row 6. And then the Honda's grid, apologies. I think what we've ended up with is Phoebe Shelton and Nico Veselowski on row 1. Cian Doherty and Ollie Knox on row 2. Delaney, Love and others. Apologies, not quite able to get through all of those because we are underway for 10 minutes plus 1 lap and straight into the lead. Romps Henry Hales looking to bounce back after that problem with the chain guard in the third and final heats. Has gone from the second row of the grid immediately to lead in this one. Here go your Hondas. Away they go. And oh, great start for Cian Doherty. Doherty from row 2. So it's both times for the cadets. It's the drivers from row number 2 getting the best of the starts. Down towards the hairpin for the first time. Oh dear. Bit of a problem there. That was Oscar Watson going round in the number 18. Watson gets back into the race. I was worried there for Oscar that he was going to get stuck on that curb, but no major issues. Gets back into the race. So, end of the first lap. Hales leads from Murphy. Aston Wilkins, Hodgetts, St. Hilaire. Caden Hakura in 6th. First of the novices at the moment is Freddie Pennell in 7th. Tommy Walton, Arlo Poulter Goody, Charlie Kitchen inside the top 10. End of the first lap in Hondas. Phoebe Shelton has come back through to lead ahead of Cian Delaney, Ollie Knox, Nico Veselowski. Cian Doherty drops down to, what's that, 5th place. Ben Bowers, Alfie Love, Archie Edgar, Dominic Kelly, Fraser Messer, Austin Dowell and Oscar Watson. So, end of another lap. Here goes Logan Hodgetts. This is for second place in the IAME category. Through goes Hodgetts, who had that problem in one of the earlier heats here today. So there's another driver like Hales who is somewhat out of position relative to their pace at the start of this one. Riley Aston Wilkins has driven back nicely as well. In terms of these drivers and how they're looking versus results from earlier on in the season, Henry Hales has already tasted victory in this category. It's been very, very consistent across the year so far. Logan Hodgetts as well, one of the more experienced drivers at this level. Had a podium last time out. Harry Murphy hasn't had a podium in club racing so far, or at least at Shenington club races, hasn't had one so far this year. As here's another shuffle of the order in the Hondas. Through has gone Ollie Knox into the lead of this race, and immediately, look at this. We're getting the classic formation of a proper Honda Cadet final here. Top 6, all embroiled in a battle where no one's really able to break away. Ollie Knox, who's not had a victory so far this year, not had a podium in the rounds that Ollie Knox has taken part in here at Shenington. So very, very likely that we're going to get at least some new visitors to the podium so far this season. If not, some new winners. Through turn 1 go the Hondas. Once again, if you're new to Honda Cadet racing, this is quite typical of what happens at this stage of a Honda Cadet final. They're all just trying to keep themselves in play at the moment. They don't want to race too hard and then get spat out of the pack and simply leave themselves with too much work to do. So you've got to work with your other drivers at this stage of the race. Here's your battle for third place in the IAME category. Max St. Hilaire. Max has raced really well today. I saw Max race at Wilton Mill a couple of weeks ago as part of the British Championships, and yeah, this is a good step forward for the driver of the number 81. It's just got ahead of Harry Murphy now, and then Riley Aston Wilkins there, completed the top 5 right now. And again, I think for quite a few of these drivers, this is all looking good for best results of the season so far, if not best results they've ever had here at the club. Big move coming in though from Harry Murphy, side by side for third place, and Murphy now trying to look around the outside. If you can hold that line, the next corner might come to Harry's advantage, and yes, he does. Really good racing once again here from the cadets. Max St. Hilaire though is back down the inside. Bit of an assist from Aston Wilkins. Aston Wilkins nearly taking 4th place away from Harry Murphy. That again is really, really good to see from these young drivers, that they're racing firmly but racing fairly, and they're racing really cleverly as well. Riley Aston Wilkins on the outside line there, not quite able, there's not too much grip out there now. That's a line that might work later on in the summer. The temperatures have dipped here this afternoon. It does, I do hope that threat of rain has passed now. It's quite a nice day here now at the circuit. A few fluffy clouds in the sky, but plenty of blue sky above us. And the other good thing to note is that those rain clouds that were off to my right and over the viewing bank and over Wilkins Corner, they've gone. There's not that oncoming threat of rain, which I say sometimes is the prevailing direction of the wind here. It's all looking good in that direction. Here are your Hondas. Phoebe Shelton leading at the moment in this one, which is good. That's good track position, but does not guarantee anything at this precise moment in terms of how this race ends in about 4.5 minutes time.
The driver at the back of this train could, within good reason, win this race. I wouldn't say they could easily win this race, because nothing ever is. Oh no, and round! Oh, that's exactly what we were warning against. Keen Delaney went in big there to try and take 4th place. Spins, drops out the order, and is now, well, unless something very dramatic happens, not going to win this race, which is a real shame. Keen's driven fantastically up to that point, which is a little mistake. Sees the number 91 spinning round. Another change of lead in this Honda Cadet group. Ollie Knox has gone back to the front, and again, that's just drivers getting themselves in their most comfortable position. And for many of them in Honda Cadet, that is, no, right at the front. Get at the front, get that track position. Let everybody else scrap for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and everything else. And I think that's what started to happen here, because Cian Doherty through there into 3rd place ahead of Ben Bowers. But look at the gap. Look at how much time they've now lost to the top 2. And they're going to lose more here. It's one of the reasons why I really like Honda Cadet Racing, for developing drivers that think their way through a kart race. So those not familiar with the sport, they think, well, what, a 10, 12-minute race? That's nothing. It's anything but. So those of us who know this sport inside and out, a lot can happen. And with 1 minute and 20 seconds of this one remaining, still very open as to who's going to be our latest Honda Cadet winner here today. As you battle for 3rd place in the IAME categories, which is changing once again. Here's your leader in the IAME categories, Henry Hales. And I've got to say, this is a name that if you are tuning back into the British karting scene, if you've been away for a bit, this is a name you need to keep an eye on over the next couple of years. Has already had a rich vein of success in the Bambino categories, has taken the step up now to the cadets. And in terms of a driver and their attitude to the sport, Henry Hales races with many more years of maturity than he actually physically has in terms of how long he's been on this earth. I don't want to set the kid up for a fall, but I think this kid's very good. Very, very good. And right now is 2 laps away from another victory here at Shenington. Has done it before earlier on in the year. But his calmness and his will to race as well. Take that example of the 3rd heat. Other drivers perhaps would have parked it after the chain guard fell off. Not Henry. Get it back on, get back out on track. It didn't happen, but there were enough laps remaining that if something else happened to somebody, something else happened to another driver out there, he could have picked up more positions. And I like that kind of spirit in a driver, not giving in. As it happens, he didn't need those extra positions from that 3rd heat. He took the lead very early on in this one, as meanwhile the Honda's race has kicked off. This is it now, and look how many are now back part of it again. Ben Bowers has got to the front of this one in the number 27. So just at the point where it looked like they were starting to fall out of it, Phoebe Shelton's also got a 3-second time penalty in terms of for tram lines. Phoebe Shelton cannot win this race. There's Cian Doherty down the inside of Ollie Knox. They're still going to have another lap. They're starting their final lap now. Meanwhile, IAME leader is coming through the last couple of corners. Henry Hales is going to win once again here at Shenington. Over the line, takes the victory. Brilliantly done by Henry Hales. Logan Hodgett's P2 on the line for 3rd. It's going to be a little bit of a wait for the battle involving Harry Murphy. There he is, Harry Murphy over the line. Max St. Hilaire, very good finish there in P4. Riley Aston Wilkins 5th, Freddie Pennell top of the novices. But what is going to happen here in the Hondas? Ben Bowers has the lead, hasn't had a Shenington race win so far this season. Phoebe Shelton's down the inside, is going to take it on the road, but remember, plus 3 second penalty for kart number 84. Over the line, it's going to be Ben Bowers who takes this one. That 3 second penalty will unfortunately drop Phoebe Shelton. Oh, quite cruelly. But that is a part of Honda Cadet Racing. I think it's going to drop Phoebe off of the podium. It'll be Bowers, Doherty and Veslovsky. Good finish there for Nico Veslovsky. Another podium for Nico. That's 2 in a row now, if I'm not mistaken, the driver of the number 77. But there is your provisional result for the cadets for both of their finals. Hales, Hodgetts, Murphy, St. Hilaire and Aston Wilkins all in the top 5 in Miami. Pennell, Kitchen and Walton 1, 2, 3 of the novices in Miami. Phoebe Shelton, Ben Bowers, Kean Doherty 1, 2, 3 on the road, but again a plus 3 second penalty will promote Veslovsky back up the order, as will Knox. Dominic Kelly was the top runner of the novices within the Hondas. We'll see more of them later on. We've got to move on because out on circuit straight away it's the Formula Libre final. Here is your grid then. Tolley, Jones, Armstrong, Paynton, Hale and Venn, all in the top 6 positions. Apologies, we might not get through all of this one. Ollie Venn 7th, Kershaw, Bourne, Silvers, Stewart, Pierce Armstrong up next. Catchpole, Mallinson, Jakins, Emmett, Baines and Chadwick. And then Briley and others to complete this one. We are underway then for 10 minutes plus 1 lap running straight through here today for these finals, making sure we can get all of these finals in due course. Guy Tolley leads in the early stages of this one. Down towards the Bruno chicane for the first time, just to try and bring you some of the updates from how things looked from heat number 3. It was a win for Dean Hale, but I think problems earlier on in the weekend are why Dean Hale starts a little bit further down the order in this one. And in a way, I kind of like that. Mixes the grid up a bit. Gives us what should be a real proper race here today for the material controlled class for X30 runners. Down towards the hairpin they go then. Guy Tolley leads in the early stages of this one from Alex Jones. Lewis Paynton having a go though. Here comes Lewis Paynton down the inside looking for second place. No. But that opens the door for Dean Hale. Dean Hale through into 3rd place. Good reading of the road there from Dean Hale. There's a switch involving Ollie Venn getting through past Lewis Paynton. So Lewis Paynton's going to need to recuperate here pretty quickly. Get back on that horse and try and get these positions back. He's down to 5th place now. That's more like it from Lewis Paynton through into 4th place. Down towards the hairpin once again. Who's had a good start? Jack Stewart's had a good start. That's not a surprise. Jack had that problem in the 2nd heat, so we know that Jack is out of position. We know that Jack is quick, of course. The driver in kart number 57 will be looking for gains in this race, as there's a change for the lead. Alex Jones goes through and here he comes. Dean Hale, the lasso is out and it has caught another. Into the lead of this race goes Dean Hale. Could it well be a repeat of what we saw here 1 month ago? Dean Hale now has control of this race. Alex Jones drops to second spot. Alex Jones, in terms of this season, it's the first time we've seen Alex Jones in competition. So this is a little bit of an unknown at this stage of the year as to how Alex Jones will play across the course of the remaining 7 minutes of this race. And well, on the basis of that last tour of the circuit, Alex Jones is not going to drop away quickly. Only a tenth and a half for Dean Hale right now. And I'll just say it again, keep an eye on Jack Stewart, kart number 57, up to 5th place now. In that kind of the red and yellow with the white on the bodywork. That's another place gained. Started this race 11th, already up into the top 5. Down towards Wilkins once again. Out of the final corner. Under investigation is the number 64 of Oliver Kershaw. Kershaw currently running in 15th place. Liv Jenkins started to move back up the order as well. So Liv started this race 15th, is now 11th. So we saw problems for Liv right at the tail end of the last race. Now Jamie Jenkins racing here today. Well, he is here today, but not medically clear at the moment. Is recovering from a broken rib, but hopefully we will see Jamie back on circuit for round 6 for June. As there's another move from Jack Stewart up to P4 now. Past Lewis Paynton, little communication between the two. Lewis Paynton happy right now. Well, no, I won't say happy. He'll be content to follow Jack Stewart. Jack Stewart's clearly got a bit of pace, and he could open up opportunities for Lewis Paynton in the second half of this final. But yes, Jamie had a very brief visit up to the box here earlier on today, and yeah, is on the mend and hopes to be back for the next round. And best wishes to Jamie and all of that. Another move coming in there on Lewis Paynton. This time it was Ollie Venn. As Guy Tolley just moves slightly inward there to the middle of the track. Other things just to keep an eye on. Pierce Armstrong, we saw have that crash in the slightly rain-affected heat number 3. Armstrong now back up into the top 10 as Ollie Venn has a go at Jack Stewart for 4th place. Now, hang on a minute. Is this a bit of kart setup, and the tyres starting to come on for Ollie Venn? All of these drivers, of course, they are limited in the number of tyres. They can't. It's not one of those classes where you can just buy set after set after set of tyres. As there's a change for 3rd. Stewart gone back through. Now this is where Tolley struggled. Not in this one, Tolley. That's a much better go at trying to make a move through the first corner. Ollie Venn holding on to 5th place now ahead of Lewis Paynton, and suddenly this race has come alive. 3 minutes and 45 remaining. Battle for the podium well and truly on. Jack Stewart has held on to that 3rd place. I think with that counter-attack, at least attempt from Guy Tolley, I think Jack Stewart will probably think, oh, I don't really want to sit in this position for too long if I can. Let's try and clear Alex Jones here, get 2nd place, maybe even try and chase down Dean Hale. As we say, we've not seen what kind of pace Jack Stewart's got in clean air really today. He's always been fighting through. He's always had a job to do in terms of overtaking other drivers. And Oliver Bourne there as well. Oliver Bourne, another driver who was quick around this point of the day yesterday, has just caught up to the back of this train, currently running in 7th place. Oh, now this could change things. It's down the inside, that's going to change things as well. Jack Stewart through, past Alex Jones, into 2nd place. New phase of the race begins with 2.5 minutes to go. The gap at the front is 2.3 seconds. New phase of the race also starts for Guy Tolley. 5-second penalty. Jump starts from race control from the race officials. That right now would drop Tolly down to 9th place. Would just slot in ahead of Pierce Armstrong. Guy Tolly is not going to like that news at all. Guy Tolly, of course, had a really good run here for the first proper round of Formula Libre season. Has a rich record in this category in years gone by. Now has got a bit of a job in his hand. And again, that curious kind of run out of the previous corner, out of the last corner, and then Andy kind of, it looks like he's going to go for a move into the first corner, and then for whatever reason, well, it's just a little bit down on power or a setup decision, seems to lose that little edge required to get down the inside and overtake through Park Bend. Looks like it's been a tough day at the office for Guy Tolly, and it's not done yet. Ollie Venn looking quick again as we've got just over a minute to go. Now, I will just note there are some new threatening, and we said that the weather can be very changeable around this circuit. There are some new threatening grey clouds that are actually coming from the other direction. They're coming from over the gliding club. Nothing falling yet, and hopefully that stays to be, or remains to be the case. But I'm sure you've noted them at home on your cameras. There you can see the dark clouds just over the brow of the bank and onto the runway. So Ollie Venn's having a go here at Guy Tolly. This is for 4th place on the road. Ollie Venn's got a good run. This is where Guy Tolly's not been strong, and through. Through has gone Ollie Venn. Good scrap between the two of them, but unfortunately I think that was always going to go one way here today. Dean Hale now with a 3-second advantage. There he is, comfortably clear. It's been another really strong performance from Dean Hale here today. There's another move coming in. That was Oliver Bourne getting through past Guy Tolly. This has not been Guy Tolly's day. Running now, I think it's 6th place. Lewis Paynton may have a go in a minute. Last lap board is out then. Pace across the top 3 pretty even right now. But the important bit is that gap from 1st to 2nd place. Alex Jones not close enough at the moment to have a go at 2nd place. I tell you what, Ollie Venn's not out of this for a podium here today. Ollie Venn has been finishing this race very strongly. Although that was a good run out the Bruno chicane for Alex Jones, and immediately he's now back on the attack, maybe going for 2nd place. Dean Hale though rounds the final couple of corners, makes it back-to-back wins in Formula Libre, and over the line in style, wins again here at Shenington. Jack Stewart on the podium, fights back from the setback in heat number 2 and is on the podium here today, and is joined by Alex Jones. Great drive from all 3. Great drive as well from Ollie Venn, P4 here today. Oliver Bourne a little bit unlucky earlier on in the heats, but a top 5 from 9th on the grid will feel pretty good. Guy Tolly, difficult day for Guy Tolly, but still some good points in terms of the championship for the driver, the number 35 here today. Lewis Paynton likewise with that P7. Mark Armstrong and Liv Jenkins fighting to a top 10 completed by Pierce Armstrong. Joseph Emmett as well, nicely positioned there in 11th place. There are the rest of your results. Look through them at your leisure on alphatiming.co.uk/SKRC. We've got to move on though to the next race. Here we go then into your Mini-Max final. Dimi Uzanov and Jude Story due to go from the front row of the grid. William Moore and Ben Hunt on row 2. Finley Rhodes and Charlie Heffer on row 3. Thomas Laidler will be next up alongside Hugo Torpey on row 4, Oscar Churches and Noah Hammond row 5, Noah Hobson and Noah Wicklow on row 6, row 7 Leander Hewitt and Freya Lally, Toby Miles and Ollie Blandford, the first of the novices there on row 8, William Davidson and Thomas Gulliver on row 9, Alicia Waterhouse, Jamal Purmaram complete the top 20. Apologies, that's all we've got time for because we are away and racing for 10 minutes and 1 lap here at Shenington. Minimax underway for what could be a really, really good final here, and it's Dimi Udanov, who's had the best possible start, will lead down towards, oh, there's a spinner. That looked to be from the top 10 as well. Is that Thomas Laidler? No, I don't think it was. I think Laidler's okay. Yeah, Thomas Laidler is okay in the number 97. In fact, Thomas Laidler's more than okay. It's a great start for the driver of the number 97. Oh, I think it might have been Oscar Churches, you know, in the number 13, who's not come through. Has now come through the first sector and is some 7 seconds off the lead. Here we go then, challengers straight away on Dimi Udanov, coming in from multiple angles. William Moore takes second place away from Jude Story. Finley Rhodes is there. Thomas Laidler 5th. Ben Hunt looking to continue the strong form that he's had. Of course, it's the championship points being decided in this race. In the final, this is the one that counts. Dimi Udanov threads his way through the chicane onto the Hanger Straight. Maybe looking to capitalise on a little bit of indecision in the early stages of this one. It's a nice move from Finley Rhodes, gets through past Jude Story. William Moore went through in that exchange as well. So Moore back up to P2, Rhodes P3. Jude Story running now in 4th place. Jude Story looking for a first podium of the year. Hasn't been outside the top 10 though in a final. It's been good steady work from Jude Story so far this season. Finley Rhodes had a really good run, of course, at the first final of the year, i.e. the one that was held at round 2. Oh, that's lovely, down the inside, Finley Rhodes, deep on the brakes. Grip starting to come in again, perhaps, through that part of the course. And that puts Rhodes back up to P2. Drivers on the charge. Ollie Blandford. I can't wait to see that kid in the number 60 off novice plates. Because if he can do this from the back of the field, started this race 16th and he's kept going, he's now up to 12th. Just think what he's going to do when he's got that experience level to then be allowed to start further up the grid in the heats. And he's not the first driver that we've said that kind of thing about so far this season. There was a nice move, that was for 3rd place, Jude Story, but back will come William Moore on the next corner. Good racing again from our mini-maxers. Thomas Laidler not too far behind as well, looking to take advantage in the number 97. Noah Wicklow is up into the top 10. He's got past Charlie Heffer. Thomas Gulliver and Toby Miles are also on the move, up to 15th and 16th places. And Gulliver, likewise, another novice who has really, really impressed me here today. Moving up the order. Looking good. And, well, could be another name for us to keep an eye on as the season goes on here at Shenington and at other kart clubs around England as well. Into the middle part of this race then. Dimi Udanov content at the moment. He hasn't galloped away from the rest of the field, but that's okay. Difficult to do here at a circuit which lends itself so much to close quarters racing. And whilst there have been overtakes in the ranks of Rhodes, Moore, Story, Laidler and others, they've always been sensible moves. They've not been moves that have cost them lots of time per se relative to the race leader. But here's a move for the race lead. Finley Rhodes gets by past Dimi Uzanov. Uzanov points forward. Here comes another attempt from William Moore. Back up to third place. And so Finley Rhodes hits the front once again. Looking to build on results from earlier in the year. Another round. This is a really good scrap, this, between Moore and Story. Over third place. Through once again goes Story. There's different parts of the circuit lending themselves to the two drivers back and forth. Down towards Wilkins once again. I just don't see any of these drivers being able to break away from the rest of the field, and as long as that is the case, keep an eye on those a little bit further back. Keep an eye on Ben Hunt in 6th. Keep an eye on Noah Hammond in 7th. Bit of a gap then back to the next group. Nearly 2 seconds the gap back to Noah Hobson, but they shouldn't give up either. Uzanov back down the inside, retakes the race lead away from Finley Rhodes. Finley Rhodes didn't fight that one too hard. That was sensible. If he had fought it too hard, I reckon Story would have been in there and taking that second place. Not for the first time. Oh, it's down again, down the inside. Rhodes has got through. Past Uzanov. That was a close moment there. Touch and go through Wilkins. Also got some news of some 5-second penalties coming in. Oscar Churches, Thomas Laidler, both 5-second penalties. 4 wheels outside the tram lines at the race start. That's going to particularly hurt Laidler, as here once again, here comes Uzanov. Uzanov retakes the lead, and this time Jude Story gets through. Finley Rhodes drops to P3. Now he's going to have to start to ramp it up again. Has Finley Rhodes showed his hand a little bit too early in this one? Uzanov again, we said about it in the third heat. He's one of those drivers who's just quite happy to sit on the front and soak up pressure. Rhodes finds a way back down the inside of Story. Story's going to look around the outside. This is good for Uzanov. These two will battle over second place now. Allow Uzanov a little bit of a breathing room, and off goes Jude Story. Jude Story off down the gearbox loop. Now that looked on first reflection to be like two drivers, both going for driver's left-hand side. The question will be, did Finley Rhodes leave enough room? Rhodes has got back down the inside to take the race lead. This was the moment then. Well, it's a tough one, that, because can't really say from that angle whether Finley Rhodes knew for sure that Jude Story was there. That's a tough one. That's a really, really tough one to call in my book. There's another change for the lead. How many changes of lead are we going to have in this one? Uzanov, but is he going to keep it? No, I don't think he is. And look who's coming in here. William Moore up to P2 now. William Moore looking for one of his best finishers in his time at Shenington Kart Racing Club. In fact, his best result was here earlier in the year. It was a P8 in the first run final of the year. So I reckon this will be a first podium, or at least for the last couple of seasons, for William Moore. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. Under investigation is Arthur Case. That's a little bit further down the order. Uzanov back down the inside, retakes second place. Now, hang on a minute. Jude Story's still part. How has Jude Story done that? I thought Jude Story was going off to Stratford Town Centre there, and somehow he's still on this group, and therefore could still win this race, you know. Well, I'd be fascinated to see that on a different perspective, because how has Jude Story, from the moment that we saw in progression, him shooting down towards the 1.2 kilometre loop, has somehow managed to
arrest that momentum down the bit of track that you don't really want to be using in a Minimax. And yeah, there he is in 4th place. Now, the group has split. So whether there's going to be an opportunity for Story, Hunt, Laidler to get back involved in this is very questionable indeed. Now, will this be 2 laps to go, or will this be last lap this time around? This is going to be close, very close. It's going to be 2 more laps, you know. And for us neutrals here trackside, that's brilliant, because this has been a thoroughly entertaining race. I'm sure it's not so brilliant for some of the parents of the drivers here who will just want this one to end, I'm sure. But that's another good move down the inside. Ozanov retakes the race lead from Finley Rhodes. This has been a race in very good spirit, if you ask me. It's never fully stepped over the line. And again, that is what we've come to expect from the Minimax category here in the UK over the last couple of seasons. It's never boring. Oh dear, as there's a kart facing the wrong way coming out of the Bruno chicane. Now we're on to the final lap. There's multiple karts facing the wrong way out of the Bruno chicane, but we're going to stay focused with this one right now to see who's going to win the club round here today at Shenington in the Rotax Inter category. Uzanov trying to defend down the inside. Oh, there was a Finley Rhodes shaped gap there into Stratford. Rhodes took it. Is that the road to victory? Uzanov back in on William Moore, takes 2nd place. This one's not done yet. Uzanov's still got a chance. Jude Story's still got a chance of being on the podium in this one. Uzanov trying to go around the outside, but to the line, to the checkered flag, it's going to be Finley Rhodes, as it was back in February. Finley Rhodes takes the win in Minimax from Timmy Uzanov, and a great drive back from Jude Story. I thought he was gone. I thought he was out. He's on the podium in 3rd place here today with a really, really good effort. 3 top drivers in a top class. William Moore, 4th place today. Ben Hunt, not a win for Ben Hunt, but that's more useful points once again for our championship leader, who will look to get back on the podium next time out. And well, has done 4 finals this year where he's always been in the top 5. That's championship contending form, if you ask me. Thomas Laidler 6th, but does have a 5-second penalty, which will lose Thomas a few positions. Noah Hammond, Noah Wicklow, Noah class inside the top 10 there, 7th, 8th and 9th. Hugo Torpy completes the top 10 here today. And what a drive from Ollie Blanford. Apologies, I'm not quite sure where Ollie is in terms of getting signatures to get rid of those novice plates, but once they are gone, we will be seeing that name even higher up the order, I am sure. Alicia Waterhouse in 12th place ahead of Joshua Kinniston Wade. Freya Lally, another good result for Freya in 14th. Thomas Gulliver completes the top 15. We've got to move on though, because it's time for one of the big ones. Rotax, Junior Rotax final is up next. So we started with 53. We've only got 34 remaining. Here are your drivers for the Junior Rotax A final. Jensen Hookie and Stanley Williams on the front row. Noah Moulton, Daniel Vitanauskas on row 2. Aidan Hammond and Archie Ray Watson row 3. Adam Giuditis and Oscar Keane on row 4. Miles Cleworth and Liam Dooling on row 5. Shay Hilton and Austin Mayhew on row 6. It's then Ethan Guest, Toby Wortley on row 7. Lily Shaw and Cash Harris up next. Layla Bell and Louis Marshall take us down to row 9. Jensen Powers and Louis Marshall up next on the row 10. Rest of them running through there on your screen. It's a busy field. It's going to be a busy race. We're underway for the round 5 Junior Rotax A final here at Shenington. Pretty much all of them through the first couple of corners down towards the hairpin. Jensen Hookie leads this race. Clouds continuing to gather over the circuit here. Hopefully they hold off for the course
of this one and don't spoil the enjoyment for the drivers out there. Big opportunity this though. I know it's the early stages of this final. The championship leader will lead at the end of lap number 1. Archie, oh, problems down at Wilkins. One of the improvement karts was involved. I think was that Alex Shepherd also involved, and it was Christian Kayov. Christian Kayov, at least Christian has made the final in this one, but lap 1 has not been in a happy place for Christian today. The only silver lining for this one, got a little bit further round the first lap in this final versus the what happened in the 2 heats earlier on today. So focusing back at the front of the field, Aidan Hammond takes 3rd place away from Noah Moulton there with a good move. Now, is that a raindrop or is that just a psychological bit of moisture on the camera there? In the centre of the circuit, Jensen Hookey's having to fight hard at the moment. He's not able to gallop away from the rest of the field. You can imagine that setup is going to be quite key in terms of what the entrants have done in terms of tyre pressures so far in this one. Just look at how much it's stacking up. Jensen Hookey just does not seem to have the speed like we saw earlier on in the day or at other parts of the season. And it means that others are joining in the battle. Archie Ray Watson, who, I can't remember if I mentioned, is under investigation in this race, has just got through past Daniel Wisnauskas up into 5th place. Other drivers with good progress. Stanley Stafford, by the way, started this race 25th, up to 12th. Jensen Powers started 20th, now 11th. How are B finalists getting on? Well, Ben Morgan's broken into the top 20, started 32nd. Eskild Hewitt as well started this one 34th, is now 23rd. Don't know if you can hear on our cameras and the effects mics around the circuit. It does feel like the wind's getting up again. The wind's actually coming from behind the scrutineering shed, so it does seem to be swirling around here today. Proper Shenington weather, can't make its mind up. But none of that is affecting Jensen Hookey right now, who continues to lead this race. Kart number 33 has had 2 wins in finals. Well, I say 2 wins. Of course, the want to say that Jensen's first round win of the year was one of those finals at round 2 that sadly didn't run. But he did definitely win the 3rd round one on the road. Louis Marshall goes into the book, is under investigation. This one hasn't quite got going yet. That's not to say that it's going to stay like this for the next 6 minutes, and I can assure you it won't. Someone will make the move, and again, the driver's just keeping half an eye on the weather at the moment. It just seems to be holding right now. It's a bit blustery. The clouds that were looking very, very, very threatening about 15 minutes ago have actually started to move away from the circuit. So I think for the hopes of all of us, the good news is I can't. Oh, now I can. And now I can see over the back end of the scrutineering shed. It was a bit mixed back there, wasn't it? In terms of blue sky, but also some grey clouds in there as well. There's Ethan Guest on the move. Now, if it is going to rain, this could be one of those races where the drivers who've done lots of racing in arrive and drive competitions, where generally they don't use wet tyres, they could come to the fore on a day like today. At first, the rain's got to come. Keep an eye on Ethan Guest there. That was a good move, up to 7th place. Now the moves are starting. Aidan Hammond's had enough. Aidan Hammond's had enough of sitting behind Stanley Williams and the pack making no impression on Jensen Hookey. Jensen Hookey started to drive a little bit freer. Aidan Hammond has read that and gone, right, I'm taking charge of this, into 2nd place. It's very dark down that far end of the circuit. at the hairpin. These are crucial laps, absolutely crucial laps here for everybody involved as to how their finals are going to run here today. Been impressed with Aidan Hammond in recent years. Not the driver necessarily with the most experience, but has got a lot of raw talent. As there's a move by Jensen Powers, gets past Adam Judaitis for 9th place. Best result in the last couple of seasons for Aidan Hammond round this place. He did have a second last year in Minimax. That was in kind of like the late summer into the early autumn. It's round 7 last year. So at the moment he's at least matching that. 94 has had a penalty. In fact, yeah, here we go. It's that stage of the race where the start infringements are coming in. Noah Moulton's had one. Archie A. Watson's had one. Daniel Wisnauskas has had one. So that's 3 drivers all in the top 10. Jensen Hookey, like we saw in the first couple of laps of this race, is having to work really, really hard right now. If you're just joining us, it's not raining, but the clouds are looming overhead again. The conditions are swirling around us here at Shenington. And was that a little wipe of the visor from Jensen Hookey? Well, is there some moisture out there for the drivers to have to deal with in the last 3 minutes of this race? Over the line once again. No changes yet. Ethan Guest has joined the back of this group. It's the top 6 that have broken away. You're watching out for Zane Perry. I think there's an issue with Zane Perry's transponder, so don't worry too much if Zane's dropping down the order. I don't think that is real. Oscar Keane's going to try and get involved in this group as well. The thing is, Jensen Hookey's got to be careful that he's not deemed to be over-defending. I wouldn't say that he is right now, but he does need to be careful. But again, maybe this is part of the game right now, trying to keep this pack close, trying to keep everyone guessing. 2 minutes of this race to go. Hookey still leads. Aidan Hammond hasn't made his move yet. Stanley Williams is still there in 3rd place. Noah Moulton 4th on the road, but has a 3-second penalty for start infringements. Down again towards the hairpin. In goes Oscar Keane. That's a nice move from Oscar Keane. Gets past Ethan Guest for P6. This is nail-biting stuff. Who's going to blink first? Is it going to be Hookey? Is it going to be Hammond? Is it going to be the weather gods here today at Shenington? Jensen Hookey, though, and his control into the braking zones is tremendous. He will not be shifted out of the way. Aidan Hammond's had a contact warning now. So Aidan Hammond has had the wagging finger from the race officials to say, calm it. Don't go overboard. Down towards the hairpin again. Now it's starting to get a little bit boisterous. Jensen Hookey's not too happy about that. Stanley Williams is trying to get back up to 2nd place, but is unable to do so. Others will become part of this. Adam Judaitis is up into the top 10. Another contact warning on our screens from Aidan Hammond. And this time, oh, there we go, it's inevitable. That has been coming for the last 3 or 4 laps. That takes Hammond and Hookey out of contention. And to the front of the order now, I think it's Noah Moulton. It is in the number 57. And it's all opened up here. Jensen Powers is up to P2. Now remember, start infringement penalties. Jensen Powers is now your effective race leader. Ethan Guest is up to 3rd place on the road. Ethan Guest could be on for what would be a first podium in owner racing at the junior level here at Shenington. He's had good results in minis. He's not had one like this in the juniors. Jensen Powers now running in that number 60, could be on for his best result at Shenington Kart Racing Club. in the last couple of years. Stanley Williams, I reckon, is still on for a podium because Watson and Moulton both have the same penalty. They both have... well, it's got worse now for Archie Ray Watson. Another penalty's just come in, but we're on the last lap. This has been a very dramatic junior final as Jensen Powers trying to get involved with Noah Moulton. Maybe doesn't know that he doesn't need to make this overtake because Moulton has a penalty already over the line. Powers does it on the road. Moulton second, but will drop due to that +3. Ethan Guest fights into second place once those penalties are applied. Archie Ray Watson, I think, has 8 seconds of penalties from this one. So Stanley Williams, unless I am mistaken yet, and I think Williams is clear, will be third. What a dramatic final in Junior Rotax. It promised to deliver stories, and boy oh boy it did. And just about the weather held off. Powers, Moulton, Guest, Watson, Williams, Keane, Juditis, Cleworth, Mayhew and Marshall, your top 10 on the road. This is provisional, ladies and gentlemen, with a capital P-R-O-V. You get the rest. Aidan Hammond 11th, Daniel Wisniewski's 12th, Jensen Hookey in the end 13th. But look at that, the top 13 covered by 3.2 seconds. Kartik Kumeta, good drive from Kartik today, P14. Lily Shaw 15th. Top novice today, Sam Batty in 27th, was the only novice to get through to the A final. Well done to all of our junior Rotax drivers. We'll see them again, no doubt. But we've got to move on to the next race. And that next race is X30 Senior for their final. Katie Ashman and Dominic Powerbuck on the front row. Alvin Chew and Lauren Dunleavy on row 2. Nat Johnston goes from row 3 in this one alongside William Omar. Zef Nurnberger, Bailey Brooker there on row 4. Jack Monkhouse and Alfie Gallagher complete the top 10. It's Peter Jurvich and Oliver Meek on row 6. Dylan Masters and James Workman on row 7. Jake Brook and Ben Cowley on row 8. Matt Cardwell and Reece Masters on row 9. Andrew Platt, John O'Donnell and Tom Welsh complete the 21 entrants for this one. Still dry, no rain, but again, I don't like these clouds that are hanging over the circuit right now, and they could just drop a load of precipitation at any moment. For now though, we're racing once again here at Shenington into the first couple of corners. Plenty of grip at the moment for everybody to negotiate the opening stages of this race, and they have done. They're down towards Stratford Corner for the first time in this one. Katie Ashman leads. VRE 1-2 at the moment with Dom Powerbuck in there in second place, and it's a good start for Nat Johnston as well. Johnston up to third place straight away. Through the Bruno chicane then, and towards the Wilkins complex. Start of this race is going to be crucial for Katie Ashman. There's a bold one from Bailey Brooker down the inside. Gets through past Alvin Chew. Under investigation straight away, the number 22 of Lauren Dunleavy. There's a move coming in from Peter Jurevich. Jurevich through into fifth place with a nice bit of overtaking through the first corner. Change for second. Nat Johnston overtakes, gets past Don Powerbuck. So immediately our expected drivers are coming to the fore in this one. Katie Ashman looking to follow up. 2 podiums on the spin here at Shenington for the club meetings. Looking to get that big result, looking to get that P1 that would truly confirm that this is going to be a really good season. Well, I mean, it's already going to be a good season. I can feel it for Katie Ashman. This would be a really, really important win. At the moment, it's going to have to hold off the mighty Nat Johnston, who has looked out on track, laser focused, very relaxed off track is Nat. That's his character. He likes to have a chat. He likes to
be calm and have a bit of fun off the circuit, but once he gets out on circuit, he's like a Terminator. He just closes in. And it's one of the things that's been so impressive for me about his racing so far this season. It looks like he's been racing seniors for a good couple of years at this point. I'll remind you, he hasn't. Out of the race, just to note, Jake Brook, sadly, the number 26, I think, was out on the first lap, so that kart is forlorn, just in front of us here in the commentary box, on driver's right, out of Cafe Corner. That's sad for Jake. Jake's had some good moments here today, but that's not the final that he would have wanted. Katie Ashman is digging really deep here. That was a personal best and the fastest lap of the race so far from Ashman, 42.4. Nat Johnston equaling that pace at the moment. He's going to have to find a little bit more if he wants to win this race here today. 5-second penalty for Lauren Dunleavy. I think that is going to be a case of, retaking a position after the grid formation point on the formation lap. So that's trying to take your position back a little bit too late on the formation lap. 5 seconds then for Dunleavy, which right now would drop Lauren from 7th place down to around 14th. As there's the move for Johnston. Johnston through then to take the race lead. Now, what has Katie Ashman got in response? Is there anything more from the driver of number 53? Or is Johnston going to roll away with this? Did I just see some rain spots? The clouds directly over us here, right in the centre of the circuit, are very grey and very, very heavy looking. But again, we saw this with the Formula Libras earlier on, that there were a few rain spots. There weren't enough in multitude or size to affect the track, and it dried up pretty quickly. That's another good thing with the wind here. When the wind's a little bit brisker here at Shenington, if there is a little bit of moisture on the circuit, it can just simply be blown away in a few moments' time, especially when you've got karts running around the circuit constantly. We are pushing through the schedule here today, of course, with delays from earlier on in the day. Down the inside, Jack Monkhouse in kart number 81. Gets through past Lawrence and Levy. Lawrence going to try and fight this one back into the first corner. Gets it done. That's good racing once again from the X30s. Trouble for Lauren, though, is she's going to be losing time once again. And Lauren needs to be getting up the road with that 5-second penalty from earlier on in the race. Oliver Meek now trying to get through. Jack Monkhouse has retaken that position. But now also had a warning. Although it doesn't say on our screen here in the box what that warning's for. But nevertheless, Monkhouse has caught the attention of the race officials. There's a nice move from Oliver Meek. That's what he tried to do earlier on in heat number 3. That was better. Just a little bit further away from the curb. And Dunleavy with no option really but to turn out of that one to keep both of them in the race. But good move there from Oliver Meek. 4 minutes to go. Race not done yet between Johnston and Ashman. They've got 2 seconds over Don Powerbuck, who currently runs in 3rd. Don Powerbuck's had a couple of podiums so far this season. Still looking to get back on the same kind of results from the first proper round. Although again, I think that was this class was another one that didn't run their final in February. So in that regard, is still looking for a first win of the season on the road, in the manner that all the drivers prefer to do it. Here on these screens, going through Bruno chicane, that's William Omar. Williams raced very well today, consistently up in that top 5. Would love to at least equal the 3rd place he got in the round
a few months ago. So the minutes ticking on by in this one. This is the closest battle, realistically. Parabok, Omar, Jurovic and Bailey Brooker. Bailey Brooker responding well after a really had a good day yesterday out of P3 in the first round of heats, did Bailey. But then both heats today have really not gone his way. He's fighting back. Started this one 8th on the grid. Looking at the top 6 at the moment. Biggest mover of all in this race. You're going to be going to Peter Jurovic. Up 6 spots. There is Jurovic in the number 57. Kart run by the VRE team. Albeit in the different colour scheme, of course, the MDL colour scheme. But I can assure you that is still a VRE run kart. And trying to find a way through there past William Omar. William Omar gets the door shut firmly in the face of the Polish driver. And a communication there. Now, the problem there, William, is the kart directly ahead of you is the teammate of the one that's behind you. So I'm not sure that Tom Parabok, Peter Jurovic is going to be helping you out there. And now William Omar's tried to get through and has got through. Forceful move there from William Omar, but that puts him up to 3rd place. Now can he hold them off? The hunter becomes the hunted. Oh dear, and off and out of the contention. 2 karts both going for that curb. Never works. And William Omar won't be too happy about that one. All of that puts Peter Jurovic. Now let's have a look at this again. So initially Jurovic on the outside. Both the 74. And, oh yeah, that could have been quite nasty actually for William Omar, because the front fairing digs into the banking there. I don't think William Omar is going to be buying a thank you card for Parabok at the end of this race. And yeah, Dominic Parabok now under investigation. That's an understandable notice that's come up on our screens. 10 seconds to go then. Bit of a quieter race this. 2 laps to go of it. There is your race leader, Nat Johnston, who, well, on the balance of the entry list, was a firm favourite for this one at the start of the day. Katie Ashman, though, has been brilliant. Has kept Johnston honest and is still keeping Johnston honest across the course of this final. And, well, in terms of championship campaign, this is a very good day for Katie Ashman. Johnston, in terms of the full campaign, is not a regular. Knows the circuit well, but with other things that Nat Johnston has been doing this year, racing national championships, racing out in Europe a bit as well. This has been sort of the first weekend really since the very first round of the season where a number of the drivers who have been running, for example, Miami Euro Series campaigns, have actually had the opportunity to race at this particular club meeting. Just to mention, there are a flurry of penalties coming in, but none of them affecting those at the very front of the field. Nat Johnston takes victory here at Shenington. A very professional job for the Mick Barrett Racing team. Katie Ashman will lead the championship, leaving here this evening. Peter Jurovic 3rd, but oh dear, it's all kicking off once again through Wilkins. That was the number 98 of James Workman, feeling aggrieved there. Peter Jurovic 3rd on the road, but Peter Jurovic is one of the drivers who's had a 3-second penalty late on our screens. So it looks like Bailey Brooker will take the 3rd and final podium spot here today. Good fight back there from Bailey. Dom Parabok 5th on the road, but should note it's under investigation. Jack Monkhouse 6th, Jeff Nurnberger, Oliver Meek, Lauren Dunleavy and Alvin Chu all in the top 10. Good drive as well from John O'Donnell, the single novice
in this category. The American fights through to take 12th place in the final there. As the rest of the runners on your screens, not such a good day for the likes of Reese Masters, Matt Cardwell, Jake Brook, also in difficulties there in the early stages. X30 seniors will of course see again in the not too distant future. 2 more races to go here today at Shenington. The penultimate final. Up next is Senior Rotax.
Here's how they line up then for the Senior Rotax final. Ethan Martin, Newstaff Levers on row 1. Alfie Davies and Freddie Snelling on row 2. Cian Eastick and Ben Brock go from 3. It's then Tom Nottingham and Marissa Teague on 4. Charles Sutton and Ollie Hayes complete the top 10. Tom Taylor and Max Chown go from row 6. Louis Judd, Abby Sanders, they're on row 7. Max Rowley and Alex Vassier go on row 8. Will Forber and Ivo Ivanov go from row 9. Jamie Burton, Harvey Quick starts inside the top 20 for this one. It's then Bertie Wellesley and Rudy Winslow Morton on row 11. Jensen People and Ralphie Greenway on row 12. Holly Garrett and Oliver Bamford Sr. up next on row 13. Ben Adams and Veer Mario on 14. Gary Bamford and Dylan Tutton complete the 30-strong field. And so hopefully this one gets underway at the first time of asking towards the lights. We are not going again. Or we are going again. Sorry. That was a cross of we're not going and we're going again. And it came out as we're not going again. We are quite clearly going again. And understandably why. The grid not really in proper formation there. Oh dear. That is the end of the day for Max Rowley. That number 34 machine has decided, well, I wasn't expecting to be racing at 20 to 6 on a Sunday evening, so I'm not going to. That is a real shame for Max. Honestly, well, Max was meant to be starting a good bit up the grid as well, so yeah, that's a real shame, in fact, for one of our novices. I was meant to be a top novice, in fact. That is part of the game sometimes. Max has driven very, very well. And again, look forward to seeing a new few drivers. And it's another thing with the sport and where we're at the moment, midway through the 2026 season. I'm liking to see the number of novices, even in the senior categories. It's very good. Very, very good. I hope we continue to see it. The rest of the season, of course, into 2027. Are we ready for a start here for the second time? No, it's falsied again. Interestingly, it just feels like the second half of the field isn't quite keeping in time with the first half of the field. It's not like some of the false starts that we've seen today where the loud pedal's been quite clearly pressed before they've got anywhere near the tram lines. Hand in the air there for the number 40, which was Charles Sutton. Now, I'm not sure if that's because Charles was having a problem. Now, the other thing that's quite curious here, Grid not even tried to form up on that one. Going to be honest with you folks, not quite sure what's going on at the moment here. Normally off the back of a false start you get things being formed up straight away, but that didn't seem to be the case on that one. Yeah, I'm going to need to get it right on this occasion though. Timer has just reset on my screen. It was counting down actually from 10 minutes on that last formation lap, but it has now gone back to 10 minutes and under yellow on our screens in the box. So yeah, they will need to get it right on this one. No chances after this.
there again. I think Max has tried to get that kart going again, but has been unsuccessful. Just to note as well, Tom Taylor may have a transponder issue because he's not logged any lap times, but I've just quite clearly seen the number 77 there running on about the 6th row of the grid. So Tom Taylor fans, do keep an eye on that. Don't worry too much. This is far better. This is more like it. And finally, we are racing in the final for Senior Rotax. And sweeping round the outside, there goes Noosh Safa-Levers into the race lead. Superb work from the driver in kart number 43. Gary Bumford's had a problem. The latter end of that formation lap, so has been cut adrift from the rest of the field. One driver off on the exit of Stratford. One driver off on the entry to Stratford. That was Bertie Wellesley. Alfie Davies showing straight away as having a rear bumper loose. So losing quite a few contenders in the early stages of this one. Over the line, Ethan Martin is retaking the lead of this race from Noosh Safa-Levers. Alfie Davies third. In fact, Alfie Davies running in third place. Now, yet, if you have a look, third place kart, rear right-hand corner. The rear bumper is hanging adrift. That's the correct call from the race officials. Also out there, I think that's Ivo Ivanov, or was the number 79 of Ivo Ivanov, stranded down at the exit of Stratford. And he's out of that race. Oh, yeah, no, that number 76 rear bumper is coming loose very quickly. That needs to come in. Real shame for Alfie Davies, because that's not what Alfie deserved in this race. But that's clear as day. Can't run around with the kart in that condition. And well, he may not be fully aware, of course, because that's all happening behind him. But either way, if he doesn't serve the mechanical flag, it's going to become something else in the not too distant future. 8 minutes to go in this one then. Ethan Martin leads. Noosh Safa-Levers in second place. We had pretty good odds on that top two at the start of the day. There is the technical defects flag quite clearly on the screen for Alfie Davies, who does not come in. Now, there is somewhat of an argument if it is the first time that you've seen it, you go around again just to make sure that, you know, they've definitely got the right carts, but no, they really have definitely got the right cart for that mechanical board. Have no drivers come in and just misread the mechanical board and confuse a 76 for a 46 or something like that. And now it's got even worse for Alfie Davies. Well, he's had a black flag now, and then that. That's not a great end to the day for Alfie Davies. The question for Ben Brock is, well, how will the race officials look at that? Because whilst, yes, Alfie Davies shouldn't have been out on the track, he was still out on the track, and safety comes first. So that's going to be an interesting one to see if there's any kind of notification on our screen regarding that moment there on the entry to Wilkins. 6.5 minutes to go. None of this is bothering, of course, Ethan Martin. On course at the moment for a second win in the last couple of years. This time in this club. Had one win last year. He's already got one win this year. At the moment, Noosh Safa-Levers just doesn't look like that there's anything that Noosh can do. Number 76 is in now. That's end of the day for Alfie Davies. Will not be allowed back out on circuits. Black flag because of having seen the mechanical flag 3 times. There's a nice move. Tom Nottingham through and past Freddie Snelling. That's for 5th place. Under investigation, number 77, Tom Taylor. Now, what could... was it Tom Taylor involved with the number 76? Apologies if I placed that one on Ben Brock for a second in a case of mistaken identity. Charles Sutton through, though. Charles Sutton now up into 3rd place. Best result so far this season for Charles Sutton was 6th back in March in one of these finals. And there you can see on the board, kart number 77, Tom Taylor, under investigation. Again, I do think there is a slight transponder problem for Tom Taylor. He's being counted as a lap down, but he's not. You just see him in the middle of the pack, just coming into Stratford Corner now. Who's made good progress in this one? Well, Will Forber has. Up from 17th, is now running P9. James Burt as well. These are drivers that we saw involved in the late incident in the final heat. James Burt up 7 places to P12. Four and a quarter minutes to go then. This is the closest battle for high up the order. Sutton versus Brock for 3rd place. Some good scraps going on as well elsewhere in the top 10. Down towards Stratford once again. Brock pulls to the inside. Drifts it in there. Lovely stuff from Ben Brock, but was there a little bit too much attack into the corner? Yes, there was. Back comes Charles Sutton. Retakes 3rd place. Calm work there from Charles Sutton. Didn't get phased by Ben Brock having a go. These two, realistically, no, they've not really got the pace of Martin or Safa Levers so far today. They're running in the mid 42s. Sutton and Brock in the high 42s. Now, Tom Nottingham we need to keep an eye on in the last third of this race. Tom Nottingham's just set a personal best so far as Ben Brock's trying to go around the outside there. That's going to be one mighty move from Ben Brock. Another one round the outside through Stratford hairpin. Hat tip to you, sir. That was fantastic. Charles Sutton's now going to have to really get the bit between his teeth. Still going on between Nottingham and Snelling. And Cian Eastick's on the scene now as well. Cian Eastick for the Attack Motorsport team. Looking to move up from 7th place. Keep an eye on others. Keep an eye on this next approaching group as well. Forber. Tom Taylor's in there. Ollie Hayes is in there as well. Ollie Hayes has looked quick at various moments across the course of the day. So this could be anyone's guess for the final spot on the podium. With 2.25 minutes remaining. Down towards Wilkins once again. Good control from Ben Brock. But they're stacking up behind, and here comes Charles Sutton down the inside. Is he getting the push? Yes, he is getting the push. Up into 3rd place. Ben Brock's going to fight back, though, through Cafe Corner. Next, oh, they nearly run over one another. They do run over one another. Off into the wall. Who got collected there? May have been Freddie Snelling. It was one of the karts with Dayglow yellow. Both drivers okay. That's the most important. Oh, it was Ollie Hayes. It was Ollie Hayes. And it's full course yellow. And that may be as done for this race. Now let's have a look at this again. So Nottingham gives the assist to Sutton. That gets Sutton ahead through turn number 1. Brock comes back through the next corner, and then they just seem to run out of space there. And then, yeah, then out of control went Sutton. Brock as well. Sorry, no, Ollie Hayes is okay. So Ollie Hayes has come through in 6th place. But who else? It was Freddie Snelling. It was Freddie Snelling who got caught up, unfortunately, in the other two's incident. That is a real shame for Freddie. Freddie did not deserve that at all. But those three out of contention. Now Ethan Martin will leisurely take his time. This may get checkered flagged on this tour. We did say that earlier. There is the number 40 of Charles Sutton. That's going no further. Ethan Martin could well have won another final here at Shenington and is starting to build quite a pot of points. Time ticking on by. It will time out on this one. The question now is, and we've not, well, in fact, yeah, we have not seen the full course yellow ending, so don't be surprised if this one goes to checkered flag. Yes, it will, and I can understand the decision there, because that was a case of the race was not ready to go back to green. Why send them round for another full course yellow lap when you can throw the checkered flag there? The result is not going to change, and it means Ethan Martin is a winner again here in Senior Rotax for Shenington Kart Racing Club 2026. New Stafford Levers in second, Tom Nottingham, Will Forber and Keane Eastick in the top 5, Ollie Hayes, Max Chown, Tom Taylor, Marissa Teague and Jamie Burt all in the top 10, Harvey Quick, Louis Judd, Abby Sanders and top novice. Great work from Alex Vestiaire in 14th. Oliver Bamford Senior. That is a great result for Oliver Bamford Senior, who has had a torrid day of it, but a good final and finishes second of the novices and P15 overall. Props to Oliver there. Properly good to see. Jensen People 16th, Holly Garrett, Ben Adams, all in the top 20, completed by Rudy Winslow Morton and Ralphie Greenway. Dylan Tutton, 21st ahead of Veer Maru. Gary Bumford, 23rd, the last of the finishers. And then quite a few retirements in that one. Ben Brock, Charles Sutton, Freddie Snelling, all out in that incident that brought out the full course. That then ultimately ended the race. Alfie Davids 27th, Ivo Ivanov and Bertie Wellesley also didn't see the checkered flag. So there we go. That is Senior Rotax done for another month. We're just pausing at the circuit here, but no, I think we are about good to go then for the last race of the day, the final for X30 Junior. Arguably we save the best grid within the club categories till last. This is the final for X30 Junior, and what a grid at the front we have. George Edgar alongside his teammate Finlay Lines for this one. Jacob Batchelor and Finlay Hines, though, will be looking for good results. They start from row 2. Charlie Blenkinsop and James Backworth have strong chances from row number 3. Jacob Marples and Jack Wish on row 4. It's George Quinlan and Zoe Catters inside the top 10. Lucas Murray and William Haynes go from row number 6 ahead of Seth Angus and Tom Fox. Alfie Taylor and Henry Duncan go from 8. Katie Clark, Lucy Lovell there on 9. Jack Baker needs a good result in this one. He's had a difficult day. Starts alongside Louis Barker for row 10. Brandon Edwards, Ayrton Limmer Evans, Alfie Fulton, Harrison Maxwell take us down to 12. Archie Lee Bullock, Josh Bundock, Theo Wright, Jaden Lamb, Lewis Hay, Exton Cook and Archie Rogers Tyler complete the 31 runners here. Round 5 final for X30 Junior is underway. At the first time of asking immediately, George Edgar takes the race lead. Great start from Jacob Batchelor as well. Batchelor up into second place. Finlay Lines has to concede, drops down to third. Into the hairpin they go. All looking pretty good so far. Don't worry about the other karts down on circuit. Those are the remnants of those who did not make it back from the previous race. Everyone here, as expected, in this X30 Junior final, present and ready and running well. Finlay Hines up to 4th place. This could be a key moment in the early stages. Oh, through has gone Lines. Was that a mistake? Was that a close moment between Batchelor and Lines for second place? Either way, it's a Mick Barrett Racing 1-2 here under gloomy skies here at Shenington. But now the hard work begins for both George Edgar and Finlay Lines. The gap is a second at the end of the first lap. We know they're evenly matched. We know they're on arguably equal machinery, both from the same team, both with the same suppliers. This is going to be a race where the drivers make the difference. Finlay Hines looking quick at the early stages of this race, challenging Jacob Batchelor here for third place. George Quinlan's had a good start. Another of the Mick Barrett Racing boys. Keep an eye on the youngster there. Relative newcomer to the junior levels of X30 racing. But as I say, Mick Barrett Racing team have had some very helpful tuition at other parts of the season in the form of Gus Lawrence. He was with them at Wilton Mill for the recent British Kart Championships round, and on the basis of what we've seen from other drivers in the Mick Barrett Racing awning so far this year, it's had great effects. But that's pretty effective as well from Jacob Bachelor down the inside. Bachelor takes second place. Finley Lines immediately on the response though, back down into turn one. Finley Lines retakes second place. This is all very good though if you're a George Edgar fan, because George Edgar continues to extend the advantage. It's now up to 1.9 seconds. This might just be the stage of the race where George Edgar can start to manage things. Doesn't need to necessarily start hitting personal best purple sectors, or saying he is still doing it, because that's what George Edgar does. This could be a very, very big gap for the rest of the field to pull back on. A 43.159 from George Edgar. George Edgar is running away with this. Lines, Bachelor, Hines are going to need to find something different, because right now this strategy isn't working. Maybe Finley Hines coming to the front of this group might turn things around. Nice move there from the Croc Promotion driver. Up into third place. Bit further down the order, just to monitor how things are going. Jack Baker. This is the kind of race that Jack Baker needs. Has not had a good day. Now, one of our championship contenders, one of our regular drivers here, but he's moved up the order to P14. Here goes Bachelor back in on Hines as, oh, now, what happened there? Was that a flash of lightning over our heads? I hope you're back with us. 6 minutes of this race to go. George Edgar leading by 2.5. So, apologies folks for the technical issues. I think we've just had a bit of a power trip here at the circuits. We'll do this the old school way. We'll do this radio style. Out of the race is the number 46 of Theo Wright. Theo's pulled over into Parc Ferme and goes no further in this one. Archie Lee Bullock also has had a problem with a transponder, but it's still circulating out there in the number 34. So 5 minutes to go of this race. George Edgar's lead 2.8 seconds ahead of Finley Lines. Jacob Bachelor still there in third ahead of Finley Hines. George Quinlan now up to fifth place ahead of Charlie Blenkinsop. We were just going through drivers who were making their way up through the order. Jack Baker, we mentioned, is up to P14. Also on the move, Brandon Edwards up 5 spots to 16th. Leaders come past myself here in the box. No changes in that top 4. George Edgar moving through the Bruno chicane. And yeah, it just doesn't look like Chase Group have got anything in terms of response. George Edgar continues to hit lap times that are improving at every opportunity. Now 3 seconds clear. George Edgar is driven with a real freedom today. As I say, I've had the pleasure of watching this young man. Change for second place. Through has gone Jacob Bachelor. Has gone past Finley Lines rather. Finley Hines now behind Lines. George Quinlan's joined that group as well. So there could be further changes, and there are. Through into third has gone Hines. Finley Lines not having the kind of final I think he would have expected this time 24 hours ago, after he had a great run in the first heat of the day. warning for William Haynes. And an under investigation notice has just come in as well for Lucas Murray. Lucas Murray currently running inside the top 10. So well, hopefully for Lucas's case, that's not going to demote him down the order if there is something coming from that. 3 minutes to go in this race then. Still not done in the battle for second place. In fact, we've had another change in that battle for second place. Hines has got through. It's George Edgar from Finley Hines, Jacob Bashler and Finley Lines right now. But no, just saying again about George Edgar. Had the personal pleasure and the professional pleasure of commentating on him racing for a good few years. And I'll often talk about, second last year in the British Championships, winning the FIA Motorsport Games a couple of years ago as well. But I can't remember George Edgar, just from the body language of watching how he's piloting around this circuit right now. I struggle to remember a time where he's looked as calm and relaxed and just in that rhythm that a racing driver, when they're on the top of their form, can get into. Just looking so in tune with the kart underneath him. His placement of the kart around this circuit is absolutely spot on. He's using every inch and more, but never stepping over the edge. Here's your battle for second place. And Hines still ahead there of Lines, Quinlan and Bashler. Bashler actually fading a little bit in the over the last few laps. Apologies for the technical issues. There are, I think, some thunderstorms round in the area that may have spooked some of the electrics. But all good here at the circuit for everybody outside. 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. The reason why I said that is there was a very bright light all of a sudden in the commentary box, and then everything went down for about 10 seconds before the backup systems came in. Here's the battle for second place coming round once again. And there's the battle for sixth as well. Jacob Marple's now leading that one, ahead of Charlie Blenkinsop and Jack Wish. Lucy Lovell has just taken 14th place ahead of Tom Fox. Katie Clark up to P22 ahead of Ayrton Limmer Evans. In fact, that was those two. Katie Clark and Ayrton Limmer Evans just going through your picture there. You can always tell Ayrton apart. He's runs with the half Ayrton Senna helmet and half British helmet straight down the middle. Should mention as well, we'll come back to that, because look, this is the second place battle again, and Finley Lines has got back into that second place. So Finley Lines having a strong finish to this race, looking to wrap up a Mick Barrett Racing 1-2. Leader coming round, final couple of corners now. We'll see the last lap board for the last lap here today. Yellow flag out down towards the bottom end of the circuit. Just see that on the Pixelcom display out of the commentary box. But George Edgar, well, this has been very comfortable for him. Very, very comfortable indeed. 8 seconds clear of the rest of the pack. It's been a big battle, of course, for second place. And it's not done yet, as Hines trying to go around the outside there of Finley Lines for the runners-up spot. And I think he's got, no, back has come Finley Lines. Hines has been chucked out of the pack, so it looks like it could be Lines and Backler for the podium. But George Edgar comes home dominant, wins the final here in X30 Junior. Will look over his shoulder and think, where has everybody else gone? Over the line, Finley Lines makes it a Mick Barrett Racing 1-2. Jacob Bashler on the podium again for BMR, continues to have a very solid season. 4th place today for Finley Hines. George Quinlan 5th. Charlie Blenkinsop, Jacob Marples, Jack Wish, Jack Baker and Lucas Murray all in the top 10. That could be an important few points for Jack Baker, running home P9. has finished on a higher note than other parts of the day, which is good to see. Seth Angus 11th, James Backworth and Alfie Taylor likewise. Those are two drivers who fought back through some difficulties today. Both recorded top 15s. Archie Rogers-Tyler in the top 15 as well, completed by Tom Fox. Brandon Edwards, Louis Barker, Archie Lee Bullock, Lucy Lovell and Harrison Maxwell, all inside the top 20. And then the rest of the order looks a little bit like this. Alfie Fulton, Katie Clark, Ayrton Limmer Evans, Henry Duncan, Lewis Hay, Zoe Cattett take us down to the first novice in that race. Josh Bundock coming home in 27th place. Exton Cook, William Haynes, Jaden Lamb and Theo Wright, the last of those who headed out there for that 31-strong competition here in X30 Junior. And that brings us to a close here today for the 5th round of Shenington Kart Racing Club 2026. I do hope you've enjoyed it. Thank you for being with us. I know it's been a very, very busy day of sport, a very busy weekend of motorsport in particular, but we do really appreciate your support here on your Alpha Live broadcast. If you enjoyed the comms, at Andrew Mather Commentary, at _MM, and all of that. More club karting commentary from a DDMM perspective coming to you later on in the month here on Alpha Live Productions. Do make sure that you've hit that subscribe button. And this wasn't, of course, a slipstream production here today. All the Shenington ones are full Alpha Live productions, all of the finals live for you every Sunday throughout the course of the season. But if you do want more of your club karting, then I do recommend heading across and getting one of those slipstream subscriptions. With it, you get the Bump Draft podcast with myself, Mr. Bodette, and Mr. Pryor. In terms of Shenington action, the what could be very appropriately named Heatwave Cup is up next. That will be round number 6 of the club championships on the weekend of the 20th to the 21st of June. If you want to get on the grid, if you want to be in the entry, get them in as soon as possible. As I say, we had 240 drivers or thereabouts here this weekend across all of the categories. Very busy paddock, and once again looking near to a sellout as we go forward into the summer. Don't forget, we've got Super Prix coming up as well, the weekend the 17th and 19th of July. All the details, of course, across on the website, sheningtonkrc.co.uk. That's all we've got time for. Thank you very much for supporting. Thank you for your comments. And we'll see you in a month's time for the Heatwave Cup for more action here on Alpha Live with DDMM commentary for Shenington Kart Racing Club.